Chapter 2213. Okay. Xiao Xinrui agreed without hesitation. The second condition is to destroy your cultivation. I don't feel at ease leaving an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the 100 Herbs Gate. Okay. Xiao Xinrui agreed without hesitation. To her, her child was far more important than her cultivation. The third condition, you're going to ruin your own face. You should know that the reason you ended up like this is because of your face. Okay. Xiao Xinrui didn't even think and agreed without hesitation. What was her face? The flesh and blood that fell from her body was far more important than her appearance. Ah? Even Jiang Jiantong didn't expect that his harsh conditions were simply to make things difficult for Xiao Xinrui. However, Xiao Xinrui agreed without hesitation. Jiang Jiantong's jaw dropped in shock. Jiang Jiantong had underestimated the love of mothers for their children. Okay. Jiang Jiantong clapped his hands and said, "In that case, I have nothing else to say. If you fulfill these 3 conditions now, I will let you stay." Okay. Xiao Xinrui stood up shakily, her lips trembling. She looked at Zhang Luer and said, "Luer, take a good look at your mother and look at my face. Mother can accompany you in the future. I hope you can remember this face of mine." Mother. Zhang Luer's tears wet her little face. Gate leader Zhang, please take Luer away. I'm afraid that destroying my face will frighten the child. When I recover from my injuries, I will immediately change my appearance and become his nanny. Xiao Xinrui looked at Zhang Luer again and said to Jiang Jiantong with a determined look in her eyes. Okay. Jiang Jiantong smiled and nodded. It was time to leave. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire yellow flower ridge shook. Jiang Jiantong and the others were still fine. Their bodies swayed slightly and flew into the air. Xiao Xinrui, on the other hand, lost her balance and fell to the ground. She was mentally and physically exhausted and had lost a lot of blood. She actually fainted. Many of the aura refining disciples also staggered and almost fell down. What's going on? Jiang Jiantong was furious. Rumble. Then there was another series of tremors. Even the air began to ripple. Someone is attacking our 100 Herbs Gates formation. Jiang Jiantong came to a realization and hurriedly said to Lai Hong and Huang Ri, "Elders, quickly bring this disciple over to take a look. Once this old man is done with this matter, I will head over immediately." Yes. Lai Hong had wanted to leave long ago. When he heard Jiang Jiantong's instructions, he immediately pulled Huang Ri's sleeve and flew out of mindless worship peak. "Humph, slut, you actually dare to act in front of this old man." Seeing that Xiao Xinrui had fainted, Jiang Jiantong sneered. How could a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building faint so easily? Men, go and see what's going on. Quickly settle this matter. Truly unlucky. If I had known earlier, I would have. An aura-refining female disciple flew over. After taking a look, she hastily reporting to sect master, "Young madam has indeed fainted." Slap him. What young mistress? There's no such thing as a young mistress in my 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Fan cursed. Yes, disciple knows her mistake. The female disciple was afraid and hurriedly admitted her mistake. Why aren't you waking her up? Jiang Jiantong scolded. Rumble. Another earth-shaking tremor shook the earth. Jiang Jiantong frowned and handed Zhang Luer to a disciple beside him. He raised his head and looked into the distance, saying curiously, "Who's coveting my yellow flower ridge again? It seems like no one has come to provoke us for a long time." The female disciple took out a small gourd, pulled out the cork, and placed it in front of Xiao Xinrui's nose. Xiao Xinrui's nose twitched a few times, and her eyes began to move. She slowly woke up. Reporting to sect master, "Young, she's awake." Before Jiang Jiantong could take out the jade tablet that controlled the array to examine the situation outside, he heard the female disciple's report. Jiang Jiantong didn't care and said coldly, "Xiao Xinrui, hurry up. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to stay, quickly cripple your cultivation." I know. Xiao Xinrui woke up and sighed slightly. She looked down at her right arm. It was a bloody mess, and even her bones were exposed. She couldn't help but plead, "I'm seriously injured. Can you let me rest for a few days?" "In your dreams." Jiang Jiantong said coldly, "Don't try to delay." "Then, you have to let me take the elixir, right?" Xiao Xinrui said with a bitter smile, "Now that I've crippled my cultivation, I'm afraid I can't even keep my life." "Then you'd better go." Jiang Jiantong said impatiently, "What does your life have to do with me?" "Okay." Xiao Xinrui gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to practice, a voice came. "Father-in-law, why do you have to do this? What's wrong with letting her take the elixir? I saw that outside the array, there seemed to be someone who didn't want to live coming to provoke us. Why don't we let this person live? Although she slandered us, we can't not treat her well." Jiang Jiantong looked over and saw that it was Yu Tsong, who had just retreated. Obviously, he was also awakened by the movement outside the array. "Okay, since my good son-in-law has interceded, I'll let you take the elixir." Jiang Jiantong wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the sect outside the array, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Xiao Xinrui looked coldly at Yu Tsong and Jiang Yan, who was gritting his teeth behind Yukong. She clapped her hands and took out a healing elixir. But before she took it, her heart moved slightly, and she inexplicably took another elixir made by Xiao Hua. Xiao Xinrui had never used this elixir before. This was the first time. A warm current gushed out from her body, and the elixir of the elixir rushed to her right arm. A numb and itchy feeling came from the wound. The magical elixir repaired the wound. Although new granulation was not visible to the naked eye, it was clearly seen by divine sense that it was rapidly growing. "Oh, what kind of elixir is this?" Yu Tsong noticed it, and Jiang Jiantong was also slightly stunned. But at that moment, a communication talisman flew over with a whistle. Jiang Jiantong raised his hand and grabbed the communication talisman. He activated his dermic powers and crushed the communication talisman. Lai Hong's anxious voice came from it. "Reporting to Sect Master, the incoming person is very fierce. He's an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. We are no match for him. Elder Huang Ri was killed by the incoming person with a Dharma treasure in just one move. Now, the incoming person is using true Samadhi fire to burn the array. At the same time, he's using another Dharma treasure to attack the array. That Dharma treasure is extremely powerful. Sect Master, please hurry and help. Otherwise, it will be broken in a short while." Jiang Jiantong and Yu Tsong were shocked. They were very clear about Huang Ri's cultivation. He was a cultivator who had reached Foundation establishment long ago. How could he be killed in just one move? Right, how many people are there? Who are they? What do they look like? Yu Tsong asked. Chapter 22:14. I don't know either. Jiang Jiantong glanced at the resting Xiao Xinrui and flew up with a smile. "Son-in-law, can you fight the enemy with me?" "Ha, that's what I should do." Yu Tsong flew into the air with a smile. "Now that 1,000-Flower Valley and 100-Herb Gate are one, how can I not help father-in-law?" Jiang Jiantong pulled 1,000-Flower Valley's Yu Tsong to fight the enemy, and the person who came was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape that he cultivated to the limit in a place with no one around. And with the help of the teleportation array, he arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge in the shortest time possible. His divine sense swept across Yellow Flower Ridge, and Xiao Hua had mixed feelings. There was the humiliation of being forced to leave Yellow Flower Ridge, and also the hatred of Shang Huaming's death. Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape to fly to Yellow Flower Ridge, and in the meantime, he had already put on the bewilderment mask. When he arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge and saw the familiar fog, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to use the cloud-suppressing seal. He activated his magic power, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out with a rumble. Like millions of trembling ants, it flew into the air and gradually enlarged until it was like a small mountain dozens of meters in size. "Go!" Xiao Hua was extremely satisfied. This cloud-suppressing seal was not as good as the soaring dragon shears as a magic treasure, but it was just right to attack the array of Yellow Flower Ridge. Boom! With a loud sound, the cloud-suppressing seal smashed into the fog. Light flashed on the fog, and the entire fog fluctuated like a wave, and the entire mountain peak and ground shook, undulating. "Ha ha ha," Xiao Hua laughed out loud. He waved his hand again, and a wall of true Samadhi flame that was several dozen feet tall was sent out at the same time, surrounding the mist of Yellow Flower Ridge. The tongue of flame licked the mist as if it had a mind of its own, and the mist actually gradually disappeared within the tongue of flame. "Ayo, this fog is actually so powerful?" Xiao Hua saw this and was not surprised. No one knew the power of his Samadhi true fire better than him. He thought that once he ignited the Samadhi true fire, this fog would definitely melt like snow, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. "Shang Huaming, actually have some foundation. Xiao Hua felt even more rueful, and his hatred for the spirit grass gate grew even more. He raised his cloud-suppressing seal again and struck at the fog array. Where did you come from? How dare you cause trouble for my 100 Herbs gate all by yourself? Are you tired of living? Huang Ri also deserved this calamity. When this guy saw Xiao Hua come to challenge 100 Herbs gate alone while dressed in a camouflage robe, and his transcendent artifact was also powerful, he had long been envious. Moreover, how many cultivators were capable of coming to the 100 Herbs gate to cause trouble? In the past, weren't early Foundation establishment cultivators trying to take advantage of 100 Herbs gate by relying on their numbers? Now that Xiao Hua had come alone, how could he attract Huang Ri's attention? Elder Huang. It was still Lai Hong who was attentive and hurriedly wanted to remind him. However, just as he spoke, Huang Ri had already activated his magic power and flew out. The wooden staff that had previously injured Xiao Xinrui also flew out. It drew a nimble arc in the air and attacked Xiao Hua. Huang Ri actually wanted to make the first move. Firstly, he could seize the initiative. Secondly, if he captured Xiao Hua, Lai Hong would not be able to snatch the cloud-suppressing seal from him. Xiao Hua originally did not want to use ruthless methods right from the start, but seeing Huang Ri's character, attacking without saying anything, just like the 100 Herbs gate disciples he had encountered earlier, he was already furious. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out. He said coldly, "This old man is just an unorthodox cultivator, and I'm tired of living. What's the matter? Fellow Taoist, are you tired of living too?" The soaring dragon shears drew a golden arc in the air and slashed at the wooden staff. With a ci sound, the wooden staff was sliced apart by the soaring dragon shears. It did not seem to stop. "Oh, not good." Huang Ri excitedly flew out and was immediately doused with cold water by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua actually used 2 transcendent artifacts. How could Huang Ri not panic? However, Xiao Hua was furious. Seeing him was like seeing Jiang Jiantong, and also like seeing Xiao Hongyue get killed. How could he let him go? Huang Ri's expression changed greatly. Before he could turn around and escape, Xiao Hua shook his hand again and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. In an instant, the spiritual energy within 2 zhang of Huang Ri was sucked dry. Not only was Huang Ri's magic power stagnant, he was also unable to move. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. The soaring dragon shears were like a dragon swinging its tail, slicing through Huang Ri's body. The defensive yellow talismans around Huang Ri were like paper. He did not even have time to scream before he was cut in half. His corpse fell into the air. Although Lai Hong did not underestimate Xiao Hua, the situation in front of him was still too out of his expectations. He did not dare to delay and immediately flew back into the formation. He did not even have time to summon the Qi refinement disciples who followed him out. Xiao Hua's soaring dragon shears slashed a few times in the air before stopping. He coldly looked at the 100 Herbs gate disciples who were scared witless as they fled into the formation. He pointed the cloud-suppressing seal, and the treasure whistled and smashed towards the place they were rushing in. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned his head and swept out with his divine sense. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the surrounding 300 meters, or even a few kilometers. Strange. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but he did not care. He activated his magic power again and smashed the cloud-suppressing seal on the formation again and again. Yellow flower ridges never dispersing fog was gradually thinning. Buzz. The sound of a swarm of bees could be heard. Several unusually resplendent rays of light flew out from the fog like peach blossoms, spiraling and blocking the cloud-suppressing seal. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I am Yutsong from the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Please show mercy. Yutsong did not come out, but his artifact was a step ahead of him. He even used the name of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Immediately after, the bronze-colored Zhongwu blossomed with rays of light. Along with the peach blossoms, it slowly spiraled and blocked the cloud-suppressing seal and the peach blossoms. 10,000 Flowers Valley? Xiao Hua pretended to be stunned and asked curiously, "Isn't this 100 Herbs gate? Why did you come out of the 10,000 Flowers Valley? What does fellow Taoist have to do with 100 Herbs gate?" Xiao Hua's question had just landed when Jiang Jiantong and Yutsong, along with the elders and disciples of 100 Herbs gate, flew out from the formation. Jiang Jiantong's face was full of anger. while Yu Tsong's face was smiling. "Who are you, fellow Taoist? You dare to bully my 100 Herbs Gate? You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate as soon as you saw him?" Zhang Jiantong's divine sense swept across the cloud-suppressing seal and then looked at the true Samadhi fire. He knew that Xiaohua was not easy to bully, but he could not lose face as the gate master, so he shouted coldly. What? This old man is so arrogant. What can your 100 Herbs Gate do to me?" Xiaohua saw Zhang Jiantong and saw his enemy. Although he already had a plan in mind, he could not help but be filled with anger. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal was raised high. It circled around a few peach blossoms and smashed directly at the Zhongwu. Zhang Jiantong naturally could not back down. He also activated his magic power, and the Zhongwu slowly flew up and also rushed up. With a loud rumble, the cloud-suppressing seal slightly rolled in the air. It was hit by the Zhongwu and flew up more than 10 feet. As for the Zhongwu, it also rolled and fell several feet from the air. He actually has the strength of a middle foundation establishment cultivator. Zhang Jiantong was slightly stunned. His divine sense could not see through Xiaohua's bewilderment seal, so he could only tell from Xiaohua's magic treasure. This magic treasure is so powerful. I don't know which sect this cultivator is from, but he actually has a secret technique to use 2 magic treasures. Although this magic treasure is not as good as this old man's medicine king cauldron. But if the other magic treasure is used together, it will be difficult to deal with. It will be difficult to kill this bastard. If we injure him, we are also afraid of offending his sect. This kind of middle foundation establishment cultivator actually came to provoke our 100 Herbs Gate. He must have some connections. First, we have to find out where he came from. Zhang Jiantong instantly made a decision and gave Yu Tsong a look. Yu Tsong and Zhang Jiantong had done this kind of shady business many times, so he immediately understood Zhang Jiantong's meaning. He pointed his finger, and several peach blossoms flew up and blocked between the medicine king cauldron and the cloud-suppressing seal. He himself flew up a few steps and cupped his hands, saying, "Senior, I am Yu Tsong, a disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Didn't you ask me about my relationship with the 100 Herbs Gate? I am the son-in-law of the 100 Herbs Gate. I don't know why you came to the 100 Herbs Gate. Why don't you tell me first? If it is a big deal, I will be a witness. I will not let you come for nothing." "Oh, so you are the son-in-law of sect leader Jiang," Xiaohua said with a smile. This old man came in a hurry and did not ask about this. Since you are a disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, this old man can be considered to have some friendship with the 10,000 Flowers Valley. I will give you some face. Very good. Yu Tsong smiled proudly at Zhang Jiantong. Zhang Jiantong pointed his finger, and the Medicine King cauldron flew back. However, he did not put it away and blocked in front of him. "Fellow Taoist, may I know your background? Has my 100 Herbs Gate offended you in any way?" Zhang Jiantong sneered. "Although my 100 Herbs Gate cannot be compared to the 10,000 Flowers Valley, the matter of you killing an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate cannot be easily erased. If you can't say anything, don't blame this old man for being merciless." Although Zhang Jiantong's voice was stern, there was still a trace of helplessness. If Xiaohua's words were reasonable, then Huang Ri's death would be in vain. Humph! If this old man did not have any evidence or reason, why would I come to Yellow Flower Ridge to look for you? Xiaohua also sneered. This old man is afraid that this matter will be spread and I will lose face. "Oh, Senior." Yu Tsong smiled and said, "Since Senior is not willing to give your name, then tell me the matter. If the 100 Herbs Gate is wrong, Junior can make the decision and ask my father-in-law to give Senior a certain amount of compensation to quench Senior's anger." Xiaohua nodded slightly, seemingly hesitant. With a wave of his hand, the true Samadhi fire on the formation disappeared and said, "I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult. However, this old man will still explain the matter. Otherwise, you will think this old man is unreasonable. Senior, please speak." Yu Tsong pretended to be gentle. Does your 100 Herbs Gate have a person called Xiao Xinrui?" Xiaohua nodded and said, "She seems to be the dual cultivation partner of Sect Master Zhang's beloved son." Chapter 22:15. Oh! Yu Tsong was surprised. He looked at Zhang Jiantong and nodded. "There is indeed this female cultivator. She is my wife's sister-in-law. May I know why fellow Taoist is looking for her?" "Humph!" Xiaohua sneered. "Of course I'm looking for her. Since there is such a woman, Why don't you quickly call her out? Fellow Taoist, you're so strange. Jiang Jiantong looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Xiao Xinrui is a female member of my 100 Herbs Gate. If you don't explain the matter clearly, how can I let you see her? You are indeed jackals of the same tribe. Xiao Hua was angry, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew up again. Senior, don't be anxious. Senior, don't be anxious. Yutsong naturally cupped his hands and said, Senior, please explain clearly why you want to see Xiao Xinrui. Otherwise, it will make things difficult for us. Humph, you're making things difficult for us? Xiao Hua looked angry. I've lost all my face. I asked around for a long time before I found out that this slut is a female cultivator from Yellow Flower Ridge. That's why I hurried over. Sai Senior, can't you just say it directly? In any case, I don't know who you are. Yutsong smiled bitterly. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Did Xiao Xinrui obtain a spirit accumulation talisman from Chiua City? Ah, yes. Yutsong glanced at Jiang Jiantong. The two of them exchanged glances, and Yutsong nodded. Yes, that spirit accumulation talisman was something I obtained from my sect for my disciple. That slut actually used such a method to cheat this old man out of his hands. Not only did this old man lose face, but his disciple's cultivation was also delayed because of this. Tell me, how can this old man not look for her? Xiao Hua said with some hesitation. But, Yutsong said curiously, Xiao Xinrui didn't say that. Moreover, with Senior's cultivation, how could she trick you? Shut up. Do you still need me to say this? Xiao Hua said angrily. How could this slut tell you the truth in front of you? Call this slut out, this old man. Xiao Hua hesitated again, as if he was hesitating because of 10,000 Flower Valley's involvement. I see. Yutsong sighed and said, Senior, you can't get the spirit-accumulating talisman from your sect anymore, which will delay your disciple's foundation establishment. It's really, alas, how should I put it? Only Senior and Xiao Xinrui know about this. Junior can't judge anything from Senior's words. Then call that bitch out. I'll ask her face to face. Xiao Hua said furiously. I'll say it again. Do you think you can meet the women of my 100 Herbs Gate just because you want to? Jiang Jiantong sneered. What you did was disgraceful. But it's also your own fault. There's no reason to blame my 100 Herbs Gate. Fellow Taoist, please go back. Ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a tap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal flew back into his hand. He said, The 100 Herbs Gate is actually so protective of their own. Then this old man doesn't care too much. This old man just wants to confront Xiao Xinrui face to face and see if this bitch is the one who deceived this old man that day. I want her to give this old man an explanation. Since sect leader Jiang wants to do this, then this old man will give up his face. Just you wait. This old man can't shake your 100 Herbs Gate alone. But this old man and his fellow disciples don't believe that we can't kill all of your 100 Herbs Gate. Then he cupped his hands towards Yutsong and said, Fellow Taoist your 10,000 Flowers Valley's face ends here. When this old man comes again, I hope you won't appear here. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure flew up, and he actually wanted to go far away. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to leave without saying anything, Jiang Jiantong hurriedly gave Yutsong a look. Yutsong hesitated again. He understood that Jiang Jiantong wanted him to keep Xiao Hua here, but the purpose of keeping Xiao Hua here was definitely to hand over Xiao Xinrui. He had schemed for so long. Wasn't it just to get Xiao Xinrui? Xiao Xinrui had fallen into the hands of this unknown cultivator, and from his tone, he definitely wouldn't let her live. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? However, if he didn't stop Xiao Hua, he would definitely not give up after hearing Xiao Hua's words. This guy was already so powerful. If he called a few more fellow disciples and found a few more helpers, even if the 100 Herbs Gate wasn't destroyed, its blood and qi would be greatly damaged. Fellow Taoist, wait. Yutsong hesitated, but Jiang Jiantong couldn't hesitate. He hurriedly called out. Oh, sect leader Jiang, what? You still don't want this old man to leave? Xiao Hua stopped in the air and said coldly, This old man wants to see what means sect leader Jiang has to keep this old man here. Of course not. Jiang Jiantong smiled unusually brightly and cupped his hands, saying, Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. What's there to misunderstand? Although Xiao Hua's voice was changed by the confusion, it was still full of doubts. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he said, Could it be? Sect leader Jiang. That's right. Jiang Jiantong said loudly, Xiao Xinrui was naturally the daughter-in-law of my 100 Herbs Gate. No matter where you come from, even if the sect leader of the magnificent sect came in person, this old man wouldn't call her out, even if she did something wrong. What about now? Xiaohua's heart sank, and he said anxiously. Now. Zhang Jiantong glanced at Yu Tsong, whose expression had changed, and said coldly, Xiao Xinrui is no longer the daughter-in-law of my 100 Herbs Gate. She's cut off all ties with my 100 Herbs Gate, so this old man naturally has no intention of protecting her. Even if fellow Daoists didn't come today, this old man would have driven her out of 100 Herbs Gate. Ha 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 ha, Xiaohua laughed heartily. He was really happy. His whole body swayed in the air, and he said with a smile, if that's the case, then hurry up and hand that bitch over. This old man still wanted to confront that bitch, but now you've saved me the trouble. Sect leader Zhang's righteousness. This poor Daoist appreciates it. In the future, if there's a chance, I'll repay you well. No need. Zhang Jiantong cupped his hands and said, this old man has always convinced people with reason, and I'll correct any mistakes. Since Xiao Xinrui offended fellow Daoist many years ago, and she's no longer related to my 100 Herbs Gate, I'll naturally hand her over to fellow Daoist to deal with. Then Zhang Jiantong clapped his hands and sent out a message talisman. Fellow Daoist, Zhang Jiantong waited for the message talisman to be sent out, then smiled apologetically and said, since the matter has been clarified, everything was done by that bitch, Xiao Xinrui, and it has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs Gate. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to hide your identity, right? If possible, my 100 Herbs Gate is very willing to form a good relationship with you. Fellow Daoist, please come to my 100 Herbs Gate's Yellow Flower Ridge for a chat. Haha, of course. Xiaohua laughed. Since Xiao Xinrui is no longer related to your 100 Herbs Gate, I can rest assured. When Xiao Xinrui comes out, I will naturally give sect leader Jiang an explanation. Don't worry, sect leader Jiang, you're such a righteous person. How can I not give sect leader Jiang a pleasant surprise? Chapter 22:16. Haha. Zhang Jiantong stroked his beard, thinking how lucky he was. Fortunately, he drove Xiao Xinrui out of 100 Herbs Gate today. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. Xiaohua's background was unknown, and his cultivation level was so high. Needless to say, he had a background, so it would be really unwise for 100 Herbs Gate to become enemies. A moment later, just as Xiaohua's heart was burning with anxiety, fearing that an accident might happen, two female cultivators appeared from within the formation. One of them was Zhang Yan, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the other one who was grabbed by the neck by Zhang Yan was Xiao Xinrui, who was covered in blood and had her cultivation completely destroyed. At this time, not only was Xiao Xinrui's body covered in blood, but her Taoist robe was also covered in mud and dust. She looked no different from a beggar. Mas! Xiaohua's heart trembled, and the whole world in front of him shook as if it had been turned upside down. Who? Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and his gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a direction. There was a throbbing in that place just now, and then it disappeared without a trace. There was no abnormality, and it was the same as Xiaohua's perception at the beginning. Yes, it should be Zhang Jiantong's secret move. Xiaohua understood, but he didn't remind him. He knew that this was a secret move that Zhang Jiantong had set up to prevent him. However, Xiaohua's most important goal at this time was to capture Xiao Xinrui. As for the rest, even if it was to kill Zhang Jiantong, destroying 100 Herbs Gate was a small matter. Yener. Zhang Jiantong saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. He scolded in a low voice, "What's going on? When father left, didn't you say not to do anything?" Haha, father. Zhang Yan chuckled. Didn't this bitch want to destroy her cultivation and stay in 100 Herbs Gate? Your daughter just followed her wishes. What's wrong with that? Zhang Jiantong naturally knew what Zhang Yan was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. He turned around and said, "Fellow Daoist, Xiao Xinrui made some fatal mistakes. In order to stay in my 100 Herbs Gate, she promised to destroy her cultivation. Now she's a secular person. However, I have already promised fellow Daoists that I'll give it to you. This way, I'm afraid you'll save a lot of trouble. MN sect leader Jiang, and Jiang family's young miss, you truly make this poor Daoist happy. You've truly exceeded this poor Daoist's expectations." Xiaohua laughed from extreme anger. "Quickly hand this slut over to this poor Daoist, so this poor Taoist can give you an explanation. Zhang Jiantong was not in a hurry to hand over the person. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xinrui and said with a smile, Xiao Xinrui, it's not that this old man is not merciless. It's not that this old man doesn't keep his word, but that you've sinned in the past. Now retribution has come. This old man has no choice but to hand you over. I can't let you stay in my 100 Herbs Gate. Sect leader Jiang, Xiao Xinrui said sadly, I really don't understand what sin I've committed. I only wanted to stay by my own boy's side. Now, I'm just short of ruining my face. Why are you going back on your words? Humph. Zhang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Hua and said coldly, you should ask this fellow Taoist. You took away someone else's divine accumulation talisman and successfully built your foundation. Your strength is also higher than that of ordinary cultivators. However, when you cheated that day, you didn't think that even though you've built your foundation, you're doomed to destruction for doing evil. Now retribution has come. Destroying your own cultivation base is also karma, isn't it? What? I cheated someone else's divine accumulation talisman? Xiao Xinrui looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and said pitifully, Senior, when did I ever cheat you of your divine accumulation talisman? Who are you, Senior? I got this divine accumulation talisman from a strange person. I didn't cheat it from someone else. But then, Xiao Xinrui seemed to realize something. She looked at Zhang Jiantong and said angrily, Sect leader Jiang, could this be your doing? If you wanted to drive me away, that's fine. But why did you go back on your words after my cultivation was destroyed? Now that you don't want me to be with Zhang Luer, you should kill me. Enough. Zhang Jiantong didn't want to explain anything to Xiao Xinrui, nor did he want to blame his daughter. He waved his hand and said, Zhang Yi, hand this slut over to this senior. Wait. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said with a cold smile, Senior, you killed an elder of our 100 Herbs Gate and captured our young madam. Our 100 Herbs Gate seems to be very lenient towards you. Can't you tell us the truth and let us know who you are? Why did you let our 100 Herbs Gate suffer like this? Senior, don't you think you should give us an explanation? Zhang Yi, who was from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, dared to question Xiao Hua. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was Zhang Jiantong's order. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and said, Why would I let you know who I am? Since this slut has ended up like this, I'm already happy in my heart. Since you don't want to hand this slut over, let her stay here. I don't want her anymore. As he spoke, Xiao Hua turned around and seemed to intend to fly away. However, right at the instant he turned around, the soaring WIRM shears that had always been sitting cross-legged around him suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance, and it tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Zhang Yi screamed. The soaring dragon shears cut off Zhang Yi's right hand without any delay. Zhang Yi's protective yellow talisman didn't have any effect at all. Immediately after, Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape and rushed towards Xiao Xinrui. What are you doing? Yutsong saw Xiao Hua's action and saw Zhang Yi's right hand fall off. He panicked and suddenly realized that Xiao Hua's target was Xiao Xinrui. He unconsciously waved his hand and threw a fireball talisman at Xiao Xinrui. You dare! Xiao Hua's speed was still not enough. He pushed his magic power without regard for his life, and the bright thunder escape technique instantly surpassed its limit. Rumble! With just half a thunderous sound, Xiao Hua broke through the sound barrier, and a series of explosions rang out. Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique broke through to the realm of controlling lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua rushed to Xiao Xinrui's side. He flung his Taoist robe, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Xiao Xinrui. The fireball hit the light around Xiao Xinrui and couldn't penetrate it at all. Evil thief! Seeing Zhang Yi's screams and her broken arm, Zhang Jiantong also woke up. He roared in anger and had the same idea as Yukong. He waved his hand, and the spiritual power in his body surged. A big palm print grabbed Xiao Xinrui, who had already been captured. Zhang Jiantong thought that his move would definitely break through Xiao Hua's spell and turn Xiao Xinrui into minced meat. After all, Xiao Hua's strength was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Who knew that with a pung sound, the palm fell on the light around Xiao Xinrui and was smashed into pieces. It seemed that it couldn't stop Xiao Xinrui's flying figure. Xiao Hua only wanted to save Xiao Xinrui and didn't have the mind to tangle with Zhang Jiantong and the others. Seeing Xiao Xinrui fly closer, He grabbed her waist and turned around to fly back to the place where he was just a few dozen feet away from 100 Herb's Gate. Seeing Xiao Hua's flying technique, Yutsong suddenly woke up and immediately thought of Xiao Hua from Weeping Moon City. He anxiously said, "A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can't bully me in front of my 100 Herb's Gate." Hearing that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Zhang Jiantong's face changed greatly. 400 Herb's Gate, the Imperial Thunder Sect was no less than a colossus, far from what he could afford to offend. Jiang Yi's hand and Huang Ri's death. I'm afraid there won't be any explanation. What puzzled Zhang Jiantong the most was why Xiao Hua had to capture Xiao Xinrui. But at this moment Xiao Hua, who had turned around, suddenly pointed his finger. The Tengjiao scissors, which had already flown into the air, slid down again and rushed towards Jiang Yi's neck. Before the Tengjiao scissors could fall, an extremely fierce murderous aura enveloped Jiang Yi. The murderous aura scared Jiang Yi, who almost fainted from the pain, and he shouted, "Father, save me." Zhang Jiantong originally wanted to use the Medicine King Cauldron, but when he saw that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, he stopped and hesitated to ask. At this time, seeing that Jiang Yi's life was in danger, he didn't dare to hesitate. The Medicine King Cauldron emitted a bronze brilliance and blocked Xiao Hua's Tengjiao scissors. He roared angrily, "Who dares to hurt my boy?" Looking at Yutsong again, he also hesitated for a moment. He also activated his magical instrument, and several peach blossoms spun and rushed towards Xiao Hua. "Kill!" Xiao Hua roared, showing no mercy. A golden light flashed, and it was the Medicine King Cauldron. Dang! With a loud sound, golden light splashed on the Medicine King Cauldron, and a very obvious mark was left on it. The Tengjiao scissors were also knocked to the side. Hiss! This Medicine King Cauldron was Zhang Jiantong's magical instrument, and it was not weaker than ordinary magical instruments. At this time, seeing that Xiao Hua actually injured the Medicine King Cauldron effortlessly, he was distressed and shocked. He was once again sure that Xiao Hua's cultivation was definitely not lower than the late stage of foundation establishment. However, what made him even more frightened was still behind. He had just sucked in a breath of cold air when Xiao Hua, whose magical instrument was knocked away, unexpectedly did not retreat, but instead flew towards him. How fast was Xiao Hua at this time? Zhang Jiantong's eyes had just become filled with shock, and Xiao Hua had already flown to within one zhang. However, when Xiao Hua opened his mouth, a green and red brilliance flashed, and a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart was born, as if this brilliance was the end of his life. Flying sword. After all, Zhang Jiantong was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he forcibly broke free from the boundless karma on the execution dream. With a wave of his hand, his defensive magical power was about to block the execution dream. Just as he activated his magical power, suddenly, there was a piercing pain in his divine sense, as if an awl had pierced into his body. Ah! Zhang Jiantong involuntarily cried out. How could he still use that technique? Woo! With a sound, the execution dream instantly flew to Zhang Jiantong's throat, and with a burst of light, the flying sword pierced Zhang Jiantong's throat. The moment the execution dream pierced Zhang Jiantong's throat, Zhang Jiantong's body suddenly swayed, and he actually strangely rose a little. The execution dream actually did not pierce his throat, but instead pierced under his throat, where the shoulder blade was. Ha ha ha, Yutsong, you really have good eyesight. When Xiao Hua saw that the execution dream had succeeded, he did not dare to see if he had pierced Zhang Jiantong's vital parts, nor was he in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he turned around and flew away from the scene. He laughed loudly as he removed the mystic insect, and shouted loudly, "Fuck you, look who I am." Chapter 22:17. Ah? Xiao Hua? When Zhang Jiantong saw Xiao Hua's slender figure, 2 slender eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes, he couldn't help but cover his wounds with his hands and cry out in surprise. That's right, Xiao Hua, you still remember me. Xiao Hua laughed. Since you know it's me, you must know why I'm here. Isn't it normal for me to kill you? Little junior brother, is it really you? Xiao Xinrui's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked up at the familiar face and felt a little dizzy. That's right, senior sister, it's me. Xiao Hua said warmly, since I'm here, you can rest assured. Not to mention your injuries, even with your cultivation, I'm sure I can heal you. Just wait for me to kill this bastard who killed me, Shang Huaming, and chase away all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Then I, Shang Huaming, will be able to return Yellow Blossom Ridge to myself." Then Xiaohua raised his voice. "Xiaohua, you've been plotting to kill me for decades. I've been thinking about this all the time. I've been thinking about avenging my master, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother. Previously, I still had some merciful thoughts. Since senior sister endured humiliation in 100 Herbs Gate, if she had any feelings for me, it would really make things difficult for me. But now, it seems that I've been thinking too much. Since you know the way of karma, I don't need to say more. That was just a warning. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Come forward obediently, and let yours truly kill you. I can also consider whether to release the 100 Herbs Gate's disciples. I'll let your 100 Herbs Gate have a chance to live, or I'll kill all your disciples today." You. Jiang Jintong's expression changed greatly. He knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was not much inferior to his, but he still argued. "Shameless junior. Back then, I let you live, but now you're biting back like a wolf. You were able to leave Yellow Flower Ridge safely and cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment. At that time, you were thinking of my kindness. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" "Ha ha," Xiaohua laughed even more wildly. He looked sideways at Xiao Xinrui and said, "How could I not know how I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge that day? If it weren't for my senior sister enduring humiliation and cleverly dealing with him, how could I have escaped from Zhang Fan's hands? Look at my senior sister today. She was actually humiliated to such an extent by all of you. How can this young master show mercy to your 100 Herbs Gate? Furthermore, how could this young master forget the enmity of having his sect annihilated? Today is the day that I, Shang Huaming, am reborn, and also the day that your 100 Herbs Gate is destroyed. Little junior brother, don't try to be brave. I'm afraid your cultivation isn't as high as Jiang Jintong's. If you can take senior sister away, then leave now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future." Xiao Xinrui had lost her cultivation, so she didn't know what Xiaohua's cultivation was like. However, she knew what Xiaohua's cultivation was like back then. In her heart, Xiaohua's cultivation was definitely not higher than hers. The battle just now was like a white horse galloping through a crack. How would she know? "Hee, senior sister. I'm afraid you've forgotten about the divine accumulation talisman, haven't you?" Xiaohua looked at Xiao Xinrui's pale face and said with heartache. However, his attention was still focused on the place where there was some movement just now. He was afraid that Jiang Jintong would suddenly attack. "Ah, that cultivator was you?" Xiao Xinrui suddenly understood why Xiaohua had mentioned the divine accumulation talisman just now. Unconsciously, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes, and the gratification in her eyes was more than the surprise. Family members were family members, and others couldn't compare to them. In their hearts, there was only gratification and happiness. Any surprise was secondary. "Xiaohua." Jiang Jintong glanced at Xiao Xinrui and said solemnly, "I've already told you the truth about Xiao Xinrui. She made a mistake first. It's my right to punish her. If you want to kill me because of this, I won't make things too difficult for you. After all, you don't know much. It's understandable that you did it for your senior sister. You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate, injured this old man's daughter, and even injured this old man. This is the price I have to pay for destroying Xiao Xinrui's cultivation. However, this is my bottom line. As for killing Shang Huaming, to tell you the truth, I don't know. If you hate my 100 Herbs Gate because of this, it's your fault." Ha ha ha, Xiaohua looked at the already injured Jiang Jintong. He had a card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid of wasting time. He looked around and saw the several early foundation building elders of 100 Herbs Gate, as well as Yu Tsong, whose face showed fear. He laughed and said, "Who doesn't know how to explain themselves? If it wasn't your 100 Herbs Gate who killed me, Shang Huaming, in order to seize my foundation, you killed my master and 2 senior brothers. You forced my master's only daughter to marry your 100 Herbs Gate's young master, so that you could seize my reputation. Now that you saw that my senior sister was useless, you immediately wanted to kill her. But you were afraid that the news would spread and ruin your reputation, so you fabricated some groundless charges to impose on her. Not only did you want to drive her out of Yellow Flower Ridge, but you also destroyed her cultivation. Do you think I can't see through such a sinister act? Forget it. I've already said what I need to say. Why should I dawdle with you?" Xiaohua pointed at the soaring dragon scissors. The scissors once again emitted a golden brilliance, restless. Xiaohua, you're really wrong. At this point, Zhang Jiantong knew that it was useless to defend himself, but he still didn't want the crime of killing Shang Huaming to fall on his head. I really only wanted to marry Shang Huaming. Later on, I occupied Yellow Flower Ridge because I saw that Shang Huaming wasn't killed. Say no more. Xiaohua was too lazy to say more and was about to activate his magic power. Xiaohua, don't forget. Zhang Jiantong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, I'm not afraid of you. You have to think about Shang Huaming's mountain-protecting flood dragon. How could my 100 Herbs Gate kill it? Xiaohua hesitated slightly, looked at a place not far away, and sneered. You don't have the ability, but that doesn't mean you can't ask for help. Now that things have come to this, why bother explaining? Let me send you to your death. Humph, Zhang Jiantong sneered and released the hand that was covering his wound. The bloody hole from before was gradually closing up. This old man has already made it clear to you. If you insist on fighting, do you think this old man will be afraid of you? Yu Tsong, attack Xiao Xinrui. I want to see how many hands Xiaohua has. Wu, after Zhang Jiantong finished giving the order, he activated the magic power in his body. Zhang Jiantong let out a long howl, and his body swelled like a balloon. His figure gradually stretched, and his aura gradually increased. He actually had the strength close to the golden core stage. Haha, how interesting. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of him and said with a smile, what kind of cultivation method is this? Chapter 22:18. Junior brother. Xiao Xinrui said anxiously, this is my secret technique. It's something that father couldn't cultivate successfully. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Don't be afraid. Xiaohua said with a smile, when I kill him, I'll take back all my techniques. Junior brother, you can't kill him. Xiao Xinrui suddenly said. What? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Xiao Xinrui in disbelief. Why? Xiao Xinrui said in a low voice, like you, I've always suspected that the 100 Herbs sect was behind this. But from Zhang Fanha's observations over the past few decades, I'm afraid that the 100 Herbs sect really has nothing to do with the extermination of my sect. And the most important thing is that Zhang Jiantong is Zhang Luer's grandfather. I don't want Zhang Luer to hate his mother. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. Looking at Zhang Jiantong and Yu Tsong, he was really unwilling, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Xinrui, so he hesitated and said, Senior sister, now that you've become like this, should we just let it go? Little brother is truly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Xinrui nodded and said, Junior brother is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you don't have to fear the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Then kill Yu Tsong. This thief is really hateful. Okay. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Also, if possible, take Zhang Luer away from Yellow Flower Ridge. I don't want to leave Zhang Luer here. Xiao Xinrui said again. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and said, Senior sister, stay by my side. Let's see how I'll vent your anger for you. After saying that, Xiaohua looked at Zhang Jiantong. At this time, Zhang Jiantong was about 3 meters tall, like a demon god. His body flashed with a light green brilliance, which seemed to be a kind of defense. Xiaohua, if you had directly killed me just now, I might have really died in your hands. But you actually gave me time to breathe. That's a big mistake. Zhang Jiantong smiled proudly. I'll show you Shang Huaming's unique skill and let you die on Yellow Flower Ridge. With that, Zhang Jiantong's figure swayed and flew toward Xiaohua. Humph, that's all you got. Xiaohua smiled faintly. His shoulders shook, and with a loud cry, the Phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. It flapped its wings that were several meters long and flew towards Zhang Jiantong. Phoenix Dharma body? Haha, so you're also a disciple of an aristocratic family. Zhang Jiantong laughed heartily. Before he could stop laughing, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the embodiment like a meteor. Ka-cha-cha! A thunderous sound rang out. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared between the claws of the Phoenix Dharma body, and it swiftly struck at Zhang Jiantong's fist. At the same time, the Phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dark clouds began to cover Yellow Flower Ridge. Thunder and lightning could be heard from the clouds. Wasn't it the thunder summoning technique that the Thunder Beast Dharma body displayed when Shue was building her foundation? Pa, the lightning struck Zhang Jiantong, and the purplish-red lightning destroyed the light green brilliance, smashing Zhang Jiantong's fist into pieces. Zhang Jiantong was in pain and was sent flying backward. His body had shrunk somewhat. Isn't it too late to leave now? Xiaohua sneered. The phoenix Dharma body stirred again, and another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking at Zhang Jiantong. What kind of cultivator is this? The 100 Herbs sect disciples present were all stunned. Lai Hong, who originally wanted to save Zhang Jiantong, didn't even dare to extend his hand. Zhang Jiantong's strength was already close to the Golden Core realm, but he wasn't a match for Xiaohua's thunder-controlling technique. If he went up, wouldn't he be courting death? Looking at Yutsong again, he had already used his Peach Blossom Dharma artifact. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't care about him and was attacking Zhang Jiantong ferociously, he was secretly delighted. He hurriedly protected himself and secretly thought about how to escape. But just as the Phoenix Dharma body summoned the heavenly lightning to kill Zhang Jiantong, Yutsong suddenly saw Xiaohua, who was facing him from the side, suddenly turn his head and grin at him. He was shocked. But just as he thought of using his Dharma power again, he felt pain in his divine sense, and his Dharma power dissipated. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors slashed down from the sky, splitting all the peach blossoms into two. Yutsong's physical body was also split into two. However, despite the sharpness of the soaring WIRM scissors, Yutsong's body merely fell flat without any abnormalities. It was only when Xiaohua waved his hand and picked up Yutsong's storage bag that the two pieces of the corpse were separated. Husband. Jiang Hong had already taken an elixir, and the bleeding on her right hand had stopped. Seeing that Yutsong was killed, she couldn't help but shout. Xiaohua squinted at Jiang Hong. He knew that Xiao Xinrui wouldn't let him kill this woman, so he couldn't be bothered with her. The heavenly lightning summoned by the Phoenix Dharma body fell like raindrops, striking Zhang Jiantong into the air. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he could no longer maintain his previous power. Not only was he beaten back to his original state, but he was also severely injured. Senior Xiao, please spare my life. Zhang Fan's voice came. He was the young master of the 100 Herbs sect. With such a big commotion in front of Yellow Flower Ridge, it was impossible for him not to come out. Seeing that Zhang Jiantong was severely injured, he hurriedly explained, Yu Shang Huaming's annihilation has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs sect. Please forgive us, Senior Xiao. We will immediately withdraw from Yellow Flower Ridge and return it to you, Senior Xiao. Where is Zhang Luer? Xiaohua said coldly. Bring him out. Yes, Zhang Luer is here. Zhang Fan turned around and said to a disciple of the 100 Herbs sect, quickly bring Zhang Luer over. Yes. The female disciple who was carrying Zhang Luer responded. She hurriedly activated the flying charm and flew toward Xiaohua, trembling with fear. But at this moment Zhang Hong, who was not far away, suddenly moved. Her remaining hand grabbed at Zhang Luer like a claw, and she said fiercely, Xiao Xinrui, you killed my husband. I will kill your son. Luer. Xiao Xinrui was shocked. Humph. Xiaohua sneered. He opened his mouth, and the dream-killing flying sword was about to fly out. However, Xiaohua frowned again. Xiaohua was confident that he could cut off Zhang Hong's other hand before she could touch Zhang Luer. However, he couldn't kill Zhang Hong because he was afraid that Zhang Hong would hurt Zhang Luer. Idiot! You are too soft-hearted again. A voice that Xiaohua was very familiar with rang out. Then, a black flame suddenly appeared on top of Zhang Hong's head and enveloped her. Zhang Hong only had time to scream. Her whole body was surrounded by the black flame, and in a moment, she was burned to ashes. Zhang Qingxiao? Sect leader Zhang? Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the source of the voice. He said curiously, You are really everywhere. Last time, I spared your life, but you didn't repent and still showed up in front of me. What are you doing here today? I don't need you to help me. Ha ha ha. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have hurt my nephew? Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face gradually appeared in midair. There was joy and heartache on his face. Nephew? Xiaohua was surprised. He pointed at Zhang Luer and said, How did he become your nephew? He is obviously the child of my senior sister. Qingxiao? You are Qingxiao? Xiao Xinrui didn't care who it was. She only trembled slightly when she heard Zhang Qingxiao's name. However, it wasn't until she took Zhang Luer from the terrified 100 Herbs Gate disciples that she turned to look at the handsome Zhang Qingxiao with an incredulous gaze. Senior sister, forget it. Second senior brother isn't so handsome. Xiaohua curled his lips. He had a kind of expectation in his heart. He knew that he could change his appearance. As the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect, how could Zhang Qingxiao not change his appearance? But the problem was, how did his eccentric second senior brother, who had already been killed, become the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect? Although his cultivation wasn't frighteningly high, his secret techniques were endless, far beyond his expectations. Speak. How did my senior sister's child become your nephew? Xiaohua scolded Zhang Qingxiao. Damn it, how do you call Zhang Lu? Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of strangeness as he scolded again. This. Xiaohua scratched his head and whispered, Senior sister, how should I call Zhang Lu? Pfft. Xiao Xinrui finally smiled today. She lovingly looked at Zhang Lu, who was in her arms, and said, You naturally have to call him nephew. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua's face was slightly embarrassed, but he raised his eyebrows and said, Sect leader Zhang, this nephew is exclusive to me. My senior brother and second senior brother both died. Don't claim to be relatives here for no reason. I don't have a full moon banquet for you to drink. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't recognize him, Zhang Qingxiao was flustered and exasperated. He pointed his finger and said, Damn it, I'm not dead yet. Being cursed by you like this, I'm afraid I'll lose a few more years of my life. Xiaohua's heart warmed. His eyes were somewhat blurry, but he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, there were too many unfathomable methods on Xiyu continent. Who knew if this Zhang Qingxiao was the same Zhang Qingxiao? You should let me see what my second senior brother looks like. Your captivating appearance is not my second senior brother's skin. Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on Zhang Qingxiao, but his magic power was surging. Motherfucker, I'm handsome to begin with. Now I'm even more charming. How can a beautiful appearance be so good? Zhang Qingxiao smugly touched her own face. Her expression was exactly the same as Zhang Qingxiao's from before. Then, Zhang Qingxiao's face gradually changed. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's face that was so familiar to him that it was as if it was engraved in his mind, Xiaohua couldn't help but tear up. He knew in his heart that Zhang Qingxiao was just a minor character in Shanghuaming, and Shanghuaming was a small and unknown sect on the Dawn Rain continent. It was impossible for the sect master of a sect like the Heavenly Demon Sect to know of Zhang Qingxiao. In particular, Heavenly Demon Sect rose after Zhang Qingxiao's death. Even if this Zhang Qingxiao was different from the previous Zhang Qingxiao, there must be a connection. Senior sister, do you think this guy is second senior brother? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Yes or no, what's the difference? Xiao Xinrui's eyes were also happy. I'm now a cripple. I only have Zhang Lu to rely on. What can others covet? Chapter 2219. Good. Xiaohua nodded and said to Zhang Qingxiao, Since senior sister has temporarily agreed, then I won't doubt you. However, I'm going to leave with senior sister. Do you want to follow? Do you want to explain to me why you were so ruthless to me? Oh. Damn it, you said I was ruthless. Zhang Qingxiao stomped his feet. I almost died in your hands last time. You still want to explain to me? You didn't die, did you? Xiaohua smiled sinisterly. Wait until you're dead. With that, Xiaohua grabbed Xiao Xinrui and flew away. But Zhang Qingxiao stood there quietly, not moving an inch. Oh, you're not coming? Xiaohua asked curiously. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the distance. He smiled and said, This Yellow Flower Ridge is my territory. The people of 100 Herbs Gate should leave. They've occupied the nest for so many years. It's time for them to scram. But senior sister has some difficulties. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Senior sister doesn't allow us to fight. Ha. Zhang Qingxiao clapped his hand and grabbed the blood-red flag. He smiled and said, I'm Shang Huaming's second disciple and your second senior brother. I'm the leader here. I'm the one who's right. With that, the small flag in his hand shook. A gust of wind and clouds surged. Dozens of pitch-black lights flashed and attacked the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the air. Qingxiao, stop. They're all Zhang Luer's relatives. Xiao Xinrui was shocked, but how could Zhang Qingxiao listen? He could have met Xiao Xinrui long ago, but seeing that Xiao Xinrui was happy in 100 Herbs Gate and that Zhang Fan treated her sincerely, he also knew that 100 Herbs Gate was not the culprit who killed Shang Huaming, so he didn't bother to interfere. So he sent a disciple to sneak into 100 Herbs Gate and report all the abnormalities to him. When something happened to Xiao Xinrui, The disciple had already sent a message, and Zhang Qingshao also rushed over immediately. He had concealed himself at the side and witnessed everything that Xiaohua had done. He knew that Xiaohua had actually come to avenge him, his eldest senior brother, and his master. Naturally, his suspicions towards Xiaohua had been completely dispelled. However, when he saw Xiao Xinrui in such a miserable state, no matter how profound his cultivation was, he still revealed his killing intent. Only then did Xiaohua discover it again. Now Xiao Xinrui actually asked him to hold back. How could he listen to Xiao Xinrui? He didn't care about Jiang Luer's relatives. It had nothing to do with Xiao Xinrui or Shang Huaming. The people of Hundred Herbs Gate were in trouble. Previously, he had seen Xiaohua's bravery and invincibility, easily injuring Jiang Jiantong. He was already trembling with fear. But who would have thought that the most vicious and merciless was yet to come? The sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, whose reputation had already spread far and wide, was actually Shang Huaming's Zhang Qingshao. A single demonic flame had turned Jiang'an into ashes. Jiang'an was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The only thing left for everyone was their guts being torn apart. Just now, when they heard Xiaohua's words, they knew that he was worried about Xiao Xinrui's thoughts. But just as this joy was born, the demonic flame, which was as arrogant as a gust of wind, fell from the sky, accompanied by Zhang Qingxiao's incomparable anger. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly used their magical powers, yellow talismans, and magic arts, trying to escape. Unfortunately, they were no match for Xiaohua, and it was even more difficult for them to enter Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. Together with the seriously injured Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan, they were all killed by Zhang Qingxiao without much resistance. Seeing the regret and horror on Jiang Fan's face, Xiao Xinrui was also very anxious. After all, he was Jiang Luer's biological father. She didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Luer when she grew up. However, just as Jiang Fan's body was ignited by the black flame, and he was turned into ashes with a few painful screams, Xiao Xinrui's heart suddenly relaxed, as if all the heavy burden and oppression had disappeared in an instant. Alas! A trace of helplessness flashed in Xiaohua's eyes, and he thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? The Hundred Herbs Gate schemed against me, Shang Huaming, and only occupied Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more decades. Their sphere of influence has increased a lot, but now? They have all fallen into my hands again. The Hundred Herbs Gate. I'm afraid it will cease to exist from now on. Go! Kill all the disciples of the Hundred Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingshao ordered in a low voice after killing Jiang Jiantong and the others. The several cultivators at the middle stage of Foundation establishment who had received the order later all bowed and said, "We understand." Qingshao. Xiao Xinrui said anxiously, "The ordinary disciples of the Hundred Herbs Gate don't deserve to die. Let them live." Humph, how dare they trample on my Yellow Flower Ridge? These disciples deserve to die. Zhang Qingshao was unmoved and ordered again, "Kill all the disciples of the Hundred Herbs Gate on Medicine Nong Peak." Yes. Qingshao. Xiao Xinrui said anxiously, "I know you have great power now and can decide the life and death of thousands of people with a word. But you can't abuse it like this. The disciples of the Hundred Herbs Gate on Medicine Nong Peak are innocent. You can't kill all of them." Humph, I didn't intend to destroy the Hundred Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingshao looked at Xiao Xinrui and said, "However, since the Hundred Herbs Gate dared to torture junior sister like this, I won't be able to calm my anger if I don't kill all of them. Besides, if I want to kill, I have to kill to the end. If you dilly-dally like junior brother, who knows what the remnants of the Hundred Herbs Gate will do in the future? It won't be good for junior sister or Jiang Luer." Then, Zhang Qingshao looked up at the bleeding Yellow Flower Ridge and said coldly, "The world can betray me, Zhang Qingshao, and my Heavenly Demon Sect. But they can't betray my junior sister, my senior brother, my master, and Shang Huaming. Those who hurt my loved ones, even if they are thousands of miles away, I will kill them all." Sigh. Xiaohua knew that what Zhang Qingshao said was the truth, and what he did was very satisfying. But he always felt that he was ruthless, and compassion grew in his heart. And since Zhang Qingshao had made a move, he couldn't interfere. Forget it. If thousands of people do the same thing, I'm afraid there will be thousands of different ways. I'm afraid there will be thousands of thoughts. I have my own way of doing things. I have a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. I don't care about others. Xiaohua understood. I'm afraid that second senior brother's way of doing things is also clear of his heart and clear of his world. This is the only way. He is the heavenly demon sect leader, and I am not. That. Xiaohua, don't you feel tired standing in the air? After a while, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua and said, Junior sister, why don't you let me support you for a while? If it was the previous Zhang Qingxiao, Xiaohua wouldn't say a word. But now, Xiaohua really couldn't be at ease. Chapter 2220. Hold Luer for a while. Jiang Luer was already tired and had fallen asleep in Xiao Xinrui's arms. He didn't know that all his family members had been killed except for his mother. Xiao Xinrui's injuries hadn't healed, so she felt weak holding him. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips and flew over. She took Jiang Luer while Xiaohua was slightly on guard. Poor Luer. Xiao Xinrui looked at Zhang Qingxiao, who was not very familiar with holding the child and couldn't help but sigh. Half a day ago, his mother was about to be driven away, and he almost recognized someone else as his mother. Now his mother is safe, and his father and grandfather are gone. Tisk! Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Since he can pretend to be his mother, why can't he pretend to be his father and grandfather? Even if it's an aunt, we can find her again. Okay. Xiao Xinrui already understood Zhang Qingxiao's meaning. He showed his true identity in front of the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect and revealed his true identity. Jiang Luer was still young, and his memory was not clear. It was very easy to find a few cultivators to be his family members. Wasn't that Jiang Jiantong's plan? Anyway, his mother was still alive, so he had to confirm the truth himself. After a while, a disciple of the Heavenly Devil sect in the middle stage of Foundation establishment came back to report that all the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect in Yellow Flower Ridge had been killed. Well, have you cleaned it up? Zhang Qingxiao looked at the disciple and asked. Yes, sect master knows. There are no traces left, but please enter the mountain to take a look. Okay, you all go to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and ordered. Yes, once the disciple received the order, he turned around and flew away without hesitation. Let's go. Zhang Qingxiao landed in front of the fog with Jiang Luer in her arms and said with a smile, I haven't been back to Yellow Flower Ridge for many years. Now I'm going back with junior sister and junior brother. Please lead the way. Okay. Xiao Xinrui's eyes reddened. She thought of the scene when she, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao returned from the trade fair in Jinghua City. However, when she slapped her storage bag, her heart ached. She looked up and said, Second senior brother, I don't have any cultivation. I'm afraid I can't lead the way. You should do it, second senior brother. Hee, junior sister, don't panic. I have already sent people to Xuanyan School. It is said that Xuanyan School has the legendary heaven-mending pill. This pill should be able to repair your dantian. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and comforted Xiao Xinrui. TCH, Xiaohua said disdainfully, second senior brother, you're only thinking of going to Xuanyan School to look for some heaven-mend pill now? Don't you have any divine abilities or methods? Doesn't the heavenly demon sect claim to have everything? Damn you! Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, you came first, I was one step later than you. Why didn't you protect your junior sister? Even if I didn't scold you, you would still be so smug. What kind of thing is that heavenly mending pill? How could I possibly carry it around with me? Haha. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He handed it to Xiao Xinrui and said, Senior sister, look at you. Little brother already told you that cultivation is nothing. Little brother has a heaven-mending pill here. Senior sister, in a moment, find a time to take it. In a few days, your dantian will be restored. Ah, you really have a heaven-mending pill? Not to mention Xiao Xinrui, even Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. However, Zhang Qingxiao immediately came to his senses. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, Of course. I forgot that you know how to concoct pills. Back then, when Master taught me how to concoct pills, I noticed that you were abnormal. When Xiao Yuehong was mentioned, Zhang Qingxiao was a little sad. Yes, I do know how to concoct pills. This heaven-mending pill was also concocted by me. Xiaohua didn't hide it and answered frankly. Zhang Qingxiao reached out and took the jade bottle from Xiaohua. He opened it and looked. His face showed surprise, even a kind of shock. He glanced at Xiaohua, seemingly in disbelief. Xiaohua naturally knew Zhang Qingxiao's doubts. He waved his hand and said, Second senior brother, don't ask. I lost my memory. You asked too much. I don't know myself. Yes, I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and handed the jade bottle to Xiao Xinrui. He said, Junior sister, this pill is definitely a heaven-mending pill. Moreover, it is one of a kind in the Dawn Rain continent. It was concocted using ancient alchemy techniques. You only need to consume it, and you will recover your cultivation in less than 3 days. Moreover, your meridians and dantian will definitely be tougher than before. Your cultivation will increase in a matter of days. Thank you, junior brother. Xiao Xinrui was overjoyed. She took the jade bottle and said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand. Senior sister, don't thank me. If I had come a few days earlier, perhaps there wouldn't be so many things. Humph, of course. Zhang Qingxiao also scolded. Your cultivation was long enough to protect junior sister. Why didn't you come earlier? Alas, didn't I want to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect? My previous cultivation wasn't enough to eliminate Jiang Jiantong and the others, so I delayed until today. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. When I met you 3 years ago, you could already kill Jiang Jiantong. Zhang Qingxiao scolded. You only know how to show off in front of me. You didn't dare to come and exterminate the 100 Herbs sect. You're too cautious. Don't talk about me. Xiaohua retorted. You're in charge of the entire Heavenly Demon sect. Although I don't know what the Heavenly Demon sect is like now, it should be easy to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect, right? Zhang Qingxiao was so angry that the veins on his head bulged, but he had nothing to say. His feelings for Xiao Xinrui were different from Xiaohua's feelings for her. How could he easily disturb her happiness? Haha, since you're here now, it's not too late. Let's not talk about each other anymore. Xiao Xinrui advised. You two are still the same as before, quarreling whenever you meet. However, I'm afraid Qingxiao can't casually bully Xiaohua now. Haha, he wants to. Xiaohua bared his teeth. Only I care about it. Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes. Then Zhang Qingxiao asked again, By the way, do you still have the heavenly pill? Give me a few. Look, senior sister. You just said you won't bully me, but now you want to do the evil things of the past again. Xiaohua looked innocent, as if he was complaining to Xiao Xinrui, but his hands were not slow. He patted his storage bag and took out 4 more pills. If you don't give them to me, who else can you give them to? Zhang Qingxiao took them happily. It's better to give them to a family member than to others. You. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was even more greedy than Qian Diheng, Xiaohua was really speechless. Second senior brother. Xiao Xinrui said with a smile. Second senior brother, please open the restriction on my Shang Huaming. I also want to go home early. Okay. Hearing the words, I also want to go home early, Zhang Qingxiao's tears almost fell. This sentence awakened his memories that were difficult to erase. Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag, took out a jade tablet, and gently tapped it. A faint brilliance flashed, and a wave of magic power from the jade tablet shot into the fog. The fog seemed to be pushed aside by someone, and a passage flashed. Let's go, junior sister, junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao called out, and slowly flew in first. Her speed was no different from the 8th level of qi refinement. Xiaohua also slowly flew into the fog with Xiao Xinrui. When Xiaohua saw the welcome pavilion that had been repaired and looked even more luxurious, Xiaohua's heart also ached. People often said that people were different. Wasn't that true? Moreover, people were people of today, not people of the past. People were also not things of the past. But fortunately, everything on Yellow Flower Ridge showed the original state of Shang Huaming, and Xiaohua could still think of the laughter from decades ago. The 3 of them were not in a hurry to fly to Minushi Peak. Instead, they flew as they walked. When they saw some familiar places, they stopped and looked again, unable to bear to leave. Although Xiao Xinrui had lived here for decades, she had never been like this before. She had never found her past memories in a place that she was familiar with. The entire Yellow Flower Ridge was quiet, and it was still the same as the small sect of 3.5 disciples from before. There were not many people. The dead were no longer here, the fugitives had returned, and the new people did not understand. It was as if the reincarnation of this world had come again. The sound of the pine trees, the night wind, and the 3 of them each had their own sincere feelings. Although they knew that the past was gone, they still cherished the memory. The journey that could be finished quickly took the 3 of them more than an hour. Not bad. Seeing that Mingli Peak was in sight, Xiaohua couldn't help but praise, second senior brother. your subordinates have really benefited greatly. They've killed so many people, yet there's actually not a trace of blood left behind. This little brother actually looks the same as he did several decades ago. TSK, you can't even do such a small thing. How can you be my subordinate? Zhang Qingxiao said proudly, but listening to your words, it seems a little ironic. No, I don't mean anything else this time. If you let the dirty blood of those people stain the rocks of my yellow flower ridge, I will be the first to not spare you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Xinrui also nodded and said, there is no big change here, but Minushi Peak and other places have been changed by the 100 Herbs sect. It is very different from before. Junior sister, don't worry. Zhang Qingxiao said, give me a few days. I will definitely restore it to its former appearance. Forget it, no need. Xiao Xinrui said sadly, it is already like this. What's the point of changing it again? Junior sister, don't be sad. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, Shang Huaming will start a sect from today. Senior sister will be the head, and Zhang Luer will be the young head. I will arrange for people to help Shang Huaming recruit disciples. Second senior brother, you don't want to take charge of Shang Huaming again, do you? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Hee, don't worry. I already have the heavenly demon sect. Why would I want Shang Huaming? This Shang Huaming belongs to our master, junior sister, and Zhang Luer. I will never interfere in any of Shang Huaming's matters. Zhang Qingxiao, of course, knew what Xiaohua meant and hurriedly explained. Chapter 22-21. Then Xiaohua and the others came to the guest hall. The huge guest hall had a completely new look. It was different from before, but now it was as cold as before. Entering the guest hall, Xiaohua carefully helped Xiao Xinrui to the main seat. Xiao Xinrui glanced at Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao and did not refuse. She was injured twice in a row. Although she had taken the Wu Xian pill refined by Xiaohua, because she did not have true essence, it was impossible for her to recover in a short time. She could only lean on the chair. Wah! Zhang Luer suddenly cried. Obviously, after waking up and seeing that the person holding her was not her mother, she started to make a fuss. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly got up and quickly handed Zhang Luer to Xiao Xinrui. Once the child was in Xiao Xinrui's arms, she was peaceful. Her pair of energetic little eyes looked around and often fell on Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao. I'll have to trouble you to rebuild Shang Huaming, second senior brother. Xiaohua knew that his time was limited, and it was impossible for him to command so many disciples like Zhang Qingxiao. Yes, I'll do it. You don't have to worry. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, this has been my wish for many years. I believe that Shang Huaming will definitely not be a nameless small sect in the future. Good. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, however, since you and I have recognized each other, I have to ask. You already knew my identity, so why did you repeatedly try to kill me? Damn it. Do you still need to say it? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, what are you like in Shang Huaming? What are you like outside of Shang Huaming? Look at your current cultivation. You can easily kill Jiang Jiantong. If I didn't suspect you, if I didn't put you on the list of suspects to kill Shang Huaming, would I still be in charge of the Heavenly Demon Sect? In fact, if you didn't take the initiative to come to Yellow Flower Ridge to take revenge today, I would still suspect you. Besides, didn't I let you go the first time? If I didn't show mercy, do you think you could escape the first time? Yin Meng is now the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This guy is definitely a devil cultivator. Oh, right, what did you take from him? It seems to be a Grand Universe teleportation token. This. Xiaohua patted his storage bag and took out the Universal Teleportation token. Yes, this is it. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and did not take it. She said, this item is very important. It should be related to the devil cultivators of the Cultivation Empire. They were playing a big game of chess, and this thing was the key. Keep this item well. I can't let that bastard get it for the time being. That guy still looks down on me, thinking that I'm just a country bumpkin. He wants to play with me? I want to see who will have the last laugh. N. Xiaohua nodded and kept the Grand Universe teleportation token into his spatial ring. There was probably no place safer than his spatial ring on the Dawn Rain continent. Then Xiaohua asked, second martial brother, since you can doubt this little brother, then this little brother also wants to ask you. Didn't you die at Yellow Flower Ridge that day? How did he come back to life? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and smiled. The reason is very simple. I wasn't killed by that nascent soul cultivator that day. Ah? Nascent soul? Xiaohua was stunned. How could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Why did he come to my yellow flower ridge? It wasn't just one. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. It was 3. It's just that I didn't see clearly which 3 nascent soul cultivators they were. As for why they came to my yellow flower ridge, I still don't know. Oh, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Little White and those 3 drops of white dragon blood. However, Zhang Qingxiao said again, that nascent soul cultivator's cultivation was really too high. When I came back from Medicine Farmer Peak with eldest Marshall brother, before I could see clearly, I fainted from the pain in my chest. When I woke up, it was another opportunity. However, this matter is a bit strange, so I can't tell you. Tisk. Xiaohua sneered. Then are you still Zhang Qingxiao? Tisk, you're the one who's Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily. If you have the ability, then tell me your Buddhist cultivation. What's going on? This. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Xiao Xinrui laughed. You're all my family. Even if you leave me aside, you're still fellow disciples. There's no need to talk about kinship. Even if there's some secret, as long as it doesn't affect others, there's no need to tell others. All right. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. There's no need to say more. I accidentally took control of a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken and changed it to Heavenly Demon Sect. Your Heavenly Demon Sect is really powerful. Xiaohua sneered. What yin-yang dual cultivation? What Tao of Acacia? What's wrong with that? Zhang Qingxiao retorted. Heavenly Demon Sect, Heavenly Demon Sect. It means that Heavenly Demon is demon. This Tao of Acacia is nothing. Second Marshall brother, your appearance, how did it become like this? Xiao Xinrui hurriedly changed the topic and asked another question. Oh, I got a mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide it from Xiao Xinrui and said with a smile. That mysterious cultivator with the complete qi refinement technique is you? Xiaohua said in surprise. Yeah. Could it be that you were also at the auction? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned and said with a smile, You can't be the one who got that technique, right? Looking at Zhang Qingxiao's smiling face, Xiaohua understood. No wonder there was something similar to the blood shadow technique in that technique. It turned out that it was this guy's doing. Damn it. If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Xiaohua said angrily. I was almost killed by your technique. It's really you. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly stood up and said, Quick, let me take a look. You didn't really fall for it, did you? No need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I've already seen through that technique of yours. That's good. Zhang Qingxiao said embarrassedly. I only wanted to deceive others, but I didn't expect to deceive my own people. That technique is not bad. Do you have more? Xiaohua's face was full of indignation. Quickly take it out and comfort my wounded heart. Of course. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade pendant. He was about to hand it over to Xiaohua, but just as he handed it out halfway, he came to a realization. Damn it, you didn't seem to be hurt. Why would I give you this ancient cultivation technique? This heavenly law embodiment technique is an extremely powerful technique. I can't give it to you for free. Saying this, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's storage bag with a smile. Damn, when you see wealth, you throw away your brotherhood. Xiaohua covered his storage bag and said, I've already given you the heaven-mending pill. What else do you want? Chapter 22:22. Of course, it's the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhang Qingxiao said, This thing is quite beneficial to me and my confidant. Take out as many as you have, the more the better. Okay. Xiaohua reached out his hand and said, Give me a storage pouch. Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, then immediately became overjoyed and hurriedly gave a small storage pouch to Xiaohua. Xiaohua pretended to take something from the storage pouch and took out more than half of the mother-child spirit fruits that he had accumulated in the past few decades. Seeing so many mother-child spirit fruits in the storage pouch, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes already turned green. All right, no need to say any more. Your father will be the vice sect master. Zhang Qingxiao handed the jade pendant to Xiaohua and said, With you as the vice sect master, I can nurture countless experts. TSK. Xiaohua waved his hand. I'm too lazy to go to that filthy place of yours. Besides, from your tone, the vice sect master position of Heavenly Demon Sect is just for sale. Anyone can go, but I'm even more unwilling to go. Come if you want. Zhang Qingshao happily put away the mother-child spirit fruits and rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. I don't know how many cultivators in Suyu continent want to come. I don't care, Xiaohua flatly refused. Hee, you don't have to be the vice sect master. However, when I ask you for the mother-child spirit fruits, you still have to take them out. Zhang Qingshao said without any trace of politeness. Depends on the situation. Xiaohua shook his head. There aren't many mother-child spirit fruits left in that place. Don't talk to me about this. Zhang Qingshao said with a smile. If you can get so many, you can definitely get even more. Deal. Xiaohua also nodded. However, you have to help me do something. Hee, you're starting to bargain with senior brother. Zhang Qingshao nodded. Say it. There aren't many things that I can't do on Suyu continent. When Xiaohua took out a pile of rice seeds and handed it to Zhang Qingshao, he explained the matter. Zhang Qingshao was dumbfounded and asked incredulously, What? What? You actually want my heavenly demon sect disciple to do such a good thing? Are you sure? Of course I'm not mistaken. Xiaohua nodded and said, Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in our Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, the cultivator's cultivation is merely restricted, but the common people's lives are in danger. My ability is limited, so I have no choice but to rely on second senior martial brother's heavenly demon sect to do this. Great. Xiao Xinrui also nodded and advised, Second senior brother, this is the best thing in the world. If you can participate, it will also be a good deed. I don't care about merit. I only want to avenge eldest senior brother and master. Zhang Qingshao took the storage bags and said coldly, I was wondering why some people in the secular world of Meng Kingdom worshipped Shinren Shao. It turns out that it was you who did it. Don't worry, even if my heavenly demon sect does this, we will not use the name of the heavenly demon sect. We will still use your name. Motherfucker, wouldn't my heavenly demon sect become a laughing stock if other people knew about this? Xiaohua's heart warmed, knowing that his second senior martial brother still had some kindness. He cupped his hands and said, I thank second senior martial brother on behalf of the common people of the world. What qualifications do you have to represent the common people of the world? Zhang Qingshao scolded. What's the use of doing this kind of good deed every day? You might as well spend your time on cultivation and searching for the murderer who killed my Shang Huaming. Speaking of which. Xiaohua laughed again and said, I really do have some clues. Tell me quickly. Zhang Qingshao said anxiously. Thus, Xiaohua briefly told her about the little white dragon and what he saw at the auction in Haoming City. Then he concluded, Didn't Zhang Jiantong say it before? My Shang Huaming's guardian divine beast is probably the little white dragon. The three nascent soul cultivators just happened to face the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Chiqiao sect. Their sect leaders are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if it wasn't them, I'm afraid they are related to the murderer. However, I don't know if the blood of the Shanghua sect's Qi Jianghai is the blood of the white dragon. And I understand. Zhang Qingshao nodded slowly. Things are gradually becoming clear, but it's not the time for the truth to come to light. Our cultivation is still too weak. When we reach the nascent soul realm, we will definitely find the murderer and kill him. Right, junior sister, speaking of which, I was a bit reckless just now. We can't use the name Shang Huaming for the time being to avoid attracting the murderer's attention. Let's use the name of the 100 Herbs sect for the time being. Okay, I'll listen to second senior brother's instructions. Xiao Xinrui nodded. Nascent soul? Alas, it seems too long ago. Xiaohua thought of the battle between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he improved rapidly, there was still a long way to go before he could kill a nascent soul cultivator. How about a nascent soul? Zhang Qingshao said coldly, As long as you cultivate diligently, I will provide you with everything you want, whether it's pills, cultivation methods, or spiritual herbs. I haven't seen you for decades, and you can cultivate to the golden core realm. With my support, how slow can you be? Not to mention the nascent soul realm, you can even reach the spirit severing stage. What can you give me? Xiaohua smiled. You even want me to give you the mother-child spirit fruit. Haha, what do you want? Zhang Qingshao asked instead of answering. This. Xiaohua scratched his head. He really didn't want anything for the time being, but at this moment, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have the Demon Realm's refining method? The Demon Realm's refining method? Zhang Qingxiao was also stunned. What do you want that for? Of course it's for this. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the Qiu Yinlu. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's gaze swept over it. How could she still sit still? With a big stride, she jumped from the chair on the left to the chair on the right, where Xiaohua was sitting, and snatched the Qiu Yinlu for a closer look. Second senior brother, is there a need to do this? Xiaohua said with a smile. This is my treasure. I never promised to give it to you. Good, it really is the Qiu Yinlu. Little junior brother, where did you get it? Zhang Qingxiao looked again and asked, do you know the value of this thing? I heard Empress say that this is the weapon of Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. What else is strange about it? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. It's not just that. Zhang Qingxiao looked as if she couldn't bear to part with it. This is a famous weapon from ancient times. Later, it flowed into the demon realm and was obtained by Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. I won't say the specific process. In short, this thing is very important to me. You have to give it to me even if you don't want to. But then Zhang Qingxiao said curiously, however, this thing seemed to have been shattered in the war between immortals and demons. It was broken into several pieces. How did it become a whole in your hands? Oh, no, it's not completely refined. It's just connected together with a rare blood fusion method. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua in surprise. Don't tell me that you refined this thing. It's me. Xiaohua nodded. However, I don't have the demon realm's refining method, so I can't do it fully. If second senior brother has it, I can help you refine it. It's nothing much. Little junior brother, you're really good. Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. I thought I was incomparably powerful, but I didn't expect, compared to you, I'm really too far behind. No, the position of Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master must be given to you. Go. Do you still want the ancient dragon Yinlu? Xiaohua threatened. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao answered without hesitation. Then, she searched her storage bag for a long time and took out 2 magic slips. One of them is the Demon Realm's refining method. The other is the ancient dragon Yinlu's refining method. Can you read the magic slips? Yes. Xiaohua reached out to take it and kept the ancient dragon Yinlu. N. You have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. Naturally, you can read the magic slips. Zhang Qingxiao didn't find it strange. Oh right, also, where do you have the refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel? Or a qi refinement technique that doesn't belong to the 5 elements? Or something with green seal script? Xiaohua asked one after another. No. Zhang Qingxiao's mind was hazy. She asked curiously, what are these things? I've never heard of them. And I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand. He understood that although Zhang Qingxiao obtained the inheritance of a devil cultivator, she only knew about things from the demon realm. She probably didn't know much about green seal script or ancient things. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua took out a white bone and said, It's this big white bone. If you see it, leave it for me. This thing. Good. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Then, after thinking for a while, she took out a drop of blood and handed it to Xiaohua. This is a high-level cultivation method from the demon realm. It's called Blood Drop Paradise. You can refer to it. It should be useful for you to refine the ancient dragon Yinlu. Another cultivation method. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He nodded and took it. I have too many cultivation methods here. You're really taking advantage of me. Zhang Qingxiao scolded. This is the cultivation method of Qifeng Supreme. Who knows how many devil cultivators in the demon realm covet it? All right, Xiaohua said helplessly. It won't be too late to thank you when I succeed in this cultivation method. TSK, how can you succeed in cultivating it? You're not from the demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao snorted disdainfully. You just need to experience it and refine the ancient dragon Yinlu properly. Your brother's life is in your hands. Ah, why is that? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't expect the ancient dragon Yinlu to be so important to Zhang Qingxiao. You don't need to know this. You just need to refine it properly. Zhang Qingxiao laughed again. I'm just lying to you. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. However, he understood that Zhang Qingxiao wouldn't say anything senseless. Following that, the two of them talked for a while. Xiaohua was coaxed by Zhang Qingxiao to give him a lot of spirit herbs. However, although Xiaohua didn't care about Zhang Qingxiao's position as the vice sect leader, he still wanted the Azure Spirit Pill's pill formula. As for the Essence Flower Pill that condensed true essence, Xiaohua didn't expect that Zhang Qingxiao didn't have it. However, Xiao Xinrui did. The Essence Flower Pill's pill formula was the secret inheritance of the 100 Herbs Gate. Chong Fian from Weeping Moon City was right. That day, Chong Fian did mention the 100 Herbs Gate. However, Xiaohua only focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley and directly ignored the 100 Herbs Gate. Chapter 22-23. Of course, this secret technique was placed in Shang Huaming's secret chamber. The three of them headed to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao take out an old yellow talisman and paste it on the ground, and seeing a flash of light, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the first time he came here with Gong Mingwei. Xiaohua's figure disappeared along with the clear light, and tears once again welled up in his eyes. The originally hidden memories were always stirred up by the old matters and things that always existed, and the originally gradually ice-cold emotions were once again stirred up. Humans, even cultivators, were generally like this. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua saw the inheritance hall that had been tidied up by the 100 Herbs Gate, he was faintly disappointed. Yes, it was originally cold and cheerless, but that was his own Shang Huaming's. Now, the prosperity belonged to the 100 Herbs Gate, and it had nothing to do with Shang Huaming. Haha, not bad. Zhang Qingxiao didn't think so, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he laughed. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous, leaving a lot of things in my yellow flower ridge. Could it be that they moved everything here? More or less. Xiao Xinrui put down Jiang Luer, who was about to move, and brushed her hair. Her body was quite charming, and she laughed. My Shang Huaming's restriction is very strange, much more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gates. When Jiang Jiantong repaired the array, he put all of the 100 Herbs Gates inheritance here. Without Shang Huaming's yellow talisman, I'm afraid only nascent soul cultivators can break in, right? Yes, that's right. That's why it's so convenient for us. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua and said, "How about it, little junior brother? I won't let you do it for nothing. Take a look. If there's anything you want, just take it." TSK, Xiaohua snorted. I'm also Shang Huaming's disciple, and these things are also mine. Why should I owe you a favor? Hee. Xiao Xinrui quite enjoyed listening to the two bicker, and she covered her mouth with a smile. She pointed to a place and said, "Little junior brother, go over there. These are the 100 Herbs Gates pill recipes and refining methods. If you need them, you can take them." Don't let him take them, just copy them. These are all for Jiang Luer. Zhang Qingxiao immediately raised an objection. Xiaohua glared at him. Am I that stupid? As he spoke, he was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and asked Xiao Xinrui, "Senior sister, are all the herbs of the 100 Herbs Gate planted in Yellow Flower Ridge?" Xiao Xinrui shook her head, no. Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have abundant spirit qi, so it's not suitable for planting spirit herbs. Most of the spiritual herbs of 100 Herbs Gate are in Medicine Farmer Peak. Only some of the most important ones have been transplanted here. Oh, Xiaohua nodded, then turned to Zhang Qingxiao and said, "Second senior brother, have your subordinates give me 10 stalks of each of the 100 Herbs Gate's medicinal herbs, as well as 10 of their seeds. How can I allow my subordinates to be ordered around by you?" Zhang Qingxiao said, but he did not stop. He walked out of the Heritage Hall and sent out the transmission talisman. What does little junior brother want the seeds for? Xiao Xinrui asked curiously. She then pointed to a spot and said, "Many of the seeds of the 100 Herbs Gate are also placed here. Take a look for yourself." Haha, great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. Little junior brother naturally has his uses. Then, Xiaohua copied the pill formulas of the 100 Herbs Gate. Unfortunately, the 100 Herbs Gate could only refine the green spirit pill of the late Foundation establishment stage at most. They did not have a single pill formula for the golden core stage. The other pill formulas for the Foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages could also be counted on one hand. As for the seeds, there were quite a lot. Most of them had already been planted in Xiaohua's space. However, Xiaohua still took some of each. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's actions and seemed to be deep in thought. However, Xiaohua did not care at all. His space was really hidden. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to discover it. Zhang Qingxiao could not possibly know the details. Moreover, with his space, Zhang Qingxiao could also benefit from it. With Zhang Qingxiao's intelligence, he would definitely not drain the pond to fish and burn the forest to hunt, blindly occupying it by force. Sure enough, after Xiao Hua searched through everything in the heritage hall, took what he needed to take and copied what he needed to copy, Zhang Qingxiao asked in a low voice, "Little junior brother, were you responsible for planting spirit herbs in the Imperial Thunder sect?" "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Then, did you find a secret place in the Imperial Thunder sect when you were planting spirit herbs?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. "And more or less." Xiao Hua did not deny it. "Haha, I knew it." Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly. "If you didn't find any secret place in the Imperial Thunder sect, where did you get the mother-child spirit fruit? What do you want these spirit herb seedlings and seeds for?" Zhang Qingxiao did not expect that when Xiao Hua took out the mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City, he had not yet entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing Xiao Hua somewhat stunned, Zhang Qingxiao laughed arrogantly and said, "I found a secret place in the Weiming Mountain Range where I planted the mother-child spirit fruit. However, that mother-child spirit fruit is only a few hundred years old. You can take out 1,000-year-old one all of a sudden. If it is not the Imperial Thunder sect's secret place, where else can it be?" "Oh." Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and muttered in his heart, Good, good. So that place is second senior brother's." However, he also could not explain, otherwise his mother-child spirit fruit would have no source. Thus, Xiao Hua pretended not to understand and said, "What's wrong? What does my Imperial Thunder sect's secret place have to do with you? Your huge heavenly demon sect can't even have spirit herbs, right? You actually want to get them from little brother's hands?" "AI, although my heavenly demon sect is big, so big that you can't imagine. However, after all, the sect has only been established for a short time and does not have much accumulation. Cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and artifacts are still okay. Previously, Tianqi already has it. I can just go to other sects and families and snatch it. However, spirit herbs are quite troublesome, especially now that the spirit chi of heaven and earth is gradually changing. The spirit herbs planted are also not growing in a special way. If little junior brother has the Imperial Thunder sect's secret place, wouldn't it be just right? Haha, I'm afraid only second senior brother would do something like stuffing your own pockets." Xiao Hua sneered. "TCH, as long as I can get spirit herbs, I can do anything." Zhang Qingxiao did not care about Xiao Hua's sneer. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. "Little brother can help you. However, you have to take out the same number of seedlings, otherwise, it will be easy to be exposed." "Of course, I know this." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. "However, what little brother wants is precisely the spirit herb seedlings in your Imperial Thunder sect's secret place." "Ah, why is that?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "You want to plant the seedlings yourself?" "Of course." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Actually, when little junior brother gave little brother the rice, little brother had already thought about it. After little brother parted with you last time in Meng country, little brother occasionally met a secular person who was worshipping Taoist Shao. Because his surname was similar to yours, little brother was curious and asked someone to inquire about it. Only then did I know that your rice seedlings can actually grow in the spirit chi of heaven and earth. At that time, little brother thought that if I met this Taoist Shao, I would definitely give him the position of deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect and let him help me cultivate spirit herbs. Chapter 22-24. Haha, how many vice sect leaders do you have? Xiao Hua laughed. Xiao Xinrui also couldn't help laughing. You can have as many as you want, Zhang Qingxiao said with a flick of his sleeve. I don't care. To be honest, there's no need to talk about your rice. It's definitely grown in that secret area. The spiritual herbs there must have adapted to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you can take it outside and plant it, I'm sure it'll be the same as the rice and save all the spiritual herbs in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Of course. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that it was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Since the rice could adapt to the changes in heaven and earth spiritual qi, how could the spiritual herbs higher than the rice not adapt? Xiao Hua was too concerned about the common people and forgot about the cultivators on Suyu continent. Little junior brother, if you plant spiritual herbs in the secret land of Imperial Thunder sect, you must keep this cheap position. Zhang Qingxiao reminded him. Now that the heaven and earth spiritual qi has changed, all the sects are on guard. If your Imperial Thunder sect has this secret land, Shanghua sect and Xuanyan school must have the same place. This is the foundation of all the sects on Xiaoyu continent. Then Zhang Qingshao looked at Xiao Xinrui and said, "If you don't believe me, then take out the spiritual herbs in the secret land and give them to junior sister. 100 Herbs sect grows spiritual herbs, so there won't be any mistakes." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua nodded. "What's the difference between giving them to senior sister and giving them to you?" 100 Herbs sect will be. "No, it's absolutely different." Zhang Qingshao flatly denied. "I said that I can help 100 Herbs sect recruit disciples in the early stage, but I must give them to junior sister in the future. And 100 Herbs sect will definitely change its name to Shanghuaming's." "Okay," Xiaohua nodded and reached out. "Give me the storage bag. I really do have some spiritual herb sprouts. I took them out of the secret land and was waiting to give them to Thunder Palace. Now it's time to exchange them." "Don't." Zhang Qingshao waved her hand and said, "Don't do it now. The two kinds of spiritual herbs will definitely have differences. If someone finds out, it will be bad." Xiaohua naturally knew that this so-called secret plane was nothing more than a myth. Whether or not the Imperial Thunder sect, Splendid sect, and the other sects really had it, he also didn't know. If the spiritual plants of the 100 Herbs sect couldn't be replaced, it wouldn't be long before they would wither. How could his poor senior martial sister support it? Moreover, once he went to Hung Country, he didn't know when he would return. If he didn't give it to him now, when would he? "Second senior brother, don't worry. We just need to hand over the spiritual herbs to them. No one will check," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Really?" Zhang Qingshao was a little puzzled, but he nodded again. "Since you said so, I won't be polite." As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch. Xiaohua took out a lot of spirit grass seedlings from his storage bag. He also took out 10 of them. As for the older ones, he also took out a few of them after giving the storage pouch to Zhang Qingshao. Zhang Qingshao unceremoniously handed him a blood-red messaging talisman and a jade slip. He said with a smile, "Junior martial brother is so convenient. You can take a look at the things inside. After you have them, you can use the messaging talisman to send them to me. I will personally go and get them." Alas, I knew there wouldn't be any easy work. Xiaohua took it with a smile. He didn't even look at it before putting it into the storage pouch. It was impossible for him to give the spiritual herbs to Zhang Qingshao now. Seeing Xiaohua accept it without any trace of politeness, Zhang Qingshao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His heart felt warm. After all, he was his junior martial brother. Although he couldn't be compared to Xiao Xinrui, who grew up together, he was still very affectionate. "There's something that I still need to ask." Although Xiaohua took the messaging talisman, after thinking for a while, he looked at Zhang Qingshao with a smile and said, "Your heavenly demon sect is really dirty. Previously, many disciples offended me. I won't hide it from second senior martial brother. I didn't leave a single one alive. Of course, I didn't know that they were second senior martial brother's subordinates at that time. I was a little ruthless, but now, with second senior martial brother here, it really makes things difficult for me." "Don't." Zhang Qingshao waved his hand and said with a smile, "You are you and I am me. You and I are Shang Huaming's senior martial brother. But the Imperial Thunder sect is the Imperial Thunder sect, and the Heavenly Demon sect is the Heavenly Demon sect. There are Taoists and demons. This isn't something that can be replaced by our brotherhood. As long as the disciples of my Heavenly Demon sect offend you, you can attack as much as you want. I won't say a word. In addition, if the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect offend me, I won't let them go." Okay, Xiaohua's stone fell to the ground, but after thinking for a while, he clapped his hand, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and handed it to Zhang Qingshao. "These are my good friends, and my current master and senior martial brother. They are really good to me. If you meet them, please show some mercy." "Got it." Zhang Qingshao only cared about Xiaohua and Xiao Xinrui, and didn't care about others at all. Since Xiaohua said so, he casually looked at it and put it away. Then he looked away from Xiaohua and looked at the place where the statue of the deity used to be. He was a little disappointed. "Alas, the most important statue in my inheritance hall has been taken by the 100 Herbs Gate. I watched it grow up since I was young, and now it's gone. My heart is really empty." Xiao Xinrui's face was full of guilt when she heard this. She said carefully, "It's all my fault. When I first gave them the yellow talisman, the statue was still there. After that, I rarely came here. By the time little sister came here, that thing was already gone. I'm afraid Jiang Jiantong sent it to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Second senior marshal brother, you can go to the Medicine Farmer Peak and see if there are any traces of the statue. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao was about to turn around and send a message talisman when Xiaohua said with a smile, "No need." "Oh," Xiao Xinrui asked curiously, "what does junior marshal brother mean?" "Haha, the heavens really don't want to destroy me," Shang Huaming. Xiaohua explained, "When I first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge, I picked up the god statue on the way." With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the god statue from the space. He said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Second senior marshal brother, senior marshal sister. Look." Seeing the god statue flash in Xiaohua's hand, Xiao Xinrui and Zhang Qingxiao were happy. They knew that although they didn't know the origin of this thing, it was Shang Huaming's inheritance. Who knew what secrets it held? If Shang Huaming wanted to establish a sect, this thing must not be missing. However, before Xiaohua could put the god statue on the ground, an unusual green light flew out of Xiaohua's storage bag. It was the jade rui that the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had given to Xiaohua. The jade rui flew into the air and emitted a strange fluctuation from the handle. One by one, it shot onto the god statue. As the fluctuation reached the body, the god statue actually shook and made a buzzing sound. Then a fluctuation flashed from the god statue, echoing the jade rui. This. Xiaohua and the others were stunned. Buzz, 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 the rhythm of the sound was like a kind of music, but also like a kind of cry. It was quite like the cry of the sea beasts Xiaohua heard on the Gui Sea. After a short while, the jade rui emitted a green brilliance that enveloped the entire statue. The statue began to turn illusory, turning into particles, which then rushed into the jade rui at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua seemed to have realized something when he saw the granular form. A faint lightning bolt flashed through his mind. What is this? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and hurriedly reached out to grab it. However, when his hand touched the god statue, it was as if he was grabbing a handful of emptiness. The countless particles flowed out from the gaps of his hand and entered the jade rui. Xiaohua, what's going on? Seeing that Xiaohua was still stunned at this critical moment, Zhang Qingxiao scolded, "Quickly take out the god statue." At this moment, the jade rui's brilliance flashed again. It actually soared into the sky and flew out of the inheritance palace. However, it only flew a few feet before the brilliance stopped again. It circled a few times before flying back to Xiaohua's head and stopped moving. Xiaohua faintly grasped something, but it seemed like nothing. At this moment, he couldn't think about it in detail. He stretched out his hand and took down the jade rui. Xiaohua and the others' divine sense swept over, but the jade rui blocked their divine sense and couldn't penetrate it. "Ai, second senior brother, do you still remember the empress you met in the Gui Sea?" Xiaohua sighed and asked. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, "This thing is hers? What kind of empress is she?" Xiaohua signaled to not blaspheme and explained. According to her, she is the empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm. 10,000 Demon Realm. Zhang Qingxiao's face was even more shocked. How can a demon from the 10,000 Demon Realm come to our Dawn Rain continent? It's really strange. What? Shouldn't she appear in the Dawn Rain continent? Xiaohua's expression changed even more. He was already certain that he was from the 10,000 Demon Realm. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but be confused. Zhang Qingxiao told him about the spatial crack according to her memory and said, under normal circumstances, demons from the 10,000 Demon Realm can't use their true bodies to come to our Dawn Rain continent. They can only use their primordial spirit projection. When I saw the Empress that day, it didn't seem to be a primordial spirit projection. Oh, Xiaohua nodded. The Empress had also said this before. Thus, he smiled and said, according to the Empress, she came through a strange spatial crack. She shouldn't be in this category. Then what about this jade rui? Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the jade rui in Xiaohua's hand and asked. This matter involves the Empress's private affairs. I received her grace and was ordered by her to find a person. Xiaohua couldn't understand and said, this jade rui was given to me by her. As long as there is a trace of that person, this thing will automatically appear. I will send a message to the Empress. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. So, this god statue is related to the 10,000 Demon Realm? Or I, Shang Huaming, am also related to the 10,000 Demon Realm? Instantly, Xiaohua thought of the words Qing Fengmin said when he was devouring his flesh at the 100-Zhang Peak. Io, how do you have the demon realm's cultivation method? Chapter 22-25. So, Xiaohua nodded. That should be the case. I think my cultivation method is related to the demon race. Zhang Qingshao naturally knew, but he couldn't say it out loud. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he also nodded. If it's as little junior brother said, then I'm definitely related to the person the 10,000 demon realm empress is looking for? Dark flower, Shanghua Ming. Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. If I'm not wrong, our Shanghua Ming was created by the person the 10,000 demon realm empress is looking for. This god statue, damn, that's not right. The empress is looking for a man, but this god statue is clearly a woman. Zhang Qingshao shrugged and smiled mysteriously. Little junior brother is wrong. A demon is a demon. In my Dawn Rain continent, it's just a bag of skin. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Although it's a woman on the surface, it's actually a man. Xiaohua was silent. He couldn't believe that a man could turn into a delicate female cultivator. He shook his head. I don't think so. It's all up to the empress. If she says it's true, then it's true. But your message talisman, it hasn't been sent out. Zhang Qingshao reminded. He suffered in the hands of the empress and was somewhat afraid of her. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Xiaohua looked at the jade rui in his hand and was also puzzled. He said helplessly, this isn't something I can control. Anyway, I already know that Shanghua Ming is related to the person the empress is looking for. It's not my problem if the message talisman can't be sent out. Could it be that the empress encountered some danger? Was she killed? Or imprisoned? Zhang Qingshao guessed. Xiaohua thought for a moment. The empress's cultivation is higher than the spirit clone. There are too few cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who can imprison her. Moreover, if she reveals her identity, with her identity as the 10,000 demon realm empress, which human cultivator would imprison her? Who knows? Zhang Qingshao shrugged. I'm still confused. Why would a demonic cultivator find me to be the target of possession? Or perhaps the empress has already returned to the 10,000 demon realm? Xiaohua whispered with a trace of disappointment in his heart. Is it possible? Zhang Qingshao nodded. Or she has already found someone. He went back with her. What about this statue? Xiao Xinrui asked. It's all with little junior brother. Let him have it. The corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as she said, if we were to climb the thighs of the myriad demon realm's empress, I'm afraid that we would be able to do whatever we wanted in the Daybreak continent. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. This thing is in little brother's storage pouch. Others won't be able to take it away. Xiaohua consoled. In fact, Xiao Xinrui didn't have any special thoughts. She was just relieved to hear her senior and junior brothers comforting her. Actually, hearing her two relatives comforting her, Xiao Xinrui hesitated for a moment before saying, not only does my Shang Huaming have some background, even 100 Herbs Gate has some history. Oh, what's the history of 100 Herbs Gate? Zhang Qingshao disdained. Can it be compared with my Shang Huaming? Xiao Xinrui smiled bitterly, looked at them and said, I heard from Lu Er's father that their Medicine Farmer Peak and the Medicine King tripod seem to be related to some legends. But he didn't say anything more about it. I don't know either. Oh, I see. If I had known earlier, I would have asked them first. Zhang Qingshao scratched her head, thought for a moment, and asked, by the way, where are Jiang Jiantong's storage pouch and the Medicine King tripod? It doesn't seem like I took them. My subordinates. Hee, of course they're with little brother. Xiaohua smiled apologetically, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He clapped his hands and took out Jiang Jiantong's Medicine King tripod. I killed him. How did it go to you? Zhang Qingshao curled her lips and said, you're the leader of the heavenly demon sect. How can you value these things? It's not as good as little brother taking them. Xiaohua retorted, if I didn't mention it, you wouldn't have said it? Zhang Qingshao didn't let it go. Of course. Why should I say it? Xiaohua said confidently, this guy has taken up so much of my time. It's only right for him to compensate me. Fine. You're so polite. Zhang Qingshao said impatiently, what kind of background can the 100 Herbs sect have? I'm too lazy to look at it. Hee, since little brother has taken it, then just take it for the time being. Xiao Xinrui pursed her lips and smiled. Now I, Shang Huaming, have a lot of things to do, so I can't take these things to heart. Little brother, just take it as keeping it for Okay. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put it back into the space. However, he was the same as Zhang Qingxiao. He didn't take it seriously at all. However, after a while, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and looked at Xiao Hua, saying, Xiao Hua, show me the Medicine King tripod. Yes. Xiao Hua was stunned. He obediently took out the Medicine King tripod and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao took the Medicine King tripod, squinted her eyes and looked at it for a long time. She scratched her chin with her hand and returned the Medicine King tripod to Xiao Hua. She said thoughtfully, if little sister didn't mention the Medicine King peak, I really would have forgotten about it. In my memory, there is indeed a legend of the Medicine King peak, but it's not particularly detailed. Oh, is there really such a thing? Xiao Hua said happily, second senior brother, tell me quickly. You look like a miser. Zhang Qingxiao scolded. No wonder you can't be the deputy lord of my heavenly demon sect. Then she laughed and said, actually, I don't remember it very clearly. I only know that there is a story about the Medicine King peak. In the ancient times, when the celestial being declined, there was a powerful person who called himself a medicine farmer and lived in the Medicine King peak. He personally tasted tens of thousands of kinds of spiritual herbs that grew after the ancient times, thought about the medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs, and then formulated different prescriptions. These prescriptions are the embryonic form of the prescriptions that cultivators of the Xiaoyu continent take now. Oh my god! No way! Xiao Hua didn't expect this legend to be so long. What's the origin of this Medicine King tripod? How would I know? Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him. I only know this legend, and I don't know anything else. TSK. Who wants to know? Xiao Hua also bared his teeth and said. Then Xiao Hua patted his storage bag again, took out a jade bottle and a bead, and handed them to Xiao Xinrui. I will break your magic tool. This is a water-based magic tool called the Aqua Blue Bead, which is used by Senior Sister. When I have a chance in the future, I will personally create a magic weapon for Senior Sister. TSK. It's just a Aqua Blue Bead. My heavenly demon sect has plenty of such things. Zhang Qingxiao disdained. If you have the ability, you'd better get a water-based magic weapon first. Chapter 22-26. With a smile on her face, Xiao Xinrui stretched out her hand and took it. She did not mind that it was a magic weapon. Jiang Luer seemed to like the color of the aqua blue pearl very much. She stretched out her small hand and snatched it, happily playing with it. In the other jade bottle, there is a face-preserving pill. Senior Sister, if you take it, you can stay young forever. Oh, face-preserving pill? Even if Xiao Xinrui already felt that she was not surprised by favor or disgrace, hearing this item, her heart jumped slightly. Her face showed surprise as she looked at Xiao Hua and said, Thank you, junior brother. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and reached into his clothes again. Then, junior brother, can you give me one of the face-preserving pill? Zhang Qingxiao, who had always been a robber, was actually a bit embarrassed, and even his tone was evasive. Okay. Xiao Hua's reaction was very natural. Just as he was about to take it out, he suddenly felt that Zhang Qingxiao was not appropriate. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile that was not a smile, Second brother, you're already charming the world. Why do you still need this face-preserving pill? Damn it, are you going to give it or not? Zhang Qingxiao said with a cold face. Of course, it's for you. Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, however, you have to tell me, who should I give this to? Could it be? Zhang Qingxiao's figure swayed, and an afterimage appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's hand did not move at all, but the jade bottle in his hand strangely disappeared. When the jade bottle disappeared, Zhang Qingxiao's hand also appeared in Xiao Hua's hand. Damn it, what kind of magical power is this? Grabbing empty air, Zhang Qingxiao was a little shocked. She looked at Xiao Hua's empty palm in disbelief. He did not sense any magical power fluctuations at all. You don't need to know what magical power it is. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if you don't tell me who this person is, I'm afraid that the face-preserving pill. Cough, cough. Xiao Xinrui saw that Zhang Qingxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and there was a ripple in her heart. She coughed twice and said, Xiao Hua, don't make things difficult for your second brother. Quickly give it to him. Yes, senior sister. Xiaohua's palm slightly grabbed, and the jade bottle appeared again, but this time there were two. Oh, you really have a lot of face-preserving pills. Zhang Qingxiao casually took the jade bottle and put it in his storage bag. Then his eyes lit up and he smiled. Little junior brother, do you want to cooperate with me? No need. Xiaohua knew what Zhang Qingxiao was thinking. He shook his head and said, this matter has already been discussed with a good friend in the sect. What a pity. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. A lot of spirit stones fell into other people's storage bags. Xiaohua unhappily rolled his eyes at him. Once again, he reached into his clothes and took out the peacock fantasy. When they saw the peacock illusion, a trace of joy appeared on both Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui's faces. But that joy quickly disappeared and was replaced by melancholy. It was a kind of melancholy of youth that would never return. Even Xiaohua couldn't help but think back to when the three of them, no, the four of them, saw the peacock illusion in front of Xiao Hongyue. This thing has already been given to little junior brother. Don't take it out again. Xiao Xinrui said sadly. She really didn't want to be sad anymore. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and held the peacock fantasy. Senior sister, this thing is not an ordinary thing. This is the auspicious jade talisman. To be exact, it's the Phoenix Jade Talisman. Ah? There really is such a thing in the world? Even Zhang Qingxiao, who had received the inheritance, was shocked. He opened his eyes and carefully looked at it. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Not to mention Xiao Xinrui. When Xiao Xinrui heard Zhang Qingxiao's explanation, she suddenly understood. But what replaced it was a kind of sadness. Yes, back then, Shang Huaming's Xiao Hongyue began to punish Xiao Xinrui and others for this thing. It was also this peacock fantasy that led to Zhang Fan's appearance. This thing could almost be said to be the beginning of Shang Huaming's tragedy. This thing is very precious. Little junior brother has worn it for so many years. This thing was bought by senior sister with spirit stones. I must return it to senior sister. Xiaohua handed the peacock fantasy to Xiao Xinrui. Xiao Xinrui looked at the peacock fantasy in a daze. She didn't have the slightest intention to take it. Zhang Qingxiao naturally understood Xiao Xinrui's thoughts and scolded in a low voice. Xiaohua, this thing is always with you. How can you give it to junior sister? You're a bit rash. Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed. He scratched his head, looked at Zhang Luer and said with a smile, then give it to Luer. Let him have a smooth journey and turn misfortune into blessing. Good. Zhang Qingxiao also nodded. However, when Xiaohua handed the peacock fantasy to Zhang Luer actually slapped the peacock fantasy away. Even when Xiao Xinrui picked up the peacock fantasy and put it around his neck, he didn't want it and only looked at the aqua pearl in his hand. Forget it, I'll give it to Luer when he grows up. Xiaohua laughed. No. Xiao Xinrui shook her head firmly. She handed the peacock fantasy back to Xiaohua and said, Luer is very stubborn. What he likes and what he doesn't like is not easy to change. Since he doesn't like this thing, he has no fate with it. This peacock fantasy. Xiaohua, you should take it. This. Xiaohua was hesitant. Zhang Luer was only a 3-year-old child. Where did his stubbornness come from? It was probably Xiao Xinrui's not in her heart. And, junior brother, since this thing was given to you by junior sister a few decades ago, it's yours. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as your safety. It can protect your safety and let junior sister feel at ease in the future. You should take it with you. Zhang Qingxiao also didn't like this thing, so she advised. Fine. Xiaohua was helpless. He still tied the peacock fantasy around his neck and wore it close to his body. What is that? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the witch puppet that had lost its effect. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and took out the witch puppet. He smiled and said, It's a witch puppet from Meng Mountain. What's a witch puppet? Zhang Qingxiao obviously didn't know. When Xiaohua finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. No, Xiaohua, you must be my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader. If you don't come, I won't agree. Xiaohua just smiled and didn't say anything. Then, the three of them discussed for a long time in the inheritance hall. They temporarily confirmed the embryonic development of Hundred Grass Sect, which was Shang Huaming's predecessor. Then Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao waited for the disciples of Heavenly Demon Sect who went to kill Hundred Grass Sect at Yaonong Peak to return. Xiao Xinrui and Zhang Luer naturally had their own residence. Xiaohua also came to Xihua Peak. At this time, Xihua Peak's herb garden had expanded many times compared to before. Seeing that the herb garden was full of spiritual herbs, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh slightly. After looking around the entire herb garden, Xiaohua sat at the place where he had rested earlier and silently sent his primordial spirit into the space. It seemed that it was here that he discovered the secret of the space behind his head. The space back then was so dark and narrow. What about now? The space was steadily expanding, and now it was more than 200 miles wide. Not only were there all kinds of spiritual herbs luxuriant and green, but there was also a boundless field of mortal rice. Alas, people are things, but this is it. Xiaohua sighed slightly, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Second senior brother, what do you want?" Zhang Qingxiao's figure slowly appeared in the air not far away and said with a frown, as expected, "I can't hide my tracks from you." Zhang Qingxiao actually chased him to Xihua Peak's herb garden. He probably had some things to hide from Xiao Xinrui. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's appearance was still the same as before. She didn't recover her coquettish and handsome appearance. What? Second senior brother's movement technique is very secretive? Xiaohua smiled with interest. Little brother has an invisibility talisman, but once I use my spiritual power, I will be exposed. TSK, how can a small invisibility talisman compare to my demon sect's magical power? Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Xiaohua's eyes turned. Then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Could it be that second senior brother wants to teach this magical power to me?" Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him and said without paying attention to him, "Don't you think you are too greedy?" "No," Xiaohua touched his nose with his finger with an innocent face. "There is no limit to this cultivation method, only more. Little brother just wants to help you see if there are any flaws in this magical power. Little brother actually always finds them." Quibble. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't stingy and gave a magic slip to him. "I want to see how you cultivate." But when Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness to check, Zhang Qingxiao came to a realization and said, "Enough. There is no need to look, I already understand. Your Buddhist cultivation seems to have reached a small success. Buddhism and demon cultivators are natural nemesis. They are very sensitive to each other. It is not strange for you to find my tracks." Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and said, "What I find strange is, where did you get the Buddhist cultivation method? How is it possible for you to cultivate Buddhism so deeply at the same time when your Tao cultivation is so advanced?" Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao already understood, Xiaohua also put away the magic slip without any intention of returning it to Zhang Qingxiao. "Second senior brother, can you tell me what kind of disciples your heavenly demon sect has?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Or, can you teach me this face-changing method? You are not my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader. Why should I tell you about my heavenly demon sect's matters? I am afraid that even if I become the deputy sect leader, second senior brother may not tell me." "And you are right." Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything and nodded. "Heavenly demon sect's disciples are extremely diverse. I can't be more careful. There are many things that I have to master myself. Others, even if it is little junior brother, I don't dare to believe." Little brother is the same," Xiaohua replied without any trace of politeness. "As for this face-changing technique, my heavenly demon sect does have it. However, without the cultivation of a demon general equivalent to nascent soul and above, I am afraid that it can't be practiced successfully. Moreover, my demon realm's cultivation methods are mostly body refinement. Face-changing cultivation methods are not very useful and even conflict with one's own cultivation method. Generally, no one would practice it. I am borrowing the power of your mother and child spirit fruit to restore my face to the way it was before I used it." Chapter 22-27. "So it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and didn't ask anymore. He smiled with interest. "Second senior brother wouldn't come to ask me about Buddhism's sex cultivation technique, right?" Don't overestimate Buddhism's sex cultivation technique." Zhang Qingxiao looked around and casually found a place to sit down cross-legged, facing Xiaohua. He said, "Just now, elder brother has already said that Buddhist sect and devil cultivators are mutually exclusive. Buddhist sect may have some advantages, but in the end, it will depend on whose cultivation is higher. If Buddhism sect is powerful, why was it exterminated by Tao sect?" Hearing this, Xiaohua thought and smiled. Then second senior brother, "Do you know why Buddhism sect was exterminated? What's inside Buddhism sect's ruins?" Zhang Qingshao shook his head and said, I don't care about these things, so I don't know. Buddhism sect has been exterminated for a long time, and a lot of evidence has disappeared. I'm afraid that only ancient sects have some records of the reason. Right, I'm warning you. Buddhism sect's ruins. It's best not to go. If you fall into the eyes of some people, they will discover your Buddhism sect cultivation, and your life will be difficult to protect. At that time, the entire Tao sect of Dawn Rain Continent will kill you. Even if I expand Heavenly Devil sect 10 times, I still won't be able to save you. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Qingshao nodded and stared at Xiaohua for a while, causing Xiaohua to feel a little scared. Actually, I came here to ask you a question. Zhang Qingshao looked at Xiaohua's eyes again and said word by word, Have you really not recovered your memory? Really not. Xiaohua stared at Zhang Qingshao and said word by word without holding back. I'm actually very curious about you. Zhang Qingshao said with a serious face. When you were with me, Shaming Huaming, your cultivation was slow, and you couldn't even advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement. But now, it's only been a few decades, and you actually have the strength of an early gold core. And even the early foundation establishment realm that you showed is absolutely out of the ordinary cultivation speed. One had to know that junior sister was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. She was at the 10th level of qi refinement back then. Not to mention, you actually have a flying sword and Buddhism sect's cultivation method. What about you? Xiaohua also asked. Aren't you also at the gold core stage now? You think you can compete with me? When Zhang Qingshao saw that Xiaohua was always trying to change the topic and always trying to curry favor with her, she couldn't help but get angry. Your father coincidentally obtained a devil cultivation method and was also abandoned by the heavens. What's more, I got the Lingji treasure in Lingpei Mountain Villa. I was at the late stage of the gold core realm in my previous life. What's so strange about me reaching the gold core realm now? What about you? Did you also have such an opportunity? Lingpei Mountain Villa's condensed knowledge treasure is actually real? Xiaohua was surprised. Is there really such a divine item as the condensed knowledge treasure in this world? Don't change the topic. Zhang Qingshao said coldly. I avoided junior sister today to ask for details. You, who the hell are you? Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and replied word by word. Then this young master will also tell you that this young master still doesn't know who I am or where I came from. Then why is your cultivation advancing so fast? Zhang Qingshao asked again. Could it be that you also have the condensed knowledge treasure? This young master doesn't have such a good past life. Xiaohua shook his head and said, This young master's cultivation was painstakingly cultivated by myself. Do you think I, your father, will believe that? Zhang Qingshao laughed sinisterly. Do you still remember what I said when I found out that you actually knew how to refine pills? Of course I remember. Xiaohua said without hesitation. This Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where you grew up. Master, senior brother and senior sister are also the people closest to you in this world. You will definitely not let them hurt you. No matter who, as long as they dare to hurt them, even if you go to the 9th heaven, the 9th underworld, even if you fall into the devil's path or the ghost's path, you will never forgive them. Did this young master say anything wrong? That's right, you remember it very clearly. Zhang Qingshao replied, Now that I have fallen into the devil's path, I have to find the murderer who killed master and senior brother. You are so mysterious, this young master always feels uneasy. If I don't figure out your background, this young master... Xiaohua laughed exceptionally brilliantly and cupped his hands, saying, Sect Master Zhang, if you can figure out my background, this young master will burn yellow paper and cut off a chicken's head to swear an oath of brotherhood with you. Bah! A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingshao's face. Then he stretched out his hand, and a drop of black blood flowed out from his middle finger. That black blood was very strange, as if it had a life of its own. It bubbled in the air, and every time it boiled, a ghost's face would appear from the black blood. Xiaohua, this is the famous black blood curse of the devil realm. Do you dare to swear an oath with me? Swear that I won't hurt Shang Huaming? That I won't have disloyalty towards you and senior sister? Xiaohua said disdainfully. Why wouldn't this young master dare? Good, Zhang Qingshao clapped and said, You don't have to have any disloyalty towards me, as long as you don't have any disloyalty towards senior sister. As long as you don't have any disloyalty towards me, Shang Huaming. With that, Zhang Qingxiao was about to cast another spell. Wait, Xiaohua stopped him and said, "This young master dares. But this young master disdains to swear a blood oath like yours from the devil realm. If this young master wants to swear an oath, it will be a blood oath from the Dao sect." Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaohua's calm expression thoughtfully. Then he said softly, "Swear an oath in front of me." Good. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and swore an oath. However, just as Zhang Qingxiao said, this oath didn't include Zhang Qingxiao. Fine. Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth, and the infinitely changing black blood entered his mouth. He sighed and said, "Don't blame senior brother for making things difficult for you again and again. It's just that Shanghuaming is where I grew up. I must ensure the safety of this place. And this young master understands." Xiaohua nodded. "Although I didn't grow up, I was still picked up by master. My feelings for Shanghuaming may not be as shallow as second senior brothers. Like second senior brother, I will do my best to support Shanghuaming and pass on master's legacy." Yes. Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the herb garden not far away and said, "This herb garden is really pitiful in my hands. In junior brother's hands, it's flourishing, but now? It's even more expanded. As time passes, we are no longer in the same place. While our cultivation increases, each of us has more secrets. Although these secrets won't be completely revealed to each other. I hope that there won't be any estrangement because of this, and we won't endanger each other's trust." "Are you kidding me? Second senior brother, this should be what I ask you." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Hasn't second senior brother been forcing me all this time? Who told you to have too many secrets? If I don't suspect you, who do I suspect? Could it be that I suspect Zhang Luo?" Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes at him. "Second senior brother left, and right has hurt my heart. You have to compensate me," Xiaohua said with a grin. Zhang Qingxiao immediately covered his storage bag and said, "What are you planning?" "Hee. I need cultivation methods of the 5 elements, preferably complete foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Zhang Qingxiao got up and said, "I didn't hear anything. Just take it that I didn't come today. Damn it, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. What cultivation methods don't you have? Yet you come to my heavenly demon sect to take advantage of me. What nascent soul cultivation method? Why don't you have a spirit-severing cultivation method?" "Don't." Xiaohua's face was bashful as he hurriedly pulled Zhang Qingxiao's Daoist robe and said with a smile, "Actually, I didn't think too much just now. Who told you not to trust me so much? Since you did it, you should compensate me. If you don't have nascent soul cultivation methods, give me foundation establishment and golden core cultivation methods." "AI, I'm really scared of you." Zhang Qingxiao slapped his storage bag and threw out a few jade slips and said, "At most, I have golden core cultivation methods, nascent soul cultivation methods. In the future, let's see if there's a chance." With that, Zhang Qingxiao covered his face and left. This time, not only did he not find Xiaohua's origin, but he also broke a few cultivation methods. Xiaohua stayed in Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more days, looking at every corner of Yellow Flower Ridge. However, every time he went to a place, Xiaohua would think of someone, but he didn't feel refreshed. Therefore, when the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples brought the spirit herbs and seeds of 100 Herbs Gate, and even the jade slips, Xiaohua bid farewell to Xiao Xinrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Yellow Flower Ridge had Zhang Qingxiao, so Xiaohua couldn't do much. The new 100 Herbs Gate needed Zhang Qingxiao's support, so Xiaohua was useless. Since that night, after forcing Xiaohua to reveal his origin, Zhang Qingxiao didn't look for Xiaohua alone again, as if he was completely relieved. Even when Xiaohua said goodbye, Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask a word. In fact, it was just like what they said that day. Everyone has their own opportunities, as long as their feelings for Shanghuaming didn't change. Xiao Xinrui's injuries had been completely healed in the past few days. Although her cultivation hadn't fully recovered, there were all kinds of spirit pills given by Xiaohua in her storage bag, and with Zhang Qingxiao's care, her cultivation would probably advance rapidly in the future. Xiao Xinrui knew that Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect at this time, so he had no choice but to leave. She didn't ask any more questions, and only gave a few reminders, reluctantly watching Xiaohua fly away. As for Zhang Luo, she had become very familiar with Zhang Qingxiao these days, and treated Xiaohua as nothing. Alas, with the appearance of second senior brother, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But, after leaving Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiaohua seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. However, now that he thought about it, he felt that the burden was much heavier. Previously, he had always regarded the destruction of Hundred Herbs Gate as his goal of revenge. But now that Hundred Herbs Gate was destroyed and Yellow Flower Ridge returned to Shang Huaming's hands, Xiaohua's previous goal was achieved. However, after knowing the truth of Shang Huaming's destruction, Xiaohua couldn't relax. After all, the enemy was a nascent soul cultivator. It was even possible that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the three major sects of the state of Shi. How could Xiaohua relax? Forget it, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. With second senior brother as the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect, I can only slack off. Xiaohua smiled for no reason. Although Zhang Qingxiao forced him to do so, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. After all, he really couldn't explain his origin and cultivation. It would be strange if she didn't suspect him. Chapter 22-28. It seems that I have to hurry up and cultivate so that I can conceive a nascent soul as soon as possible. Xiaohua, through the various techniques, he plundered from Zhang Qingxiao into the space and handed them to the primordial spirit that was comprehending the jade slip. Only in this way can I help second senior brother when he finds the culprit. 3 nascent soul cultivators. Without late-stage nascent soul, or even spirit-severing stage, don't even think about it. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from Xiaohua's body as he used the Imperial Thunder travel technique. However, his direction was not the Imperial Thunder sect, but the Tianmen Mountain. Of course, Xiaohua was not going to the Tianmen Mountain. Dozens of days later, in a place full of flowers, Xiaohua's figure flashed mysteriously as if he was born from the void. Although his figure was a little shaky and lacked some elegance compared to Zhang Qingxiao, his proficiency in using the technique was not inferior to Zhang Qingxiao's. Strange. The Demon Realm's concealing technique. How can I use it so easily? According to what second senior brother said, I shouldn't be able to learn this technique. Xiaohua's face showed a trace of astonishment as he whispered, I'm not a demon. Forget it. Isn't it good to be able to use it? Xiaohua was very envious of Zhang Qingxiao's concealing technique. In a moment of curiosity, he used his Buddhist sense to look at it and used it according to the technique. How could he not be surprised that he could succeed within dozens of days? Immediately, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the flowers under his feet. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Buried Flower Manor, Manor Lord Chen Yi, I'm coming. Even if I can't kill that person, I'll destroy your Buried Flower Manor. Huh? How come it's gone? Could it be that I'm lost again? Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the range of dozens of miles. As a result, the confusion in his eyes increased. That's right, this was the place where he came to find Xie Zhiqian last time. It was also the location of Buried Flower Manor. The flowers didn't change and the scenery didn't change. It was just that the formation was gone and Buried Flower Manor was gone. Xiaohua thought for a moment and formed a technique with his hands. When the technique landed on the ground, there was no reaction. There was no magic power fluctuation that Xiaohua expected. Clearly, there was no concealment array at all. After that, Xiaohua, who refused to give up, not only used his Buddhist awareness to search again, he even used his Dharma eyes, but he didn't see any clues. Could it be that the Flower Burial Manor can be moved? Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved as he thought of a possibility. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult. Where can this young master go to find Chen Yi? Forget it, let's not waste any more time. There's still some time before the half-year deadline. Let's hurry up and get down to business. After he finished thinking, Xiaohua formed seals with his hand and once again urged his magic power to fly, and he swiftly flew away amidst a wave of faint sounds of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the horizon. Half a year later, on the Sky Thunder Peak of the Imperial Thunder sect, dozens of lightning boats of all kinds were hovering in the air. They were like dark clouds that covered the sky. On the Sky Thunder Peak below the lightning boats, several thousand people were roughly divided into 8 areas and scattered on the peak of the Sky Thunder Peak. Every cultivator's face was slightly excited, and there were also traces of uneasiness. Beside them, there were more or less masters who were sending them off. Different from the previous experiential training, all the cultivators here wore the same style of Taoist robes. These Taoist robes were navy blue, and within the blue there was a hint of scarlet red, which was actually somewhat similar to the color of heavenly lightning. On the sleeves of every cultivator, there was a lightning symbol. It should be the symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. In a place near the edge of the Sky Thunder Peak, several hundred disciples of the Thunderous Palace were similarly dressed. They each checked their storage pouches, and the voices of men and women were incessant. Which one is helplessness? At this moment, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator flew over. It was Senior Brother Qian, who Xiao Hua met half a year ago when he flew out of the Sky Thunder Peak. Disciple is here. In an inconspicuous corner, Helplessness flew into the air and respectfully saluted. Senior Brother Qian sized him up with a glance, clapped his hand, and took out a token. He asked, "Is this your keepsake?" Helplessness glanced over and nodded. "Correct, it is indeed Disciple's keepsake. That disciple of yours named Xiao Hua still hasn't returned, right?" "That's right." Helplessness's expression was very calm. "Good." Senior Brother Qian nodded. "Since he hasn't returned, I presume you also know that when the time is up, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will activate the Thunder Boat and take your life." Disciple understands. Helplessness still nodded. "Humph. I don't even know what you're thinking. Aren't you courting death?" Senior Brother Qian coldly looked at Helplessness and turned to leave. Another voice said, Senior Brother Qian Jing, what are you doing here instead of guarding the mountain gate?" Junior Brother Qian Di Hung? Qian Jing was also slightly startled. He raised his head and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "What are you doing here instead of staying at the Heavenly Thunder Palace and seeing off the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace? Little brother is here to see off a good friend." Qian Diheng's divine sense swept over, but he was slightly startled. He didn't see Xiao Hua's figure. Martial Uncle Helplessness, where's Xiao Hua? Qian Diheng still called him Martial Uncle Helplessness because of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua went out half a year ago. Helplessness said indifferently, "He hasn't returned yet." "You know Xiao Hua?" Qian Jing glanced at Qian Diheng and said, "You're here to see him off." "That's right. Where did this guy run off to?" "He's about to leave. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, "This guy won't run away at the last moment, right?" Let's see what kind of friend you've made." Qian Jing said, "He's the first one to go out with a master's token. He hasn't returned yet, so he must have run away." Senior Brother Qian, spiritual herbs can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be said carelessly. Qian Diheng was unhappy and said coldly, "Xiao Hua is little brother's good brother. How could little brother not know his character? Do I need you to chirp here?" Looking at Qian Diheng's appearance, if Qian Jing wasn't a disciple of Qian Diheng's palace, and also his senior brother, he might have already used lousy instead of little brother. Qian Jing's face was embarrassed, and his face turned red. He could only mutter, if he could return, he would have returned long ago. Now that he hasn't returned, do you still need to say anything? Can you speak a bit louder? Qian Diheng was even more unhappy and said coldly, "Forget it, I still have to go to the mountain gate to guard." Qian Jing responded and said to Helplessness, "Junior Brother Helplessness, when the Thunderboat leaves, don't blame me for being merciless." Saying that, Qian Jing turned around to fly away. "Don't worry, little brother will also go with you." Qian Diheng saw that Xiao Hua wasn't here, so he was disinclined to stay. He soared up and said, "Little brother will go to the mountain gate to welcome Xiao Hua." Looking at the two people flying away, Helplessness's figure landed and saw Cui Hongshan's anger. "Master, what do you want disciple to say to you? You see for yourself, what disciple said that day, isn't it all coming true now? You are the one who is caught in the trap. You don't have us as an outsider who can see it clearly. Xiao Hua, that bastard, has clearly escaped. In another hour, the Thunderboat will depart, where is Xiao Hua's figure?" Chapter 22-29. Junior Brother Cui, isn't it not time yet? Perhaps Junior Brother Xiao was delayed by some matters. Although Xiang Yang's face was filled with anxiety, and his eyes were looking at the sky from time to time, he still spoke for Xiao Hua. "Humph, you were all fooled by Xiao Hua." Cui Hongshan said angrily, "What does a loose cultivator know about benevolence, righteousness, and morality? Master's life is." "Haha. Master, look, isn't that Xiao Hua?" Yan Qinglian's eyes were sharp. She held Xiang Jili's hand and shouted, "Ha, it really is foster father. Foster father, foster father." Xiang Jili also jumped up in joy. If not for Yan Qinglian holding him, he would have already rushed out. Sure enough, in the sky, Xiao Hua was whispering something to Qian Diheng as he slowly flew over. When he was about to reach them, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also took out another storage pouch and handed it to Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and turned around to fly away. When Xiao Hua landed, Xiangjili quickly went forward and bowed. "Greetings, foster father." Xiao Hua smiled and helped Xiangjili up. Foster father left in a hurry and came back too late. "I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you now. Come closer." "Yes." Xiangjili's face was filled with surprise. Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He set up a silent restriction and briefly explained the part of the dragon transformation art to Xiangjili. Finally, he said with a smile, "This art can't be passed on to others. Your father and mother can't be told either." "Yes, boy understands." Xiangjili nodded and hurriedly closed his eyes, carefully remembering what Xiao Hua said just now. "Master." Xiao Hua removed the restriction at this time. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He helplessly said, "Disciple was delayed by some matters. Please forgive me." Xiangjili nodded helplessly and took the token. His face was still indifferent as he said, "It's fine as long as you're back. Xiangyang, bring the reward from the Thunder Palace and let him quickly change into a Taoist robe. The Thunder Boat is about to leave." "Yes." Xiangyang took out a storage bag and handed it over to Xiao Hua. "Junior brother Xiao, this is the reward for this expedition. There are pills and spirit stones inside, as well as a magic tool." "Yes." Xiao Hua took the storage bag, took out the magic tool, and handed it to Xiangyang. "Give this thing to Li Er. I don't need it." Then he looked around and took out a new Taoist robe from his storage pouch to change into. He whispered to Xiangyang, "I've taught Li Er something. It's not too profound. Let him figure it out himself. It'll be beneficial for him in the future." "Okay." Xiangyang glanced at Xiangjili, who was seriously memorizing the manual, and nodded in agreement. "Xiao Hua." Zhu Minghui stepped forward and said, "Before you came back, your master had already told Hong Shun that he would take care of you. You don't have to get angry again." She had to listen to him. "After all, you are fellow disciples of the same sect. He won't harm you." Xiao Hua glanced at Cui Hongshan. Although Cui Hongshan's eyes softened, there was still some disdain. Normally, Xiao Hua would have already refuted, but seeing Zhuo Minghui's eager gaze, Xiao Hua could only nod and say, "Disciple understands." "AI," Zhuo Minghui turned to Cui Hongshan and said, "Hongshan, your master has already said it. Master's wife will repeat it again. You must protect your junior brother's life with all your strength. Remember. Disciple understands." Cui Hongshan respectfully agreed. Xiangyang was different. He pulled Xiao Hua's hand and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you also heard master's wife's words. This is also what I want to tell you. Your cultivation is outstanding, far surpassing mine. You are also smart and alert. Junior brother Cui's life is in your hands. You must protect him. Remember. We'll talk about it later." Xiao Hua did not agree like Cui Hongshan. Everything depends on that guy's luck. Woo! A loud and clear sound of a bugle horn rang out, shaking the entire sky thunder peak. Then, dozens of thunderbolts began to emit faint lightning. "Disciples, take your positions." An old voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. "All right, master's wife, eldest senior brother and senior sister, don't worry. With disciple here, I will definitely bring junior brother Xiao back safely." Cui Hongshan looked at the surrounding shocking Thunder Palace disciples flying to the thunder boats above his head and also cupped his hands and said, "Hongshan, everything depends on you. Watch Xiao Hua, he is too willful." Finally, a trace of worry appeared on his helpless face. However, he immediately forced a smile and said, "After you leave, Master will also go into seclusion. I hope that when Master steps into Gold Core, I will be able to see your figures." "Oh, Master, you're going to take that thing?" Xiao Hua reminded. "Before taking it, you have to ask eldest senior brother." "I know," helplessly sneered. "You just have to look after yourself." "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded, cupped his hands towards everyone, and flew to the thunder boat before Cui Hongshan. Alas! This child. Seeing this, how could Zhuo Minghui be at ease? Master's wife, disciple is leaving." Cui Hongshan said a few more words before flying to the thunder boat. Crackle, bursts of lightning flashed, and dozens of thunderbolts flew out of the sky. Thunder Peak one after another, rushing into the sky. Alas! Grape wine in a luminous cup. If you want to drink, the people will urge you to drink. If you lie drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from battle? Helplessly and inexplicably, he said a few words, and then sadly said, "This time. I don't know how many of my shocking Thunder Sect disciples will return. Let's go." Looking up at the sky, there were many cultivators who felt sad in their hearts, but gradually, they dispersed, and the sky Thunder Peak regained its tranquility. After all, people had to walk, and the path of cultivation still existed. When Xiaohua flew to the Thunder Boat, he saw everyone standing on the side of the boat and waving goodbye to their masters. He casually found a place to sit cross-legged, and thought about the events of the past 6 months. After leaving the Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiaohua couldn't find the Burial Flower Manor, so he went to the secret land of the Black Cloud Forest. The rice in his space was watered by the water of the Yinyang Pond in the secret land. If he wanted to cultivate spiritual herbs that could adapt to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, maybe the pond water was the key. But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the innate restriction in the secret plane didn't open at a fixed time. He was trapped inside for a few months before he was able to escape. If it wasn't for his lightning speed, he might not have been able to rush back to the Imperial Thunder Sect within half a year. However, during the several months of being trapped in the secret land, Xiaohua didn't lack in taking the pond water from the deep pond. Now, there was a huge lake in his space, and all the water was taken from the deep pond. And the water in the deep pond seemed to be endless. As long as Xiaohua took all the water from the deep pond, there would immediately be extremely cold and extremely hot spring water gushing out. Xiaohua sat on the Thunder Boat, but his mind was immersed in the space. Looking at the rippling lake water, he felt a sense of accomplishment. If this young master goes to the QC again, I will definitely bring in some sea beasts. Xiaohua thought greedily. Disciples. At this time, the rumbling Thunder Boat had already left the shocking Thunder Sect. A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple stood in the middle of the Thunder Boat and shouted, "Disciples, enter the quiet room, 5 disciples per room." Hee, 5 disciples per room. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the cabin door not far away. Just as he was about to leave, Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice. "Xiaohua, don't be anxious, follow I." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and glanced at him unhappily. But his feet didn't stop, and he went in first. Inside the Thunder Boat, there were many separate quiet rooms. Xiaohua only glanced at them a little, and casually found a room to enter. That quiet room was empty, and there were no furnishings at all. Xiaohua walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged. He took out an azure spirit pill from his storage pouch, opened his mouth, and swallowed it, using his heart to refine the medicinal efficacy. Before Xiaohua went to Inkcloud Black Forest, he went to Bright City and asked Yuqin to help him bid for the Yilian pill and Azure Spirit pill. When he returned from Inkcloud Black Forest, Yuqin had already found a lot of medicinal pills. When he returned to the Shocking Thunder Sect, Qian Diheng also gave him a storage pouch with a lot of Azure Spirit pills. These medicinal pills should be enough for Xiaohua to use for a while, and he didn't need to worry for a short period of time. Of course, when Qian Diheng saw that Xiaohua asked him to bid for so many Azure Spirit pills, he already understood. However, he tactfully didn't ask anything, which was completely different from Xiaohua's unruly attitude when he was alone. I still came back late. I couldn't send a message to Xue. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Xue is probably still in seclusion. If that wasn't the case, I would have already come to see you off. While Xiaohua was meditating with his eyes closed, several disciples came in one after another. However, these disciples didn't come in alone, but in groups of 2s and 3s, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Some disciples saw that there was someone in the quiet room and immediately shrank back. Finally, 4 disciples walked in while muttering. These 4 disciples were all at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. When they saw that there was an early-stage Foundation establishment senior in the quiet room, they were slightly stunned. Soon after, their brows relaxed, and they exchanged glances with each other. They respectfully walked in front of Xiaohua and bowed. "Junior greets martial uncle." When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't raise his eyes, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. When the 4 disciples saw this, their faces were slightly embarrassed. They knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to be disturbed, so they all shut up and found an empty space to sit down cross-legged. As for Cui Hongshan, when he saw that Xiao Hua actually ignored him, he was very angry in his heart. However, he slightly clenched his teeth, coldly snorted, and stood still, no longer greeting Xiao Hua. When almost all the disciples of the thunderous Thunder Palace had entered the quiet room, Cui Hongshan finally stepped forward. However, he didn't go to the quiet room, but instead turned around and walked towards the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Junior Marshal Brother, why haven't you hurried into the quiet room yet? Seeing Cui Hongshan sit down, the late-stage Foundation Establishment old man didn't act too fierce and asked in a low voice, "Do you have something to ask?" When Cui Hongshan saw that old man's amiable expression, he had some confidence in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Disciple is Cui Hongshan from the Myriad Thunder Valley. May I ask for Senior Marshal Brother's name? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2230. Oh, so it's the helpless disciple. The old man returned the greeting. I'm Jin Yun. What's the matter, Junior Brother Cui? Cui Hongshan looked around and transmitted his voice. I want to ask, after we arrive at Huan Country, how will the disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace be distributed? Will we be organized according to the sect or randomly? Naturally, we'll be organized according to the sect and the Shocking Thunder Palace's usual division. Zhen Yun didn't hide it and said with a smile, however, as for how we'll be organized, this old man doesn't know. This was already decided half a year ago when the disciples were selected. Haha, Senior Brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan came forward and said with a smile, how could a teacher from half a year ago predict today's situation? It's impossible that there aren't any changes. Zhen Yun frowned and said, what do you mean, Junior Brother Cui? Cui Hongshan took out a small storage pouch and stuffed it into Zhen Yun's hands. He said with a smile, I'm from Kuan Yu's Cui family. This is my Kuan Yu's blood red stone. It's not that rare, but it has some use in refining. If Senior Brother Zhen likes it, you can pick it up and play with it. Zhen Yun's frown deepened. He pushed the storage pouch back with his hand and shook his head. Junior Brother Cui, you'd better make it clear. You and I are both disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace. If it's not too difficult, I can naturally agree. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid that even if I accept this blood-red stone, I won't be able to. Cui Hongshan's face reddened. He couldn't keep the storage pouch in his hands for long, so he hurriedly put it away and said with an apologetic smile, it's nothing. My Myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. Besides eldest Senior Brother Xiang Yang, Junior Brother Cui, and I were all sent out. Junior Brother Cui's cultivation has just reached the Foundation Establishment realm. I'm afraid that something will happen to him, and I won't be able to face Master. Strange. There's a problem. Zhen Yun was puzzled. Generally speaking, your Myriad Thunder Valley has 3 disciples, so sending out 1 is enough. Moreover, your Junior Brother Cui has just reached the Foundation Establishment realm, so he shouldn't be sent out. However, Zhen Yun immediately smiled and said, of course, this is the decision of the Thunderous Palace's elders. We can't casually speak of it. If Junior Brother Cui wants to protect your little junior brother, you don't have to say anything to me. You are all fellow disciples of the same sect, so it's convenient for you to send someone out. I won't force you to separate. It's not that important. Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice again. If it weren't for this war, I wouldn't have come here. He had already prepared the betrothal gifts for dual cultivation half a year ago. Is it because of this that this Cui and that person were selected to go to Huan Country together? Junior Brother Cui, you mean? Hearing that Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation had been disrupted by the war, Zhen Yun felt great sympathy for him and asked tentatively. Cui Hongshan's face turned even redder, and he said with a smile, this Cui indeed thinks so. I want to separate my wife from this Cui so that we can take care of each other. Even if something happens, we don't have to worry about each other too much. Alas, this is difficult. Seeing that Cui Hongshan had indeed made such a request, Zhen Yun was a little troubled. Our Thunder's Palace has sent out disciples from all the Thunder Palaces this time, and there are many female disciples. From what I know, these female disciples will definitely form a team with the male disciples in the future, but this team can't be led by the Thunder Palaces. So, this Cui wants to ask Senior Brother Zhen to make an exception. Cui Hongshan put his hands into his chest again. Don't rush. Zhen Yun made a prompt decision to stop him, and asked again, which Thunder Palace is your dual cultivation partner from? What's her name? Senior brother Zhen. My dual cultivation partner is Dui Qiming from Thunderous Palace. Cui Hongshan was delighted and hurriedly said, Oh, so she's a disciple from Thunderous Palace. Zhen Yun's face showed a trace of relief, and he said with a smile, The leader of Thunderous Palace is an old acquaintance of mine. Moreover, the disciples of Thunderous Palace must be evenly distributed to all the Thunder Palaces. Your request, seems like I can still help you ask. Ayo, thank you, Senior Brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and bowed. Then he took out his storage pouch and stuffed it into Zhen Yun's hands. Hee. Unexpectedly, Zhen Yun didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, Junior Brother Cui, if this old man guessed correctly, your storage pouch isn't filled with blood-red stones, right? Hee. Cui Hongshan laughed and said, It's just a small token of my appreciation. Since Senior Brother has to speak up for me, these favors are nothing. You're wrong. Zhen Yun shook his head and said, If it was any other day, this old man would accept Junior Brother Cui's gift. But not today. Why? Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask. You are representing my thunder-controlling sect in this battle, and you are risking your lives to fight. Your request is for the sake of your relationship as a senior brother. The other is for the sake of your dual cultivation partner's love. Whether it's for public or private reasons, this old man will satisfy your request. If this old man accepts your gift because of such a small request, do you think this old man will still have any face left? Cui Hongshan looked at each other in dismay. From the Cui family to the thunder-controlling sect, he had used spirit stones and spirit herbs to pave the way for many things. This small storage pouch had been given out countless times, but it was actually rejected today. This was truly beyond his expectations. Actually, many things are simple, but there are people who think too much about it. Zhen Yun smiled and said to Cui Hongshan, You can go back now. This old man has already agreed, but this old man doesn't dare to promise you anything. If it's not done, Junior Brother Cui, don't blame this old man. Yes. Cui Hongshan felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, an extremely awkward feeling arose again. What does Zhen Yun mean by this? Is he complaining that there aren't enough things in the storage pouch? But he didn't even look at the storage pouch. If he had agreed, there was no reason for him to not accept the storage pouch. If he didn't accept the storage pouch, did that mean he had agreed or not? Even if he had agreed now, if he didn't give it his all, what should I do? He had already said that he knew the leader of the Thunder-Converting Palace, which clearly said that he could do it. But in the end, he said that if it's not done. I still took too few spirit stones. Not only was Cui Hongshan's thoughts turning rapidly, but Zhen Yun waved his hand and said, Junior Brother Cui, quickly enter the quiet room. There are still a few months before we reach Hung Country, so Junior Brother Cui can use this time to nourish your true essence. Perhaps you can have a breakthrough. It's also a good thing for your junior brother and your lover. After saying that, Zhen Yun ignored Cui Hongshan and turned to leave, instructing the disciple controlling the thunder ship to speed up. Cui Hongshan entered the quiet room in a daze, his heart feeling extremely uneasy. Not giving away the spirit stones was actually more painful than giving away the spirit stones and not receiving any response. Chapter 2231. However, when he found Xiao Hua and saw that there were already 4 disciples inside, the fire in his heart couldn't help but burst out. I, your father, am shamelessly colluding with people outside, and you, on the other hand, are hiding in a place to cultivate. If it weren't for Master's orders, I wouldn't care about your life or death. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan glared at Xiao Hua, turned around and found the furthest quiet room. Without greeting the 3 aura refining disciples inside, he sat down. Greetings, Martial Uncle. When the 3 aura refining disciples saw a Foundation Establishment disciple enter, they didn't dare to be negligent and hastily stood up to salute him. Cui Hongshan waved his sleeves and didn't return the salute. He also closed his eyes and meditated. The 3 aura refining disciples looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. The northwest of the country of Shi was already very cold. Although it wasn't as cold as the country of Huan, it was a world of ice and snow. However, the mountains and forests were often covered in snow. Even the peaks of some high mountains and precipitous ridges were covered in white snow all year round. There were very few people from the secular world who could live here. Only at the edge of the mountains and forests, some mortals would gather in slightly warmer places. Naturally, they couldn't live by growing rice. Most of them hunted and dug out the spiritual herbs in the mountains and forests to make a living. Naturally, these spiritual herbs couldn't be compared to the spiritual herbs cultivators consumed. They were just some slightly older spiritual herbs that were extremely common in the eyes of cultivators. This vile environment was fatal to the people of the secular world, but to cultivators, it was extremely tempting. That was because the northwest of the country she had dense spiritual energy and abundant natural resources. There were many spiritual herbs that could withstand the cold, and there were even more than 10 large and small spirit stone veins. Under these circumstances, not only were there many cultivation families, but there were also several cultivation sects. Among these cultivation families, the most famous ones were Skyscraper Ridges by Clan, Glacier Valley's May Clan, and Cool Breeze Mountain's Neo Clan. Their clan heads were all in the late stage of foundation establishment, and were only a step away from entering the gold core realm. There were also many other small cultivation families, but they were all below the middle stage of foundation establishment and couldn't enter the eyes of the cultivation sects. As for the cultivation sects, there were the Ice Soul sect, the Snow Crow sect, the Pine Wave Ridge, and the Cold Mountain Enlightenment sect. The sect leaders of these sects were basically at the early or middle stage of the gold core realm. The strongest one was almost at the late stage of the gold core realm. Of course, including these cultivation families and sects, Sky Patrol City was the most powerful one. Sky Patrol City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Its city lord, Perfected Shuiyu, was already an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Sky Patrol City was different from Jinghua City and Chiyu City. It was built on the snowy highlands, at the peak of the snowy highlands. The entire city was like a fortress in the snow. Standing on the city walls, one could see the snowy highlands within a few thousand miles. From this point of view, Sky Patrol City was somewhat similar to Haoming City. However, there were both cultivators and people from the secular world in Haoming City. Since the Sky Patrol City was high up in the sky, it was impossible to come up without the help of the teleportation formation without flying techniques. Therefore, all the people in the city were cultivators. There was not a single person from the secular world. Usually, there were not many cultivators flying out of Sky Patrol City. Only the city guards of Sky Patrol City would go out at fixed intervals to patrol the area within a few hundred miles of Sky Patrol City. Most of the ordinary cultivators would use the teleportation formation. After all, this was the snowy highlands. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, the weather was harsh. The cultivators who lived like princes would not waste their magic power to fight against the cold wind and snowstorms. However, in the past few years, the situation had changed greatly. Not only were there more cultivators flying in from the wind and snow, but there were also more cultivators who came in groups on flying artifacts. The streets of Sky Patrol City, which used to be slightly deserted, were now crowded. Needless to say, this was caused by the invasion of the Xi country by the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Of course, Sky Patrol City was still far from the border between the Huan country and the Xi country. The sword cultivators of the Huan country had not reached here yet. However, this was the largest city in the Xi country near the Huan country. It had always been the stronghold where the sword cultivators rested when they fought against the Dao sect. Regardless of whether it was the Xi country, the Meng country, or the Lian country, most of the cultivators gathered here. The leaders of the sects of the 3 countries were elected to command the battle against the sword cultivators. It was because of this that the number of cultivators increased. Some rogue cultivators, cultivation families, and even cultivators who were not selected by the sects gathered here. Some small auction gatherings and trading gatherings gradually became prosperous. Even the shops in Sky Patrol City became lively. It was as if the tension of the war had not reached here yet. However, this was normal. For tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, the sword cultivators had invaded the Xi country, but they had never attacked Sky Patrol City. According to the records of Sky Patrol City, it was only 200,000 years ago that the sword cultivators occasionally attacked Sky Patrol City. However, only 3 years later, Sky Patrol City was seized by the Dao sect again. They chased the sword cultivators out of the Xi country. In addition, the governor of Sky Patrol City had always been a nascent soul cultivator. That was equivalent to the sect leader of the sword transformation realm. If the governor of Sky Patrol City wanted to participate in the war, then the sect leaders of the three major sects in the Shi country would definitely come. The sect leaders of Meng country and Lian country would also come. With these nascent soul cultivators, what danger would Sky Patrol City have? Therefore, the cultivators who did not participate in the war were not afraid of anything. If the sword cultivators came, they could just run away. However, what about the cultivators who participated in the war? On this day, it was snowing heavily like goose feathers, covering the entire sky. Sky Patrol City stood at the peak of the snowy region, and the entire city was covered in snow. It was not that Sky Patrol City did not have a defensive array, but this array was divided into several levels. The highest level could certainly block the snowflakes, but this would consume a lot of spirit stones. The Sky Patrol City had no reason to waste them. Even in such a snowy day, the cultivators did not stop their footsteps. Many of them flashed with brilliance, blocking the snowflakes outside their bodies. From time to time, they entered and exited the city gate of Sky Patrol City. Make way, make way! A loud voice sounded from afar. There's a battle report from the Western Front. Western Front? What's wrong with the Western Front? When the cultivators heard this, they all dodged and made way for the sky leading to the gate of the Sky Patrol City. A few older cultivators stopped in midair and looked at an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who was wearing the Sky Patrol City's guard uniform and holding a snow-white flag in his hand. They frowned and asked loudly, "The battle report has to be sent to the Yanxi mansion before the seniors in the mansion can send it out. I dare not make the decision without permission." The city guard unceremoniously cupped his hands and his figure did not stop in midair. He swept past these cultivators and rushed into Sky Patrol City. "Sai, it's been nearly a year. This confrontation with the Huan country, there's never been any good news. This time, looking at your city guard's anxious expression, I'm afraid it's not good news." A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator sighed and said to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator next to him, The old man was flying towards Sky Patrol City. He glanced at the cultivator who spoke to him and nodded. "The sword cultivators of the Huan country have always been more powerful than us. Moreover, this time, they struck first to gain the initiative and came prepared. It would be strange if we could drive them out at the beginning of the battle. In this old man's opinion, this time will be the same as before. There won't be anything special. The cultivators of the three countries are gradually gathering. When the disciples of the various sects and clans arrive, our strength will also increase. The disadvantage of this battle will gradually be reversed. In the end, the sword cultivators will still be driven away." "That's right, I think so too," the middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator said with a smile. "The sword cultivators and our Dao sect cultivators have not crossed swords once or twice. For so many years, they have been holed up in the Huan country. It's unlikely that they will rush out this time. Actually, the sword cultivators and our Dao sect don't have much of a grudge. Other than this battle, the disciples of the various countries usually cross swords with each other, and there hasn't been any foul play." The old man was very disapproving. "I heard that the sword cultivators attacked our Shi country with the excuse that their swordsman went missing in Meng country, and the senior who went to look for them was also killed. Don't you think this is nonsense? If any cultivator from the three kingdoms of cultivation were to die, why would the sects attack and kill them? Our three countries have suffered many losses in Huan country, but we haven't attacked Huan country on a large scale?" "That's right," the middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator agreed. "If it's possible, why don't our three countries attack Huan country and kill all the sword cultivators?" "Ignorant," the old man scolded. "If we kill the sword cultivators, who will resist the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Don't forget that soul cultivators are extremely difficult to deal with. The flying swords of the sword cultivators are the nemesis of soul spells. Our Dao sect's spells won't work. Yes, I have indeed forgotten the pros and cons of this layer." The Foundation establishment cultivator smiled apologetically. "Thinking about the unpredictable soul spells of the soul cultivators, I almost feel my hair stand on end. Let's go after entering the city gate. Yanxi Mansion is just ahead. Let's go and see what happened." As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the city gate. In front of the city gate, which was dozens of feet high, stood dozens of guards of the Sky Patrol City. Most of them were in the Chi refinement realm, and only a few were in the Foundation establishment realm. The highest cultivation level was actually close to the middle stage Foundation establishment realm. Seniors, do you have an identity token issued by the 3 countries? 2 Chi refinement disciples respectfully stepped forward to salute and stopped the 2. I am a cultivator of the Rock Border sect. This time, I happen to be in Chi country to gain experience. This is my token. The middle stage Foundation establishment old man clapped his hand and took out a token and handed it to the disciple. Oh, senior, please wait a moment. The disciple reached out and took it. With a clap of his hand, he took out a mirror-like magical item from his storage bag and placed it on the token. When he activated his magic power, the mirror flashed with white light. Within the white light, there were 3 halos of different colors. One of the halos actually revealed the image of the old man. Senior, please. After the disciple finished checking, he returned it to the old man and smiled apologetically. Senior's token was issued jointly by the 3 countries. The magic power fluctuations in it are the same. Chapter 2232. Yes, it's just a coincidence. The old man nodded. My senior brother is the leader of the Rock Border sect, so he gave this token to me. It's quite convenient for me these days. Senior, are you also from the Rock Border sect? The other disciple saw that the dark and thin mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator did not take out the token, so he asked with an apologetic smile. Oh, he's not. I just met him. The Rock Border sect elder hurriedly said. Senior, please take out the token and examine it. The Chi refinement disciple said respectfully. The dark and thin Foundation establishment cultivator looked helpless. He clapped his hand and took out a token. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm a disciple of the Chongbai sect. I'm also training in the northern part of the country of Xi. I heard that there was a battle here, so I came over. Unfortunately, I'm not as lucky as this senior and haven't met a disciple of my sect yet. It's fine. The city guard took the token and smiled. As long as you're a disciple of my sect, you can enter no matter which sect or family you're from. Yes, I know. The dark and thin cultivator smiled, but the sword cultivators of the country of Huan are still far away, so there's no need to be so cautious. As he spoke, the city guard took out a mirror. There was a white light on the mirror, but there was no halo. The city guard hesitated for a bit before handing the token to the Foundation establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, Senior, this token is correct. What are you saying? I'm not a sword cultivator, so of course the token is correct. The dark and thin Foundation establishment cultivator took the token and said with a smile, Senior, please. The 2 Chi refinement disciples made way and stopped the other cultivators who wanted to enter Sky Patrol City. Let's go, Senior. I still want to see what's going on. The dark and thin cultivator raised his hand and said to the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a smile. The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked towards the city gate. Just as the 2 of them arrived a few feet below the city gate, a faint ripple enveloped the 2 of them. The token in the Foundation establishment old man's bag of holding released a strange ripple. It vibrated around the old man's body for a moment before heading toward the ripple. After the 2 of them fused together, they gradually disappeared. The dark and skinny cultivator didn't emit any energy fluctuations from his body. Thus, the energy fluctuations spread from his body into his body. The dark and skinny cultivator seemed to have sensed it and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the city gate. A milky white halo descended from the sky like lightning and enveloped the dark and skinny cultivator. Ha ha ha, what kind of spell is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The dark and skinny cultivator's body shook, and his entire appearance and figure changed greatly. His dark and skinny face protruded even more, and his body suddenly grew several feet taller. At the same time, the cultivator clapped his hands, and 2 huge flying swords appeared in his hands. He slashed through the air, and the flying swords, which were like door planks, shone with a sharp brilliance, and actually split the halo down below into 2 halves in an instant. This guy is a sword cultivator. The city guards guarding the city gate suddenly woke up and rushed over while shouting. Several Foundation establishment cultivators also rubbed their hands and cast their spells at the dark and skinny cultivator. As the dark and skinny cultivator slashed at the halo with his huge sword, he chanted an obscure incantation, and a strange fluctuation appeared behind him. Wung, a clear and bright sound rang out. 2 wings that were about 3 meters thick, like that of an eagle's, grew out from his back. At the same time, a hurricane was created when he flapped his wings. This hurricane happened to hit the late-stage Foundation establishment old man beside him, who was about to cast a spell. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed quickly. He changed his spell and actually hit himself. Sure enough, the hurricane hit him, and the wind blades cut on the old man's defensive brilliance. But they were gradually annihilated in a moment, fortunately. Just when the old man was about to cast another spell, the dark and skinny cultivator's upper body was completely immortalized. As the cultivator flapped his wings, his body rushed straight into the air like a sharp arrow. After flying for hundreds of feet, he screamed again and flew toward the northwest of Sky Patrol City. The city guards of Sky Patrol City had just caught up to the sky at this time, and the spell in their hands could not catch up with his gradually fading figure. Beast Cultivator. This is a beast cultivator from Huan Country. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, not only the old man from Rock Border Sect and the beast cultivator, but more than a dozen other cultivators who suddenly saw this scene were a little stunned. After all, Huan Country's attack was still far away. They really did not expect that a beast cultivator would come to Sky Patrol City to inquire about information, and actually want to enter Sky Patrol City so blatantly. One of the more knowledgeable cultivators suddenly realized. Ah, beast cultivator? The old man from Rock Border Sect was also shocked. He understood that the dark and skinny beast cultivator must have cultivated with a flying feather-type spiritual bird. That was why he could have wings on his back and his upper body turned into a beast, just like the cultivators of Dao Sect who use spiritual talismans. This flying speed is too fast. The old man from Rock Border Sect boasted that he was also a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Just now, he wanted to capture him, but before he could do so, the other party had already gone far away. He estimated that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to catch up with him. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, more than a dozen people were discussing. Obviously, they were very surprised by the appearance of the beast cultivator. There were even cultivators who spoke to the city guards of Sky Patrol City and asked, "The beast cultivator dares to come to Sky Patrol City. Where is our city lord? He is a nascent soul cultivator. He can capture this arrogant guy with just a little finger. Hee, fellow cultivator, don't add another round. Let's quickly invite him into the city." The city guard in the middle stage of Foundation establishment smiled apologetically and said, "How can my city lord lower himself to the same level as this guy? He doesn't even go to the Yanxi mansion, and he doesn't even ask about this war. How can we let him take action? Isn't this embarrassing my Sky Patrol City? I want to report this matter to the seniors in the Yanxi mansion and see how they decide." With that, the city guard ignored these cultivators who were discussing and went straight into the city gate, walking towards a tall building not far from the city gate. The buildings of Sky Patrol City were somewhat similar to Weeping Moon City. They were all huge stones. These stones were piled up, and the style was very rough. It looked quite similar to the appearance of the cultivators in the northern part of the country of Shi. However, although it was rough, it was somewhat different. Most of the stones in Weeping Moon City were rocks, but among the stones in Sky Patrol City, there were many ice cubes mixed in. These ice cubes were either crystal clear or transparent, or there were strange crystals condensed in the transparency, emitting a strange brilliance. These ice cubes were the characteristics of the snowy plateau. The surface of the snowy plateau was much inferior to the glaciers of the Huan Country, but the bottom layer was not inferior to the glaciers. In particular, these ice cubes had been here for many years. Under the heavy pressure and extreme cold, they had long solidified. They were really not inferior to the stones of Weeping Moon City. Even with some temperature and some ordinary fire, it might not melt a single drop. Chapter 2233. The Sky Patrol City used these ice blocks to build buildings. It was quite interesting. In this Sky Patrol City, many shops were completely built with transparent ice blocks. Looking from the outside, everything inside could be seen at a glance. Moreover, this ice block building on a clear day reflected the sunlight with a colorful halo, magnificent beyond compare. The huge building that the city guards hurried to was different from the ordinary buildings of the Sky Patrol City. The stones used in this building were dark blue in color. Each stone was several feet in size, and there was a faint layer of brilliance, which seemed to be part of the bluestone itself, but also seemed to be a strange formation. The cultivators who often walked around the Sky Patrol City knew that there were only 2 residences built with bluestone in the Sky Patrol City. One was the residence of the city lord of the Sky Patrol City, Master Shuiyu, and the other was here, Yanxi Residence, which was prepared by the Sky Patrol City for the 3 countries of cultivation. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators in the Yanxi mansion. However, most of these cultivators were at the late foundation establishment stage. Looking at their expressions, they didn't feel particularly nervous because they were involved in the battle of sword cultivators. There were even a few female cultivators standing under a tree unique to the snowy highlands. They were looking at a bunch of red flowers and chattering about something. These female cultivators also maintained their appearance and looked pleasing to the eye. Slightly different from the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard, inside the Yanxi residence, in the depths of the layers, inside an inverted triangular pagoda-shaped building, more than 10 middle Jindan stage cultivators were frowning slightly, whispering from time to time, seemingly discussing something. A middle Jindan stage old man, dressed in a navy blue robe, whispered to a white-haired old woman beside him for a moment, then looked around, clapped his hands together and said in a loud voice, "Fellow cultivators, we have already received the message from the Sky Patrol City and have been discussing it. Now that we have a plan, why don't we take it out and discuss it openly and decide how we should deal with it?" That's how it should be, a short old man with triangular eyes said with a sneer on his face. Today, the sword cultivators of the Huan country are really hateful. They actually destroyed the cultivation families of my Shi country. If we don't face them head-on and let them know the prowess of our Dao sect, how will our Dao sect have the face to stand tall in the Dawn Rain continent? That's right. Fellow Daoist Wang, please open the meeting hall so that we can make a decision. The group of cultivators said indignantly. All right. Wang Daoyu was the leader of the 7 Skills Sects battle against the Huan country's sword cultivators. His name was Wang Yi. When he heard everyone's agreement, he nodded his head and said, "Good." Then he clapped his hands and took out a strange jade pendant from his storage pouch. This jade pendant was made up of 3 diamond-shaped pieces placed together. Wang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the dark green rhombus. That rhombus suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire building in green. With a loud pung sound, a fist-sized circle of light flew out from the rhombus and rushed towards the top of everyone's heads. Wang, with a series of noises, 3 thin slits appeared in the snowy sky above everyone's heads. The slits grew bigger and bigger, finally forming 3 oval-shaped entrances. These 3 entrances filled the entire area above everyone's heads, forming the shape of the Chinese character. "This old man will go first," Wang Yi said and put away the jade pendant. He activated his magic power and flew into one of the entrances. Then the other 10 or so cultivators did the same. However, they all flew in through different entrances. After everyone had entered, the 3 entrances rotated at the same time and gradually superimposed on each other. As they rotated, they gradually shrank and finally disappeared. After Wang Yi flew in, he was faced with a hemispherical space. The top of his head was transparent, allowing him to clearly see the scene in the sky above Sun Tian City. The palm-sized snowflakes seemed to be floating down from above. Inside the space, there were several layers of shining praying mats. The first layer had 9, the second layer had 18, the third layer had 30, and the fourth layer had more than 10. These praying mats quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. Wang Yi glanced around and clapped his hands. He took out the token given by the sect leader of 7 Skills Sect. Under the activation of his magic power, the token flew out. One of the 9 praying mats on the first layer shone brightly and sucked the token over. Then, a beam of light flew out from the praying mat and covered Wang Yi. Wang Yi's body was sucked into the beam of light and landed on the praying mat. After Wang Yi sat down, the other 10 or so cultivators also entered. They each took out their tokens and landed on different praying mats. After the cultivators sat down, the dozens of praying mats started to rotate again. The trajectory was very mysterious. It seemed to be very fast, but in fact it was extremely slow. Moreover, the other cultivators did not change at all. It was as if they were sitting on the praying mats without moving. Wang Yi glanced at them and nodded slightly. On the first layer of the 9 praying mats, there were 5 cultivators in the middle stage gold core realm. They were Gao Wei from Xuanyan School of Shi Country, De Sun from Taibai sect of Meng Country, Hang Li from Paradise sect of Lian Country, and Yuan Zhongjue from Kunlun School. On the second layer of the praying mats were either middle stage gold core realm or early stage gold core realm cultivators. There were a total of 8 of them. They were Xiang Ming from Huanhua sect of Shi Country, Yuan Yiguang from Lanli sect of Shi Country, Qing Jiao from Mo Seng Mountain of Shi Country, Li Chengshu from Xianlu sect of Meng Country, Peng Dai from Su Yan School of Meng Country, Zhou Qingping from Qianya Ridge of Meng Country, Su Jie from Ruanjiang sect of Lian Country, and Ko Xiangling from Yongyi School of Meng Country. Fellow Taoists, it has been nearly 10 months since the battle between the 3 cultivation countries and the sword cultivators of Huan Country. We are the first batch to be sent out to fight. The second batch of disciples and even the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families have been sent out. I believe it won't be long before they arrive at Sky Patrol City. Wang Yi cleared his throat and said loudly. His voice was not loud, and he did not deliberately use his magic power. However, his voice could be heard clearly in the entire space. In these 10 months, our Dao sect disciples have fought with sword cultivators more than 100 times. The scale of the battles varied, and they covered a wide area. Some were in the west and north of Shi Country, and some were even in the north of Lian Country. The casualties of our Dao sect disciples are similar to before. I believe each sect has their own statistics. This old man won't talk about it here. Fellow Taoist Wang, when will the second batch of disciples arrive? A fat cultivator with a bald head rubbed his greasy head and said with a grin, although our 1,000-leaf ridge did not lose many disciples, we can't be compared to your big sections. If this continues, I won't be able to explain it to the sect master. Wang Yi glanced at Zhou Qingping from 1,000-leaf ridge and said with a smile, this time, the sword cultivators of Huan Country invaded. Our 13 sects were the first batch. Naturally, we have to bear the brunt and keep the sword cultivators of Huan Country out of Shi and Lian Country. What's the big deal about losing some disciples? Won't their lives be in danger when they go out for training? Besides, if fellow Taoist Zhou can't explain it, can we? Especially the actions of the sword cultivators of Huan Country this time are quite different. Didn't fellow Taoist Zhou hear it just now? The sword cultivators actually killed the entire Zhao family of Clear Cave and took away their spirit stones, jade slips, and elixirs. This is not common in the past years. Also, you said something about losing disciples. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Hee. I just want the disciples of Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect to hurry over. Zhou Qingping was still grinning and was not angry. Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't worry. Wang Yi pointed with his finger. In less than a month, the seats in the conference hall will be full. The time for our Dao sect to attack the sword cultivators will come. Oh, the disciples of Changbai sect will arrive soon? Zhou Qingping still asked. Not only the cultivators of Meng Country, but the Shanghua sect and Imperial Thunder sect of Shi, as well as the Black Heaven sect and Nanming sect of Lian Country will also arrive in time. Wang Yi smiled and turned to a thin and tall elder wearing a light blue Taoist robe. Don't you think so, fellow Taoist Gao? That thin and tall elder was Xuanyan sect's Gao Wei. When he heard Wang Ye's question, he smiled and said, 7 Possibilities sect is the hall master on duty today. We will listen to fellow Taoist Wang's orders. Fellow Taoist Wang is right. According to what I know, fellow Taoist Lu Xinwu of 7 Possibilities sect is only 10 days away. Imperial Thunder sect's Thunderboat is also 30 days away. As for Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect of Meng Country, I don't know. Did fellow Taoist Zhou hear that? Wang Yi smiled and asked. Fellow Taoist Zhou is just worried that the sword cultivators will do something strange. An old woman shrieked. There is no need to explain anything to him. I am just curious. Why did the sword cultivators kill Clear Cave's Zhao family? The war has just begun. Are they going to ask for a nascent soul senior to come out? That's right, fellow Taoist Wang. This is very strange. A middle-aged-looking cultivator frowned and said. It was Tai Ching sect's De Sun. De Sun sat on the first floor's praying mat. Wang Yi couldn't help but pay attention to him. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist De Sun is right. I also don't understand. This kind of killing of family clans usually only happens in the later stages of the war when there are nascent soul seniors and us golden core cultivators. There is no reason for the sword cultivators to come so early. AI, the battle between the sword cultivators and our Dao sect, is the one that doesn't have a reason. A female cultivator sitting on the second floor sighed and said, "The sword cultivators can't beat our cultivation 3 kingdoms. They are like grasshoppers after autumn, forcefully tormenting themselves. Every once in a while, they will cause trouble for us. Our cultivation 3 kingdoms have to go to war and lose a lot of disciples. Their corpses are also scattered everywhere. Only then will they unwillingly retreat. What's the point of doing this every time?" Su Yen Sek's fellow Taoist Peng Dai is right. Tong Yi Sek's female cultivator Ko Xiangling also nodded and said, "The battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect is really laughable. Every time, the casualties are huge. Rather than calling it a battle, it is better to call it an experience for the disciples. Our cultivation 3 kingdoms famous feather immortal, gathering mostly trains chi refinement disciples. This battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect should be training foundation establishment and golden core disciples. Even a nascent soul master might be able to comprehend it." Chapter 2234. The 2 fairies are truly merciful. Wang Yi nods his head and says, "That's what we think. We don't want to exterminate the sword cultivators. But the sword cultivators don't think so. They are bent on destroying my Dao sect, and their sword cultivators want to monopolize the entire sect. Dominate the Dawn Rain continent. If it's not like that, then why are sword cultivators always the ones who start the battles of the sword Dao? What kind of brains do they have?" Huang Feng from Rock Border Sect sneers, "How many sword cultivators do they have? How many people do our Dao sect have? Our Dao sect can drown them with a mouthful of spit from each person." Ha ha ha. Huang Feng's words are very amusing, causing everyone in the discussion hall to burst into laughter. Tomorrow, this old man will send out the Inspect Heavenly Command, telling the disciples of our Dao sect from the 3 cultivation countries to come to Hung country and drown their sword cultivators with a mouthful of spit. Wang Yi convulses with laughter and can't help but say. Once these words are said, everyone laughs even more, not caring about the battle at all. The most ridiculous thing is that the sword cultivators actually pushed the blame of their missing sword cultivators to our Dao sect. They said that our Changbai sect disciple kidnapped Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. Our Changbai sect disciple is only at Qi refinement realm and has already disappeared. How could he kidnap their bright sword cultivators? Su Yen Sek's Peng Dai is also grinning from ear to ear. She holds back and says, "Back then, Changbai sect was very careful. The other sects also didn't want to anger the sword cultivators. In the end, what's even more ridiculous is that their illusory sword cultivators died again. They are still blaming our Dao sect. This time it's not Changbai sect, it's our Su Yen sect. They even slandered my senior brother Zhu Qinghe, saying that he was the one who gave the orders. Does he have a brain? Senior brother Zhu is only at Golden Core middle stage. How could he kill 2 illusory sword cultivators? He even dares to drag out 2 nascent soul seniors. Isn't this even more ridiculous? Which nascent soul senior doesn't specialize in cultivation techniques and chases after 2 illusory sword cultivators? Fellow Taoist Peng is right. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, "Those swordsmen called Duan Yuming and Wang Xiao are really hateful. They actually dared to attack and kill cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If not for the sect leader's order, I would have killed them long ago." This Li also has the same idea. Xian Le Sec's Li Qingshu laughed. "Isn't it just right now? Sword cultivator, wash your neck and obediently stretch it out so that we can vent our anger." Ha ha, the group of cultivators laughed again. After everyone finished laughing, Wang Yi said, "Since the sword cultivators are so generous, we don't have to not give them face. They dared to annihilate my Dao sect's family, so we must return the favor. Since my 7 skills sect is on duty today and I have disciples near Clear Cave, my 7 skills sect will make a trip there first." Good. Fellow Taoist Wang, since my Xian Le sect also has disciples near Clear Cave, how about we join hands and slap the sword cultivators? Xian Le sect's Li Qingshu also clapped his hands and shouted. Great. Wang Yi was clapping his hands and cheering when he saw something shaking in front of everyone. A mirror appeared in midair, emitting a milky white brilliance. Which teacher sent the message? Seeing this, Wang Yi was not surprised and hurriedly stood up. All the other cultivators also stood up from the praying mats. When Wang Yi picked up the jade and channeled his mana, the mirror showed a clean-looking old man with a bronze Dao crown on his head. So it's Xian Tian Sec's Taoist Pin Xian. Everyone knew him and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Taoist Pin Xian. No need to be so polite. Taoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves and said, My Xian Tian Sec's disciples are divided into 2 groups. The earliest group should be arriving at Sun Tian City soon. The latest group was sent to the border between Huan Country and Lian Country, Feng Meng Mountain Range. They have already been dispatched. I'm informing you today because my Xian Tian Sec's disciples in Huan Country sent a message. This time, not only the sword cultivators are dispatched, but also the weapon cultivators and beast cultivators. Especially the bird cultivators who haven't participated in battles for a long time, and the giant clan who claim to have ancient bloodlines were also invited out from the bottom of the glacier by the sword cultivators. You have to be careful. Yes, thank you, Taoist Pin Xian. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Taoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves, and the mirror dimmed and disappeared. Damn it, we're rich. Lonely Sec's Yuan Guang, who had been silent all this while, blurted out, The bird cultivators have always been aloof and are known as the sons of the sky. Their flying speed is extremely fast, far beyond our Dao Sec's cultivators. Even the sword cultivators, who have become one with the sword, may not be able to catch up with them. Before everyone could speak, there was some fluctuation in the air in front of Wang Yi. Wang Yi reached out and pointed at the fluctuation. A hazy brilliance flashed, and a foundation establishment city guard of Sun Tian City appeared from the brilliance. He bowed to everyone and said, I'm a city guard of Sun Tian City. I have an urgent matter to report to all of you. Go ahead. Wang Yi nodded slightly, and everyone sat down. After the city guard told them about the beast cultivators who wanted to rush into Sun Tian City, he said, The flying speed of this beast cultivator is too amazing. I'm afraid that the city guard and I won't be able to catch up. If possible, I'd like to ask Senior to send someone to protect Sun Tian City with us. You may leave. Wang Yi pondered for a moment, then flicked his sleeve and said, Report this matter to the city lord first. The disciples of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation are not complete yet. Wait for the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect to come. They have the flying sword technique and the thunder escape technique, so they should be able to use it. Yes, I'll take my leave. The disciple bowed, and the brilliance around him revolved. Then he slowly disappeared from the spot. Fellow Taoist Wang, spiritual master Pin Xian, really hit the nail on the head. Xiang Ming of Huanhua sect shook his head and said, According to the city guard of Sun Tian City, wasn't it the bird cultivator from Huan Country who was probing just now? I'm afraid that this bird cultivator has fused with a spiritual beast like Tsang Jintian in his body. His flying speed and height are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like us. They're really bold. Yongyi Sec's Ko Xiangling pursed her lips and said, They actually dared to enter Shi Country? They came to Sun Tian City to probe? Where did they get the token from? And it's the same image as the one in the token. The bird cultivator's movement is extremely fast. When fighting with our Taoist sect cultivators, they have a lot of advantages. As long as they get close, most of our Taoist sect cultivators are helpless. If they don't have a tyrannical protective magic weapon and magic weapon, most of them will end up dead. Heng Zhao of Utopia faction frowned and said, We have to inform the disciples of this matter immediately. Don't let them suffer a great loss due to their carelessness. As for why the bird cultivator rashly probed Sun Tian City, I'm afraid he wants to see the defense of Sun Tian City and the strength of the various sects. He dares to come just because he has the flying technique. It's a pity that Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect are the second batch to come. Otherwise, we can let the disciples of these 2 sects compete with the bird cultivator. Gao Wei of Xuanyan sect nodded and said, If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for recommendation or monthly votes. Chapter 2235. Well, let's do this for now. Our 7 Skills sect and Xianlu sect will send disciples to clear cave. As for the bird cultivators, let's inform the disciples first and wait for the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect and Changbai sect to come before we deal with it. Wang Yi stood up and said, "We'll inform our respective sects about this decision. However, I think we shouldn't put too much hope on the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect. This time, all the disciples who came here are Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining disciples. There are too few disciples who can combine their bodies with the sword and master the thunder escape technique. Well, we'll report this to our respective sects and ask them to urge the two sects to send disciples who can fly faster." Xiang Ming of Huanhua sect nodded. Immediately after, everyone formed hand seals and took out the tokens of their respective sections. They pointed them in the air in front of them, and a small pitch-black hole appeared. Everyone engraved the matter on the jade slips and placed them in the small hole. When the small hole closed, all the jade slips disappeared. "Let's go and inform the disciples." Wang Yi flicked his sleeve and activated the jade slips. A huge black hole appeared in front of everyone. Wang Yi stepped into it without hesitation and disappeared. The other cultivators followed closely behind and walked out of the meeting hall. Unfortunately, they were still too late. The bird cultivators had come to Sky Patrol City to test the waters. Would they not attack the disciples of the Three Kingdoms? 1,000 miles north of Sky Patrol City was a boundless forest. Snow covered the crowns of the giant trees. Looking at it from afar, the dark brown trunks and the dazzling white snow were an exotic scenery. Above the forest, there were a dozen cultivators flying in a group. Judging from their Taoist robes, they were the disciples of Xuanyan School. An early-stage Foundation Establishment disciple in the lead chuckled and said, "We've been living in Gold Goose Ridge for a long time. Even when we're in Foundation Establishment, we're in the southeast of Xi Country. We rarely come to the extreme north of Xi Country. I didn't expect that besides the spring and autumn, the winter snow would be so magnificent. If it weren't for the sword cultivators' attack, I'm afraid we wouldn't have thought of coming here." Senior Brother Gong is right. I won't hide it from you, Senior Martial Brothers. Before I came to the snow region, I was terrified. I heard that the battle between sword cultivators left many casualties. Not to mention Golden Core stage cultivators. Even Foundation Establishment stage cultivators would find it difficult to survive the battle. A middle-aged Foundation Establishment cultivator chuckled as he replied, "However, it has been nearly a year, and the sword cultivators we have encountered are only SSO. Their cultivation levels are similar to the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples of our Dao sect. Although flying swords are fast, there is a limit to it. As long as one defends properly, there is no particular danger." Exactly. This time, it was quite easy for us to kill the sword cultivator disciples. More than 10 disciples of the nurturing sword and drawing sword were killed. If we report the results of this battle, we will definitely be seriously injured. Senior Brother Gong in the lead nodded and said, "Unfortunately, the quality of the flying swords of these sword cultivator disciples doesn't seem to be very good, and the medicinal pills in their storage pouches are just passable. Otherwise, we would have reaped a great harvest this time. Yes, that drawing sword grade 3 sword cultivator probably has the strength of a middle Foundation Establishment stage cultivator." An injured disciple nodded and said, "If Senior Brother Shao did not use his divine ability and used the universe bracelet to firmly imprison him, it would really be difficult for us to kill him." "That's right, Xiao Mao. I didn't expect that your cultivation level was so weak previously. Now that you have reached the Foundation Establishment stage, your strength has soared like a boat on the river. It seems that you are almost surpassing me." Senior Brother Gong turned his head and said to a young cultivator with delicate features who was flying with his head lowered in the middle of the crowd. This cultivator with a humble and amiable face was Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School. At this moment, he was already at the early Foundation Establishment stage. Hearing his senior brother mention him, Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "What does my cultivation level count for? I don't need to praise it. Killing these sword cultivators was all due to Senior Martial Brothers. I only relied on the power of my Dharma treasure. I really don't dare to take the credit." "Haha, Junior Brother Shao is too humble." Senior Brother Gong laughed loudly and said, "Clear Cold Mountain's Martial Uncle Yuan is a famous battle general of our Xuanyan School. According to him, he once killed a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator when he was just an aura refining stage cultivator. Junior Brother Shao is from a famous school. How weak can you be? I wouldn't dare." Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to be humble, a yellow figure suddenly flashed from the forest below Senior Brother Gong and charged straight at him. Although everyone was laughing, they were still on high alert. When they saw something strange, they released their divine senses. When they saw that the yellow figure was flying abnormally fast, they couldn't help but be alarmed. It was also at this moment that the yellow figure had already rushed to within a few dozen feet of them. Fight! Senior Brother Gong felt a sharp gust of wind rushing towards him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and struck out a thunder palm. His body flew horizontally in an attempt to dodge the yellow figure's sneak attack. Gwa! A cry actually came from the yellow figure's mouth. A pair of meter-long wings suddenly spread out from the yellow figure's back. As the wings flapped, the yellow figure's body was extremely nimble. In midair, it slightly shrank its body and dodged Senior Brother Gong's palm thunder. Then its body spread out again, and it chased after Senior Brother Gong faster than a flying sword. Evil creature. Senior Brother Gong took advantage of the moment the yellow figure spread out his wings to release his divine sense, and clearly saw that it was a monster with the upper body of a giant owl and the lower body of a human. He couldn't help but be alarmed. His heart trembled as he cursed. He stretched out his hand and summoned a fan-shaped magic artifact. As the magic artifact was waved, a misty water ripple attacked the bird cultivator. At the same time, Xiao Mao and the other Xuanyan school disciples also moved. A few of them summoned their magic artifacts and urged their magic power to help Senior Brother Gong. The others released their divine senses and looked at the forest about 100 feet below them. Kill! Sure enough, just as their divine senses reached the forest, there was a loud shout. More than 20 colorful sword lights flew out from the forest and rushed toward the Xuanyan school disciples. We've been ambushed. Retreat. When everyone saw this scene, how could they not know the danger? Some people cleverly sent out message talismans, while others preemptively activated their magic artifacts and smashed them toward the sword cultivator. Gua 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 gua. With a crisp sound, the bird cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized jade pearl. It flashed with brilliance as it rushed toward Senior Brother Gong. When Senior Brother Gong's mist touched the jade pearl, it turned into specks of ice and condensed in midair. Gah! The beast cultivator let out a low cry and charged into the ice shards. His arms danced and shattered the ice shards as if he was breaking ice. He quickly rushed to within a few feet of Senior Brother Gong. Seeing that the bird cultivator was close to him, Senior Brother Gong turned pale with fright. He clapped his hands and waved them. Many yellow talismans shot out in an attempt to block the bird cultivator's attack. At the same time, he pointed at the air and once again released a misty brilliance to cover himself. Woo! The bird cultivator activated the jade pearl again. At this time, the jade pearl turned into a palm-sized flying sword and quickly streaked through the air. Many yellow talismans were pierced by the flying sword. It really was just a piece of yellow paper. At this time, the bird cultivator was already close to Senior Brother Gong. He stretched out his arms and his 10 fingers were unusually sharp like bird claws. With a peev sound, he stabbed them into the misty brilliance and tore it apart. Pooh! The jade pearl immediately shot into it. Kacha-kacha, followed by a light crisp sound. The protective brilliance around Senior Brother Gong instantly froze. It wrapped around him like a suit of armor. From the moment the bird cultivator flew out of the forest to when Senior Brother Gong was hit by the jade pearl, only a few breaths of time had passed. This kind of fast fighting style was not something that the Xuanyan disciples were used to. It was also the weakness of the Dao sect disciples. It was something that they couldn't compare to in a year of fighting with sword cultivators. The surrounding Xuanyan disciples who were prepared to help Senior Brother Gong were just about to rescue him when the sword cultivator's flying sword flew out from the forest. They were so frightened that they couldn't care less about Senior Brother Gong. They hurriedly formed hand seals and blocked the flying sword that was about to kill them. At the same time, they activated their Dharma artifacts to protect themselves. Poochie, there was a muffled sound, followed by an ah scream. The bird cultivator actually reached his hand into Senior Brother Gong's heart. Not only did he break through Senior Brother Gong's protective brilliance, he even dug out Senior Brother Gong's heart. Ga, there was a sound, as if he was overjoyed. A ray of bloody light shot out from the bird cultivator's mouth and engulfed the heart. Gradually, the bird cultivator's sharp nose receded, and the feathers on his face and neck receded. The fleshy wings on his back also gradually shrank. A tall and thin old man with sharp eyes like an eagle's appeared in the air. Ah! Seeing that the bird cultivator was actually eating people's hearts, the Xuanyan disciples were shocked. They desperately avoided the bird cultivator and didn't dare to fight with him. Of course, many flying swords were already attacking. They only had one thought in their minds now. Xiao Mao was also shocked. He also felt helpless. Luckily, he was just an inconspicuous member of the Xuanyan disciples. He usually kept a low profile. This time, he was hidden among the disciples and wasn't the main target of the sword cultivator's attack. When Xiao Mao saw a flying sword that was as thin as a willow swaying as it flew towards him, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed the situation of the entire battlefield. Now, 20 sword cultivators flew out from the forest, each with their flying swords looking for a target to attack. The Xuanyan disciples all attacked with 2 flying swords. Xiao Mao's group only used 1 flying sword. What was special was that the Qi refinement disciples not far from Xiao Mao were all facing the flying swords of the sword-nurturing swordsman. Xiao Mao's flying sword wasn't very bright. According to Xiao Mao's experience, this sword-nurturing swordsman's cultivation was only around the 2nd grade, which was the same as his own cultivation. Run! Xiao Mao only had one thought in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he took out an orange-red whip from his storage bag. Channeling his transcendence energy, it transformed into a mountainous whip wave that crashed towards the flying sword. At the same time, Xiao Mao's figure was like the other Xuanyan disciples. He found a deserted place and quickly fled. Where do you think you're going? The sword-nurturing swordsman attacking Xiao Mao was a middle-aged man. He had a strong physique and wore a strange bright armor. When he saw Xiao Mao's magic weapon flash with a divine ability, he sneered and formed a sword seal with his hand. The willow-like flying sword also waved. Like a willow brushing its face, it produced many thin branches. It was extremely precise, each one piercing towards the whip. Chapter 2236. Tisk, Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, "Why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want. I'm not interested." Xiaohua, the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice-captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. "Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache." At this time, Cui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiaohua and said, "He doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree." "Okay." Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, "Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree." "Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice-captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead." Cui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. "We understand." Dui Qiming and the others all agreed. Only Xiaohua looked at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiaohua's heart was a bit confused. What is Cui Hongshan doing? He made Zhen Minghui the vice-captain. Isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacked Cui Hongshan, then only Zhen Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiaohua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Cui Hongshan's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Cui Hongshan's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Cui Hongshan could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder Sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiaohua thought, how could the Imperial Thunder Sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongshan instructed, "Senior Martial Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on, you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in that order. The distance between the 3 of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The 2 aura-refining disciples and the female cultivator from Converted Thunder Palace will be in the middle, and Xiaohua will bring up the rear. This Cui has some matters to discuss with Xiaohua, so I will accompany him for the time being." "Yes, Captain Cui." Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongshan's instructions. Once Dui Chiming and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongshan looked up and said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, come with me. I have something to tell you." "Oh, what's there to say?" Xiaohua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongshan's eyes flickered a few times, and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, "Xiaohua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. Since that's the case, what else is there to say?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "If it weren't for them, this Cui would have definitely pretended not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you." "You? What ability do you have to protect this Xiao?" Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. "This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder Boat, I've been looking for an opportunity." Cui Hongshan suppressed his anger and said, "Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Zhen Yun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui used spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this." That's because you're willing. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiaohua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the converted Thunder Palace, right? Whatever you say." Cui Hongshan said indifferently, "This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui can take the position of captain with this captain's token. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you somewhere else. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, won't there be any punishment?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms is one word: kill. There are no other options." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Cui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Cui unfortunately falls, then this Cui also won't be able to protect you. And if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Cui. This Cui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle." All right. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Cui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. "This Cui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do." "Hee." Xiaohua laughed softly and said, "Since fellow Daoist Cui is so benevolent and righteous, why shouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell." Xiaohua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Seeing that Xiaohua really did escape, Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiaohua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Cui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go?" Xiaohua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called others back, this young master wouldn't be able to escape the crime of fleeing before the battle. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Zhen Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or a nascent soul, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jingyan? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you'll kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure paused and he immediately flew back. Oh, what? Do you still have something to say? Cui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiao Hua's tone was still cold. Humph, you let this young master leave now, and then you immediately say that this young master fled before the battle. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. You. Am I that kind of person? Cui Hongshan angrily scolded. If you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And let's do it openly. Xiao Hua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtained the position of captain of the first squad? You. Cui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed his finger at Xiao Hua and said you a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Cui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiao Hua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Cui obtained a lot of information about the war. To tell the truth, we Foundation establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators can escape from the war as long as they're in the Foundation establishment realm. We early Foundation establishment disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To tell the truth, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Cui has already said. This Cui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Cui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you a question. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect's sect master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palace's palace masters. When will they participate in the war? They. Cui Hongshan sneered. You're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If you wanted to, would you be sent out? Fellow Daoist Cui, you just have to answer this Zhao's question. Xiao Hua didn't answer him. They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even the third phase of the war. Cui Hongshan said coldly, when they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time, you will have already turned into flying ashes. Even if you turn into flying ashes, this daddy will absolutely not. When Xiao Hua heard that Daoist Jingru would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 2237. You're really a loose cultivator. You don't know the gravity of the situation. If we don't escape now, Sai, when will we? Cui Hongshan sighed when he saw that Xiao Hua was still being impulsive. He then shook his head and flew forward. So what if I'm a loose cultivator? Xiao Hua curled his lips and replied, loose cultivators don't have the filthy thoughts of aristocratic family disciples. I've never thought of running away in the face of battle. Although Xiao Hua's words weren't particularly unyielding, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose face in front of Cui Hongshan. Why would Cui Hongshan pay attention to him? He flew to the front and said a few words to Dui Qimeng and the others, then sped up and flew forward. He was completely acting like a competent captain. Let them be. Xiao Hua, whose cultivation base was the highest among the 10 people, was actually very relaxed. He opened his mouth and put several azure spirit pills into his mouth, as if he was eating beans. All kinds of cultivation methods were operating at the same time. The medicinal efficacy of the azure spirit pill, which required a late Foundation establishment cultivator to refine for several days, was being refined bit by bit from his meridians and body. At the same time, The earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was also being refined in an orderly manner. Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of this relaxed moment to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. 10,000 li northeast of where Xiao Mao was ambushed was the border between Lian and Huan countries. It was still covered in ice and snow, and an endless mountain range lay on the ground like a silver dragon. There was no wind or snow at this time, and a pale white round sun hung in the sky. On the quiet ground, 30 or so sword cultivators of both sexes slowly flew over from the south. Each of them wore strange armor and stepped on flying swords. Some of these swordsmen had injuries on their bodies, and some had bloodstains that hadn't been removed. However, they all had smiles on their faces, and more than one storage pouch hung on their waists. It was obvious that this was the side that won the battle with the Dao sect cultivators. They were returning to the Fengmeng mountain range with a full load of rewards. Senior Marshal Brother Xiong, this move of yours is really good. A petite female swordsman with an admiring smile said to a fourth-grade swordsman. The other swordsmen are fighting with the Dao sect on the west side of the Fengmeng mountain range. We ambushed them on the east side and killed so many cultivators in an instant. Our harvest is quite bountiful. This kind of method. I have plenty. The tall senior Brother Xiong's face was filled with glory as he smiled and said, this diversion tactic is nothing much. We just need to act quickly and leave before the Dao sect can react. Humph. Dozens of qi refining cultivators and several early foundation establishment cultivators were all killed by our flying swords. We didn't even send out a messaging talisman, so how would they know? A cold-faced male swordsman was displeased with senior Marshal Brother Xiong's arrogance. That's right. This is all thanks to junior brother Lu's amazing methods. He didn't even let a cultivator go. Senior Brother Xiong did not seem to mind as he continued in a mysterious manner. However, don't forget about the Dao sect cultivators on patrol in the Wind Dream Mountain Range. A patrolling cultivator? Just kill them all. Junior Brother Lu replied without hesitation. But what about their messages? Senior Brother Xiong asked confidently with a smirk. Junior Brother Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a divine telekinesis swept over from the side of the swordsman. Upon contact, the swordsman immediately locked onto them. Damn it! Senior Marshal Brother Xiong sensed the divine telekinesis, and his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and said, Quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators. Junior Brother Lu, immediately send a message on your flying sword. See which senior brother is closer to this place, and immediately come to our rescue. Yes, this little brother understands. Junior Brother Lu did not dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out a small inch-long sword. It circled slightly in the air and flew straight ahead. This group of swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several patrolling cultivators. Just by looking at their numbers and power, they were similar to the swordsmen. Don't even think about leaving. The first few mid-foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, You sneak-attacked our Dao sect disciples in our country of Lian, and you think you can leave so peacefully? Well, leave your heads behind. As they spoke, the few foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsman. The Qi refinement cultivators following behind the few foundation establishment cultivators also clapped their hands. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsman from all directions. Haha, such attack power is really too weak. I'll let you all see what a sword cultivator is. As they spoke, the many sword cultivators did not hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsman. Puchi. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying by the flying swords. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. Humph. What sword cultivators? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your swords. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger. The pagoda pressed down like a huge boulder while the cultivator spoke coldly. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand, and the flying sword changed. It turned into a shooting star and shot towards the pagoda with a long tail. Woo! The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in midair. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged out, and waves of power slammed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and was rushing towards the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really had no advantage. That shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with brilliance, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact had yet to come into contact, but they were already fighting. Fall, the Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes narrowed. He shook his hand, and the shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and rapidly fell. Break, the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly. Following his fingertips, the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. Chapter 2238. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword, and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand, and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break! After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha! The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao? The Foundation establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, Why are you here? This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction, who practiced the leeching treasure mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator, who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator, who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble! The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph! Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. This immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. After killing so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators with it, Li Zongbao's Dharma power actually showed signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brotherly. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you, tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brotherly, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What's the use of the items of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators in our Taoist sect? You guys can take them all. After saying that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. Tisk. Seeing that Li Zongbao flew away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator, who had previously held the pagoda, said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core stage is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed. Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Hung Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the famous magic weapon of our Utopia faction, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest person below the golden core stage. and Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. It should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator, who held the pagoda, nodded. These equipment cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for senior brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core stage cultivator. If senior brother Li Zongbao is the strongest person below the golden core stage, he definitely deserves it. No one in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation can compare with him. Chapter 2239. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword, and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He waved his hand, and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break! With that said, the white-haired cultivator whipped his bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow appeared from the bamboo whip, resembling a demonic little golden dragon. It shone with a bright light and a sharp hurricane that seemed like it could tear the void apart as it streaked towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha! The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao? The foundation establishment stage cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes. Seeing the white-haired cultivator, he was extremely surprised and said, Why are you here? This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction, who practiced the leeching treasured mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator, who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. With a wave of his magic power, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator, who was also fleeing in panic like a wave. Rumble! The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden qi, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. His body also glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, There was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph! Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all took out their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in midair, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys are lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you, tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brotherly, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You guys can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of Sky Patrol City. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had previously held the pagoda, said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of Foundation Establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of Foundation Establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator, who was also in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, sighed and said, Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Hungming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi Refining Disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The Foundation Establishment cultivator, who held the pagoda, nodded and said, These weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. In the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid no other Foundation Establishment cultivator can match him. But, another Qi Refining Disciple whispered, Isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair? A Foundation Establishment cultivator hesitated and said, I've heard from my teacher that Senior Brother Li once led a team to the Taiching sect to participate in the Feather Deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Li seems disdainful to be with us. The Qi Refining Disciple asked again. The Foundation establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, "What do you know? I've heard that senior brother Li Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel, and Tao like the heavens." My goodness, it's so powerful? Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the Tao of heaven is emotionless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the Tao of heaven. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is said to be the cultivation method closest to the Tao of heaven. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial who can destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand. The Foundation establishment cultivator replied snappily, "Do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all." "Let's go," several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords, and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory, there were fierce battles every day. Sword cultivators and equipment cultivators suffered many casualties, but there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially the Qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Foundation establishment stage. These new Foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new Foundation establishment cultivators, there were many who entered the Foundation establishment stage while fighting. They directly faced the fierce sword cultivators and equipment cultivators. Before they could really enter the Foundation establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families, were also urged to send to the battlefront. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and the others had been flying forward for another 10 days. They only saw the boundless snowy wilderness and mountain forests. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiaohua, whose cultivation had been steadily increasing, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this relaxed isn't much different from going into seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2240. Puff puff. After a series of sounds, the brilliance receded and Xiao Mao's lone whip was revealed in midair. Kill. Xiao Mao's voice was stern and he seemed to be terrified. His body swayed slightly as if his magic power was running out. A hint of redness flashed across his face. He waved his hand again, and the magic whip landed in his hand. He let out a soft cry, and a suction force appeared on the whip, sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy. Many small vortexes appeared on the tip of the whip and lashed out at the swordsman. "You're just an early-stage Foundation establishment brat. How can you be my match?" The swordsman laughed and was very disdainful. He pointed his finger and his flying sword suddenly enlarged. It was like a huge tree and blocked the whip. Pop, pop, pop. The sound was like tiny firecrackers. Xiao Mao's whip struck the flying sword, but it was useless. At this time, Senior Brother Gong was killed by the yellow-clothed bird cultivator. The group of Xuanyan school disciples fled in panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Xiao Mao was naturally no exception. He held the whip in his hand and fled. "You want to leave? Aren't we letting you off too easily?" Many sword cultivators were delighted when they saw the situation. They traveled swiftly on their flying swords and were not afraid of the Xuanyan school disciples fleeing. Each of them roared and stepped onto their flying swords to give chase. Luckily, Xiao Mao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Seeing that the middle-aged swordsman was the only one chasing after him, he felt lucky. He waved his whip and maintained the same distance from the swordsman. In fact, the distance between him and the swordsman was gradually shortening. The bird cultivator's sharp gaze swept across and paused on Xiao Mao for a moment before turning to the other Xuanyan school disciples. It seemed that he was searching for a cultivator who could escape the swordsman's pursuit. Seeing the distance between him and the bird cultivator shrinking, Xiao Mao's eyes turned slightly as he thought about how to escape. At this time, there was a caw. The bird cultivator seemed to have realized something was wrong. Without transforming, he flew in the direction opposite of Xiao Mao like an arrow. A heaven-sent opportunity. Right now. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He waited a little longer before putting the whip back into his storage bag. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden ring the size of a fist. The golden ring grew with the wind, and in an instant, it was several feet long. Go! Xiao Mao used his dermic powers, and the universe ring smashed towards the swordsman. Oh! The swordsman was slightly surprised, but immediately his face showed great joy. So there is a magic treasure. This sword is really lucky. As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and the flying sword under his feet charged towards the universe ring. This swordsman didn't believe that an early foundation-building cultivator's magic weapon could have any power. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce the heaven and earth ring, Xiao Mao suddenly activated the true essence within his meridians. Like a raging sea, his mana surged into the heaven and earth ring. What? Middle stage foundation establishment? Seeing Xiao Mao's dermic powers surge and the magic treasure's power increase like water, the swordsman suddenly realized that the early foundation establishment cultivator he had estimated had suddenly become a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, the swordsman was only shocked. He was a second-grade drawing sword swordsman, similar to the peak of early foundation establishment. In terms of attack power, he wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, Xiao Mao still exceeded his expectations. Just as the swordsman activated his sword technique again, the willow-like flying sword flashed with brilliance, as if it was about to entangle the universe ring. Suddenly, the universe ring produced a strong suction force and spun towards the swordsman. A strong confinement force was produced from the universe ring, firmly confining the swordsman's sword origin. This is bad. Just as the swordsman had this thought, the universe ring flew faster than the swordsman and quickly wrapped around the swordsman. 81 tiny blades of yin and yang were produced from the universe ring, cutting the swordsman's body into tiny pieces. Run! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Mao put away the swordsman's storage bag, flying sword, and universe ring. Once again, he activated his dermic powers and flew at the speed of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even faster than that. He quickly fled into the distance. The bird cultivator obviously didn't have the time to care about Xiao Mao. By the time the other sword cultivators noticed the abnormality, Xiao Mao had already escaped without a trace. The bird cultivator was incomparably furious. He raised his head to the sky and cried out several times. He knew that even if he chased after Xiao Mao now, he probably wouldn't be able to find any trace of Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was so cunning. How could he fly in a straight line? Just as the bird cultivator had thought, Xiao Mao changed his direction several times before finally stopping at the edge of a frozen river. His body paused in midair for a moment before he abruptly charged into the frozen river. His cultivation level rapidly dropped, dropping to the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. Sigh, Xiao Mao rushed into the glacier. His body flashed with brilliance. The glacier was bone-chilling. Although it was separated by brilliance, Xiao Mao could still feel the coldness within. However, to him, this was a piece of cake. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, if not for Big Brother Zhao's secret technique that allowed me to activate my meridians and raise my dermic powers by a small realm, I really would have died in the hands of a sword cultivator today. Unfortunately, after activating my dermic powers, my meridians are very uncomfortable. If not for several hours of cultivation, it would be difficult to eliminate the aftereffects. However, this technique is really too miraculous. It actually allowed me to advance by leaps and bounds all the way to the peak of early foundation establishment. It's only a matter of time before I reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I wonder what Big Brother Zhao's cultivation level is now. Will he return for this sword cultivator battle? Xiao Mao thought for a moment and closed his eyes again. He activated a simple dragonization art to eliminate the discomfort in his meridians. And what about Xiao Hua? Although he wasn't on the battlefield of sword cultivators, he was still on his way there. On the Thunder ship, Xiao Hua was still quite carefree. Right now, he was lacking time. If there wasn't this battle between sword cultivators and Taoist sects, he would rather go into seclusion. He was clear in his heart that his primordial spirit was now very strong. If he went into seclusion for 100 years, he should definitely be able to lower himself compared to others who went into seclusion for 1,000 years. Taoist sects, Buddhist sects, soul cultivation, and other techniques could all improve one by one. His future was definitely limitless. Unfortunately, he didn't have a life of leisure to cultivate. Apart from the time when he was in the early Qi refinement realm at Songhua Ming, he could still be considered to have cultivated in peace. The rest of his time was spent roaming around, gaining experience everywhere. He simply didn't have a chance to take a breather. Sigh, after this battle, I must go into seclusion. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the techniques one by one. All kinds of comprehensions were unceasing, causing him to scratch his ears and cheeks in joy. When he reached the peak of his cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why don't I use corpse escape? Immediately play dead when I reach the front? Hide in a place to cultivate in seclusion? Wait until after the battle to appear? Xiao Hua immediately felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyes and looked at the 4 Qi refinement disciples in the quiet room. Although they were barely cultivating with their eyes closed, Xiao Hua could tell with a slight sweep of his divine sense that these 4 people's thoughts were fluctuating. The flow of their true qi was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was far from its usual smoothness. Naturally, he also knew that there were many distracting thoughts in their minds. They were very worried about their own prospects. Chapter 2241. Forget it. Xiao Hua killed the idea of escaping. Since I'm a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I have to do my best and let nature take its course. Moreover, I can improve my cultivation by fighting. Although I only cultivate on the Thunder boat, I can still improve, right? In just a few months, all kinds of cultivation have improved. It's just not as obvious as in the myriad Thunder Valley. Counting with my fingers, I should reach the northernmost part of the country of Xi in 10 days. Just as Xiao Hua was having some free time to think, the Thunder boat shook violently and came to a stop. Oh, could it be that we've arrived? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. Inside the quiet room of the Thunder boat, there was a restriction that blocked divine sense. Xiao Hua didn't know what was happening outside, so he only opened his eyes slightly. We've arrived. An aura-refining disciple opposite him couldn't help but blurt out. As he said this, the disciple's face turned slightly pale, but then there was a kind of blush in the whiteness, as if a kind of relief, a kind of heart that had been hanging for a long time finally settled down. However, the Thunder boat was still for a long time, and no disciple came to greet them, nor did they hear the voice of a golden core cultivator. Could it be that there's something else? Xiao Hua's mind turned slightly, and he closed his eyes to cultivate. His time was extremely precious, and since this matter had nothing to do with him, of course he had to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes, a burst of hurried footsteps came. When they arrived outside their quiet room, they stopped again. Cui Hongshan poked his head in and shouted, "Xiao Hua, come out!" What? Xiao Hua glanced at him unhappily. Have we arrived? Why didn't the sword cultivator attack? We haven't arrived yet, Cui Hongshan said unhappily. Do you want to die like this? We haven't arrived yet. Why are you calling me? Xiao Hua ignored him. This is the captain's token of my Imperial Thunder sect. Cui Hongshan said nothing, clapped his hand, and took out a token. He held it in front of his eyes and said seriously, I've been ordered to mobilize people. Xiao Hua, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you must obey this order. Quickly come out with me. Yes. Xiao Hua glanced at the token. In addition to the word one, there was also a lightning, which was exactly the same as the symbol on his Taoist robe. Although he did not know whether the token was real or fake, since it was announced on the lightning boat, it could not be fake. He could only reply lazily and stand up. Seeing Xiao Hua in such a state, Cui Hongshan almost wanted to kick Xiao Hua. During these few months, other than cultivating, he was still thinking about how to protect himself, Xiaohua, and Dui Qiming. He didn't expect that Zhen Yun would actually come looking for him when the thunderboat stopped. It was said that an order came from the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City, asking the Imperial Thunder Sect to send out 10 people. These 10 people were to fly at an extremely fast speed to the Foul Crow Mountain to await orders. The first thing that came to Zhen Yun's mind was Cui Hongshan. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill Cui Hongshan's wish. Cui Hongshan looked at the captain's token given by Zhen Yun in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't give Zhen Yun a single spirit stone, so how could Zhen Yun give such a good thing to him? However, he only hesitated for a moment and immediately took the captain's token. Under Zhen Yun's lead, he went to the thunderboat of the Dui Thunder Palace and brought Dui Qiming, and a few other junior sisters over. Then, under Zhen Yun's guidance, he casually picked a few foundation establishment and qi refinement disciples. The last one was Xiaohua. Xiaohua lazily came to the quiet room with a puzzled expression. When he saw Dui Qiming and a few other female cultivators, as well as a few other disciples of the Thunderous Palace, he couldn't help but frown. Well, you are the first team sent by my Imperial Thunder Sect. According to the order of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the serial number of this team is controlled by my Imperial Thunder Sect. There is no doubt that you are the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. When Zhen Yun saw that the 10 people were here, he said with a smile, "This old man appointed Cui Hongshan from the Myriad Thunder Valley as your captain. This time, you are going to Chicken Crow Mountain. According to the message from the Imperial Thunder Palace, it seems that you need to fly very fast. The requirement for cultivation is not very high. Presumably, you are going to do some communication work, so it won't be too dangerous. So, listen to Cui Hongshan's arrangement and come back quickly." Yes, this disciple understands. Except for Xiaohua, everyone else said in unison. They were very energetic. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Zhen Yun felt a little strange. He turned his head and said, "Xiaohua, your senior brother Cui, has put in a lot of effort. Listen to Captain Cui's arrangement along the way. In addition, do you have any questions?" "That. Senior brother Zhen, the requirement is fast. Can we escape if we see any danger?" Xiaohua blinked his eyes and asked in a low voice. When Cui Hongshan heard this, he almost stomped his feet. His cultivation was not the highest among the 10 disciples. He still wanted to rely on Xiaohua to help him. He didn't expect that Xiaohua would say such depressing words as soon as he opened his mouth, and even said it in front of Zhen Yun. It really made him feel embarrassed. Sure enough, 2 of the early-stage Foundation establishment disciples from the Thunder Palace showed a trace of disdain on their faces. Cough, cough, Zhen Yun was even more surprised and almost coughed. He looked around and saw that there was no one else beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "The Battle of the Sword Dao has always been tragic. People can't help themselves. Sometimes, even if you want to escape, you may not be able to. Sometimes, if you want to escape, you will lose your life early. Whether you escape or not is not a problem. The problem is, you must protect your own life. Only by protecting your own life can you complete the mission of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Of course, if you can't complete the mission, and the assembly hall learns that you were treated unfairly, there will definitely be punishment. A light punishment is to cripple your magic power. A heavy punishment is to directly take your life. I'm afraid there is no need for this old man to say which is more important, right?" Seeing Zhen Yun speak so straightforwardly, Xiaohua nodded slightly in his heart and bowed. This disciple understands. And do the other disciples have anything else to say? Zhen Yun asked again. This disciple has a question? Xiaohua asked in a low voice again. Cui Hongshan's face was red. He really wanted to rush up and kick Xiaohua off the thunderboat and drop him to his death. "Can't you shut up first? Wait until Zhen Yun finished speaking and ask me in private?" Zhen Yun was naturally also surprised, but his attitude changed slightly. He asked with a smile, "Xiaohua, do you have any other questions? This disciple has some old grudges with cultivators from other sects. This time, being sent to Hung Country, it's inevitable that I will meet other people. If they are ruthless to this disciple, what should this disciple do?" Xiaohua said word by word. "Ayo, that's right." Hearing this, Cui Hongshan was also shocked. Xiaohua's words were correct. Between sects, between cultivators, there were definitely conflicts. Wasn't Xiaohua imprisoned by the Changbai sect's Taoist Jingru for several years? If he met cultivators from the Changbai sect, what should Xiaohua do? Thinking of this, Cui Hongshan's resentment towards Xiaohua lessened a bit. Oh, Xiaohua, do your enemies have higher cultivation than you? Zhen Yun smiled and asked with interest. Hee, naturally there are low and high cultivators. Xiaohua laughed mischievously and said, this junior is just looking to see if there is any problem? And naturally there is. Zhen Yun nodded and said, the battle between sword cultivators and my Dao sect is a battle between sword cultivators and my cultivators. It is a battle that concerns the face and stability of my Dao sect. All the grudges between cultivators cannot be mentioned in the battle. If any cultivator rashly uses their weapons because of their own thoughts and delays the battle, regardless of their cultivation, they will be killed. What if it doesn't delay the battle? Xiaohua asked. Zhen Yun was somewhat impatient and waved his hand, saying, that will depend on you. As long as you meet an enemy on Chicken Crow Mountain and he dares to attack, you can send a message to this old man. This old man will definitely report this matter to the discussion hall and will definitely kill him. And this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and replied, all right, do you have any other questions? Zhen Yun asked again. Seeing that no one answered, Zhen Yun said coldly, this time, this old man appointed Cui Hongshan as the captain of the first team. This was not done casually because this old man has some understanding of Cui Hongshan. Although he is not the one with the highest cultivation among you, this old man knows that he is a person who prioritizes the overall situation. He is also a person who can place the affection of fellow apprentices in his heart. Since he led you out, he will definitely do his best to bring you back. Actually, you may not be able to complete the mission well, but your life is the most important. My Imperial Thunder Sect's face is also important. If any of you do not listen to Cui Hongshan's arrangements and make decisions on your own, causing the mission to fail, this old man will only need to listen to Cui Hongshan's report. Don't blame this old man for being merciless. Yes, this disciple understands. Seeing Zhen Yun's warning, the other two Thunderclap Palace disciples felt apprehensive in their hearts, and then everyone else bowed and replied. They naturally understood the killing intent in Zhen Yun's words. Of course, if you complete the mission and return, this old man will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. Zhen Yun smiled and said, all of you are the first team of my Imperial Lightning Sect. You're the first team of my Imperial Lightning Sect to be sent out on a mission. Don't disappoint me, Thunderclap Palace, and all the disciples of the Imperial Lightning Sect. If you can return to the Imperial Thunder Sect alive, you will definitely have a place in my Imperial Thunder Sect's records. Hearing up to here, everyone suddenly understood the significance of this first team. Of course, the first team, and also the first mission of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. As long as they completed it, this great battle would be recorded in the Imperial Thunder Sect's records. Perhaps the other missions would not be recorded, but this first mission must be recorded. Didn't the names of all the disciples in the first team have to be recorded? Moreover, even if they could not complete the mission, as long as they could return alive from the great battle, the first team could even meet the Imperial Thunder Sect's sect master Qian Lazy. Cui Hongshan was so excited that his face was flushed red, and he said anxiously, Senior Brother Zhen, our first team will be reserved throughout the entire battle? This token of mine. You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.